Let's
play like a scoreboard at the end. The amount of questions
they answer
successfully versus not.
Like polls. Yeah. Can we talk things?
Sure.
So one of the many amazing things I think of you as a researcher, but you've also been doing research in the field.
No.
Yeah, field work. Doing good all of
right. How did you get? What's the short and the long story of how you got into sex work?
How did I get into sex work? Well, there's a whole like childhood thing where I was conservatively homeschooled.
Do you want to actually talk about your childhood? I think it's interesting because you also worked at a factory. It's like your childhood is really fascinating and difficult, traumatic. So, and written about it, there's a lot of ways we could talk about it. But maybe what are the things you remember, the good and the bad of your childhood, of your maybe interaction with your father?
Yeah, my dad probably has narcissistic personality disorder, and so it was very centered on very controlling childhood, immensely so. We were homeschooled and pretty isolated from the outside world. We didn't know anybody else who wasn't homeschooled. We went through a program called Growing Kids God's Way, which was it was like the kind of program where you're not supposed to pick up babies when they cry to train them that they can't manipulate the parents. Because like baby crying was viewed as like you're just teaching them from an early age that they're allowed to make the parents do what the kids want, and we're very against this philosophy. So that combined with a narcissistic personality disorder, Dad was pretty rough.
So controlling,
super controlling, yeah.
And developing, feeding the self-critical aspect of your brain.
Yeah, very much. It was, I was like lazy. I was never going to accomplish anything in life. I was going to move out of the house and realize how good I had it at home, the classic stuff. He was very like logical and smart though. And so he'd also like teach us logic stuff. I remember some of my earliest memories are him like giving me basic logic puzzles. Like the dog has 3 legs, how many dogs have 4 legs? And I would mess up and but he was a evangelist, basically a Christian evangelist. So he like Bible study 5 nights a week. I memorized I think 800 verses of the Bible by the time before I became an adult. It was very patriarchal also. So I was expected to become a housewife. Basically, they're like, you can go to college to meet a man and also get a little bit of education so that you can homeschool your own kids. Like we were explicitly told that women were subordinate to men. In regards to like making decisions when you're married. Our pastor's daughter was not allowed to leave home because she would be outside of the authority of a man. So when she got married, she was allowed to leave because she was never allowed to live in a house where she was not under a hierarchy. This is like the kind of culture that we live.
So there's a hierarchy, and there's a gender aspect to the hierarchy. There's men at the top of that hierarchy.
Men at the top.
Okay, but your own psychology, your own mind. So most of that self-critical brain is bad, right?
Just confusing because he told me that I was smart, but also that I would fail. But I
but
think
not smart enough, right? Smart, but not smart enough.
Smart, but like not virtuous or something.
Okay, right. There's always a flaw.
There's always a flaw. I think a lot of it was a lot of the fucked upness of my brain came from feeling like I didn't have the authority to think because it was so like carefully like suppressed. Like my ability to like express or have any sort of power was just absolutely annihilated. Like systemically, like psychologically, they would do like psychological torture mechanisms to make sure that like I wasn't actually thinking on my own or like being able to deviate from anything anybody ever told me. To the degree that it's still ingrained in me. Like I once was with a friend, we were traveling and he wanted me to hop a turnstile. It was like very late at night, the train was here and I could not physically force myself to do it. Like he was like yelling, like, come on, do it. Like no, but I was trying so hard to make my body cross the line, and it's like embedded in my physical being to like be unable to do stuff like that, which is really annoying.
So you're not free to take action.
So it's that was I think the most annoying part of my upbringing.
Would you classify as like suffering?
At the time, yeah, definitely. Well, it's confusing because like when I was a child, it was just painful in the sense that like things suck, but it was placed in a meaning framework, right? Like it is good, it is virtuous to submit to your parents and do what they want. If they tell you to say goodbye to your best friend forever and never talk to them again, you go do that without complaining. And so like I would go do something like that, and I would like it would suck. It really was like concretely painful, but it was also placed in this narrative where I was like fulfilling some sort of greater purpose.
Sure.
And so it's very confusing to refer to it as suffering because there's so many painful things we do today that are placed in a greater purpose that, like, I think I would agree with. Like, I go get a medical procedure done, that sucks, but I'm like, this is helping me in the long run. But like, say if I got abducted to an alien planet and they're like, by the way, all of those medical procedures you got done, like, you didn't have to get them done, those are totally unnecessary, then I might get really upset about it.
I wouldn't trust those aliens though, because they probably want to do different medical procedures. I saw a thumbnail for a video that I'm proud of myself for not clicking on, about a man who was claiming that he has aliens. And I was like,
for not clicking on that?
Because I was wondering, because I'll probably watch it for like 20 minutes, and then I should be doing work.
Oh, I see.
So like and I'm actually happy because I get to imagine all the different possibilities that it could have been for that man who was.
Do you have like a really high like resting happiness state?
Yes, yeah. It's probably like a mushroom state, yeah.
Wow. Do you do mushrooms?
I've done mushrooms before. It was very awesome. Like more intensely awesome. But because I was just looking at nature, it makes nature even more beautiful, I think. But it's already pretty beautiful. I haven't done MDMA. People say that I should. Yeah. Anyway, but I'm already what did you call it? Resting happiness state?
Resting happiness.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. But it's not like some of it is genetic that you're able to notice the beauty in the world, and some of it is practiced where you realize focusing on negative things in life, like unproductively, is it just doesn't help your mind flourish. So like you just notice that, and it's like, I think people with like depression learn that, or like probably trauma too. Is like there's certain triggers. Like if you suffer from depression, you have to kind of consciously know there's going to be triggers that will force you to spiral down. So just avoid those triggers. Some people have that with diet, food, and so on. So I just don't like whenever there's shitty things happening with shitty people. Unless I can help, unless I can somehow help, why focus on it? Yeah. Anyway, back to your upbringing. What was the journey of escaping that?
I left home like kind of early because my dad and I were not getting along by the time I was a teenager. But I was still Christian for a while, and I lost my faith after I think I moved over. And I started having friends that weren't religious or like weren't raised in this super conservative environment that I came from. And I think this was not conscious at the time. This is my hindsight story. But I believe that like being exposed to a culture in which I had the capacity to believe like allowed my brain to actually seriously consider the thought that maybe all of this stuff was untrue, that I'd been taught like 6,000-year-old earth and evolution is a lie, microevolution, all of this stuff. Because like when you're immersed in an environment like that, I don't think you actually have a choice. Like your brain has to believe these things because this is a survival thing. Like if you believe this, you'll be if you believe the wrong thing, you'll be totally cast out. Even if they're not going to cast you out, you're going to be cast out in like communion with others. Because you're always told that you can't like trust non-believers. Really, they don't have a moral compass. They're going to screw you over. And so I'm like, I can't be that. Like everybody's going to outcast me entirely. Yeah. So anyway, I don't think I actually had the capacity to seriously question my faith, even though I thought that I was questioning it quite hard, until I got into an environment where it was safe to do so. And once I started being able to make friends who were not religious, I'm like, if I lose my faith, I'm still going to have some sort of community. And then at that time, I was some questioning, and I lost my faith.
So in that, given your friends, given your situation, you now have the freedom to think, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Or at least the ability to think of something that was acceptable in the culture, yeah.
Without, is there a danger of like adopting the beliefs of the new culture? So like, there's some aspect of just being able to think freely, which you were able to do when you were growing up. Just to think, like look at the world and wonder how it works, that kind of thing.
But you work it within certain boundaries. Like there's certain basic assumptions, and as long as you were following those basic assumptions, which is, to be fair, it's like kind of what we're doing now. Like have I done the personal research that like evolution is the thing that's going on? Have I looked at like the age of the stones? No, I haven't. I'm trusting other people.
Yeah.
What I think is like a fair choice to make given where I'm at right now.
But you're also assuming like there's causality in the universe, time is real.
Yeah.
That first of all, the thing that your senses are perceiving is real. You're assuming a lot of things.
Yeah, I think like it's better just to become aware of the assumptions you're making, like as opposed to not making those assumptions at all. Like you have to assume something. And I did. It's very suspicious, right, that I went out of this very conservative culture, and now, I guess I don't believe things that are super in line with the current culture. I think this is why I feel a little bit safer right now, because like when I was Christian, I believed generally Christian things, but now I believe a bunch of things like people really hate. Like I get canceled online all the time. I'm like, okay, this is a sign that maybe you're thinking independently if you're like able to think things that are completely at odds with people around you. And to be fair, this is a little bit easier to do when it's like general culture. But it's much harder to do with your peer group. Like the people that you trust, your friends, the people whose opinions you respect, like disagreeing with those people is very difficult and not very good at it.
Yeah, I do think that if you establish yourself as a person who can be trusted and is a good human being, you have a lot more freedom to then explore ideas that are different from your peer group. So like those seem, if you separate the space of ideas versus some kind of like deeper sense of what this person is, like they're an interesting and trustworthy and good human being.
Well, like, is there somebody that you respect who you consider significantly smarter than you? And can you imagine believing an idea that you've heard them talk really disdainfully about? Like, how would you feel coming on me like, I believe this thing that you find to be?
Yeah, I do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe braver than me. And to be fair, I support doing this. Like I try to do this, but I think like subconsciously, I notice that I don't do it as much, and so I'm suspicious of myself. I'm like, oh, I wonder if I'm hiding from myself like actual curiosity about things that might deviate from my peer group, because I notice that I'm not actually deviating with them as much as I do with the outside world.
That's interesting. I mean, like, because I do see most people I interact with are smarter than me, but I also have this intuitive feeling that the dumb people, which I consider myself being, have wisdom. So, like, in the disagreement, actually, I also believe in the power of conversation and in the tension of disagreement. So I think even just disagreeing from a good place, from a place of like love and respect for each other, I think I just believe in that. So it's not like individuals are disagreeing; they're like working towards arriving at some deeper truth together, right? Even if the other person is smarter. Maybe that's how I justify it for myself. I'm also a fan of conversations because like I've seen just listening to conversations. It seems like a great conversation more emerges from it than the sum of its parts, right? Like somehow two people together can do like that dance of ideas can somehow create a cool thing. By the way, I saw a video of you dancing at a bar drunk. It wasn't the bar drunk. He didn't look drunk, but just the dancing. It was like ballroom dancing type of thing. I was like, yeah,
something like that.
I've been doing a bit of tango dancing. I like it.
Argentine?
I like stuff with body in general, like wrestling. Like usually when there's a tension, you have to understand the mechanics of how two bodies move when they're in conflict. And dancing is similar.
Like you have to do like rapid thinking, also like rapid intuitive physical thinking, and that's my favorite kind of thing. Like a lot of exercise is really boring to me because you can just do it while your brain's off. But something like ballroom dancing, fusion dancing, like you have to constantly be like figuring out like it's a rapid puzzle, and that's so much fun.
What's fusion dancing?
That's the video. It's fusion dancing is like if you have any sort of dance background, you can come and just kind of mix those together.
Oh,
so you have like people doing ballet, with people doing ballroom, with people doing blues.
Cool. And then there's an interesting dynamic because there's, I don't know, maybe you can correct me, but there's that's very meta. There's usually a lead and a follow. I guess most dances have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that, but both have a different. Like you both have to be quite sensitive to the other human beings in a different way. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
So I like both that there is that definitive role, but also like it's not somehow that one is better than the other. There's an interesting tension between the two.
Yeah. It's cool because it's like a basic skill set that allows for a ton of expression. I've recently started to experiment with like reverse leading. It's not like back leading. It's like, I don't know. Like sometimes I'll like
so you can
lead and move.
Oh, you can.
When I'm typically following, I'll like occasionally throw in a little lead here and there.
But don't you kind of follow it? Oh, I see. Don't you hint at a lead when you're following? Like, don't you just by the dynamics of your movement? You're not perfectly following. I mean, because there is like the lead is listening to your body, right?
Yeah,
So like you're kind of both figuring out what you do next.
it's true. I'm a very good follower though.
Okay.
So I'm an invisible follow. You do a move. It's like
Oh, interesting.
I'm not like good at tech.
I didn't know those existed. Like a perfect follow.
Oh, yeah,
So you can perfect follow.
I do. I'm not great at technique, and sometimes I'll fall over. But like the following part, I'm pretty good at.
Do you enjoy it?
Yeah. It's a very fast physical puzzle you have to solve. It's like typing. I really like typing. That's why I was inquiring about your keyboard earlier.
Why you like that?
Because it's like the very fast, like really rapid response. What's the reaction time? I like things that like have very fast reaction times. Like games like that.
But typing is not a reaction. Or is it the brain generating words? And you're like, how's typing a reaction?
Well, okay, the sensation that I get when I am typing is the kind of thing that I'm trying to play at. So maybe reaction time is not quite. I don't know what the term is, but whatever that thing is, like the thing where you have to like look at a word and then communicate it into your fingers.
Yeah.
It feels like dancing.
Like you're responding to your brain. Your fingers are doing the responding to the brain to generate the words.
Making your body do what your brain wants to do, like fast and precisely.
Well, then you might not like this keyboard because it makes it easier to do that. Probably like the struggle, right?
Well, I mean, it looks hard because it looks like it's high depression on the keys.
No. So, I see. Yes, more than like a hot dog keyboard, but like that you don't have to. One of the main things is you don't have to move your fingers at all. So like for example, a lot of people you have a backspace up in the top right corner. So if you have to make mistakes, it's just like, I mean, that's like so metaphorical. Every mistake you have to like really hurt yourself for. You have to like stretch for the backspace.
There's that poetic narrative again. Everything has a lot of everything.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I don't, and I see it as a good thing, as like a romantic element. For me, it's my interpretation of the world. Yes, but you left Raleigh. How did you end up working at a factory?
I tried to go to college, but I couldn't afford it.
Did you like it?
I remember it just being really slow. I remember being shocked that the teachers didn't care. Like I was used to homeschooling, and where I don't know, like it just like it meant something. It felt like the people around me that were teaching me, because we had like a mom's group also, like directly cared about what I was learning, and I would be able to ask questions, and they would like really respond. And it's like homeschooling groups where a bunch of moms who are homeschooling their kids get together and then teach each other's kids.
Oh, cool. And they have different like interests, capabilities, kind of.
And sometimes if some of the kids are really good, you have the older kids teaching the other ones too. So it's very like everybody figures out what they should do and they should do. So that was like really awesome. Which I think is a pretty great setup. Honestly, I think my childhood kind of sucked in a lot of ways, but it was excellent for me. Mainly because it just had so much free time. Like I just did like 2 or 3 hours of school and then did whatever the fuck I wanted for the rest of the day. And I got to actually pursue skills that are still useful for me to this day. So
even in that constrained environment.
Like I read fantasy books and I wrote so much. And now I'm writing a lot in a blog. So
what kind of fantasy books, like sci-fi type stuff?
More classic, like I read kind of like Saki and the E.E. Knight and of course Lily Graham.
I don't know any of this. What is this? What is this? Like a romance? Is it like this romance?
Fantasy, like dragons and
dragons. Got it. You didn't mention Tolkien.
I read Tolkien.
All right. Well, it's beautiful. You love dragons. How did you end up in the fact that you tried school?
Yeah. High school had a couple months and I was like, well, I'm poor and I was trying to take any job. I was like applying for student jobs and then I got a factory in my parents because my parents no financial help at all. They're like, you pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, you know. So anyway, I was working factory and I just sucked ass. Do not recommend it. I worked till like 4 a.m. Working weekends too. It was terrible. And so I did that for about a year. And I was like, I was trying to grit my teeth. to be like, this is my life, right? But I didn't have a high expectations for my life. I was just like, I thought like if you get a job where you don't have to be at your feet all the time, that's really a good life. But and then I got another job recently with a photographer, and then I think I've mentioned it at the time.
Why did you for it?
I was just like, and really bad at connecting with people in the outside world. Like, I was pretty good as a counselor at the school, but in the outside world, especially with all the like hierarchy submission stuff being to me, like literally being to me, it was very difficult for me to interact with other people who were like older than me or had any sort of counselor involved. So they hired me to do like for people, and then I was rapidly turned out that I was bad at this, so they fired me. But at that point, I left my factory job and I couldn't go back to the factory. So I had some savings and I slept on friends' couches and I tried various self-employment stuff. I mean, I can do product photography or something, but that's Idaho, you know. And if you're like a 19-year-old who don't experience the outside world at all, it was really difficult. And so I had a friend recommend, and I tried becoming a camp girl. So that's how it started.
What is camping? What is being a cam girl?
Camming is like you talk to the camera live on the screen, like you live stream. It's kind of like Twitch. And people are typing in the chat like, I do this stuff, and then the people can tip you money, and then you can do things in response, like, oh, if you tip me 100 tokens, you know, I'll take my shirt off or something like that.
And like, what's the site where you're using the type My Free Cams? Is that a popular site? And how did what were the next steps? Like, did you enjoy it?
Oh, well, it was the first time I had actual control of the time. And I made like actual money, and so I just exploded into it. I thought about it nonstop. I was streaming all the time. I was like coming up with like new creative things. And the thing is, like, I don't know. There's something about public school that I ended up living in a house with cam girls, full of other girls who got public school, and I don't know how much of it is genetic or like just because I'm weird or is it because of our upbringing. But I felt like I was fearless and much more weird and creative online than other people were. Not because they weren't awesome people, but because I think like public school, I got the impression based on what I'm talking about it, that sort of like beats out any sort of deviance from you. Like
more so than your. I got the.
And we had moral deviance, but like you can do whatever.
Creative
deviance wasn't so much. Like I didn't have other kids making fun of me ever. I don't think I ever heard this about my physical appearance as a child or teenager once.
So your father was basically saying you're not good enough with the collection.
So that was like moral.
Moral. Yeah.
Like I'm not virtuous.
Oh.
Like in various ways. Like you're lazy. Mostly the part. I have ADHD or something. And I was not gonna do it as a kid either. I would just totally forget all the time.
Is there some sexual repression aspect to that? Like, you know how they say that there's it's not just homeschooling, it's just like Catholic girls and so on. It's because like there's more forbidden to do certain things. Like there's a kind of liberating feeling of saying, like, basically rediscovering yourself, rediscovering the freedom by doing just diving head first into sexuality, to your own sexuality. Is there some aspect of that?
Yeah, absolutely to some degree. I think that like people kind of model it slightly. Like I think there's like, but when I first got out of the house, for me, freedom was like going outside at 2 a.m. or like eating chocolate. You know, on days that I previously not eat chocolate. Like that was like a really intense expression of rebellion for me. And I think people like don't think of this. Like I got out a lot of my like intense rebellion through things that people don't consider to be rebellious at all.
Sure.
Like I wore a bikini.
Yeah.
Insane.
It's like walked around and hit like, I can do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so like this was most of that emotional processing for me. And it took me a couple of years from leaving home and all of that conservative culture into doing sex work. And in the meantime, I did try having sex with people, but this was mainly because I didn't know what the norms were. I didn't really understand. I was just like, okay, take things logically, take things one step at a time. I'm like, okay, if whole preach that that's not the way that things are supposed to go. That what is the way things are supposed to go? I was like, well, if I'm aroused, I should have sex with someone, right? Is there any reason not to? No. So I went and just go around asking random people to have sex with me.
Did you have any peer pressure saying like, that's not good or that it's good? Or like did you feel any kind of society in any direction? Or you were independently just thinking like from first principles?
I think, I'm not saying it was a sure that I was experiencing society telling me this is bad. But you have to know, like, I was watching little movies when I was a teen. Like, we watched Christian movies, our the stuff that we watched was filtered. Like, I watched the Titanic, and I had no idea that George had sex because it was put through a filtered.
Did they?
Yeah, they went and, you know, he painted her naked.
Yeah.
There's a scene in a car. All the shit.
Car.
Yeah, they had like stored cars in storage, and there was this hand. I watched it again later.
I don't like the sex.
Well, maybe you also put the
No, maybe
version.
maybe it's the filter. I see like the couple in the Notebook also have sex. So maybe for romantic movies, I focus on the romance. Maybe, right? And the sex scenes are always like weirdly filmed
Yeah.
because it's never. I mean, it doesn't. It feels more like romantic sex. I guess that's the main focus of this, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's sex. That's good to know. I'll go back and watch.
You have your own
just the-
filter on your.
And once you realize that the like the foundation of the beliefs were wrong, then everything might be wrong, and you kind of just do it.
Yeah.
First principles.
And again, like, not totally separate from culture, but also I think in general I also have a predisposition to be like, you know, fuck what culture tells you. Just figure out what's right for you and do it. And so that mixed with, you know, the figuring things out from first principles. I did eventually figure out that I didn't like having casual sex with just anybody quite as much. So I stopped that, but it took me a while to figure that out.
What's the negative of casual sex?
That's just like not good. I mean, if you like figure out the chemistry you have with someone better, then it can be a lot nicer. But I wasn't doing that. I was just like somebody I met. And I'm like, you seem kind of cute. Okay. Like, I didn't bother to try and develop any chemistry. I mean, I didn't.
Even outside of sex, just chemistry, like human chemistry,
Yeah,
conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like kind of cringy, but I would like to walk up to guys or send them messages like, would you like to have coitus? Is what I would say.
You would say coitus.
I said that.
I mean, it's cute, boy.
I mean, it has to go out significantly, so they probably didn't care that much. Wait, I'm saying that, like, I had a lot of rebellion out of my system by the time I started texting.
Yeah.
So, like, for me, like, maybe I'm sure it was somehow related because we were extremely sexually repressed. I remember the day I learned I had a vagina, which was absolutely horrifying. Do not recommend figuring out you have another orifice in your body. But, like,
Do you want to share the process of you figuring out that you had a vagina? Oh, like intellectually, like somebody said
you have
you have a vagina, and that was horrifying to you.
Yeah. I didn't know I had, because you weren't supposed to ever like touch or look at yourself ever. So I never did. It was really disgusting. And so I had no idea that what was going on in my genital region. And so one day my mom sat me down and was like, 9 or 10. And she was like, you have there's another?
What?
And you're going to bleed out of it, is what she told me.
Oh.
You're going to bleed out of it for a while. And I was just like, what the fuck, Mom? I didn't know the word sign was, but I would have said that if I had known.
When did you first learn the word fuck?
Oh, I think I learned it when I was at the playground, and it was written somewhere, and I read it out loud, and then the kid next to me started giggling.
Did you say fuck again in a while?
I think the next time I swore the first time I was 18. Like, intentionally said this for everyone.
Did you feel good?
I was like really nervous. I was like nervous. I mean, fuck's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, so that's camming. I mean, what are the pros and cons of camming? I mean, how does OnlyFans happen to this? Did you switch to OnlyFans at some point?
I did, yeah. I came for like 5 or 6 years, and I burnt out eventually.
What are the good aspects? What are the bad aspects?
Well, the good aspects are it's your own terms. You get to decide. Everything about it is under your control, which I loved at the time. I was like, I can work it when I want, how I want, any sort of expression. I experimented, and I was very successful. I spent about $20 an hour, which for that website was pretty good. I had elaborate routines as a mime. I would do, like, dress up as a mime and then dress up a chair, and I would seduce the chair.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, or like.
So was there an artistic element to it almost?
Yeah, I had
Did
like
you
notes.
the chair? You had notes?
No, I was fine.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah, get it straight, dude.
You know what I really feel like? I'm asking you some really dumb questions. You're intelligent. Did you ask chair questions? I was a mind idiot. Okay, I'm sorry. But there's gnomes. Big gnomes, small gnomes, long gnomes. You seduce the long gnome on the chair. The gnomes.
There were some chair. I did a photo set which I submitted to Reddit where I got abducted. I was like stripping, taking my clothes off, and then slowly the gnomes surrounded me in the background that dragged me off. And I did this as a photo set, and I didn't feel consensual in the photos, but but it was the top post of the. It was very successful on Reddit, basically. It was the top post of Wild, and 11th top post of all time on Reddit.
Which I think probably just means it's artistic, it's interesting, it's edgy, it's funny, so it's really well done.
It was really shocking that nobody else was doing anything creative this time.
Yeah.
Like for me, it was like breathing. Like you're just doing sex and you're bored. I'm like, what do you do? Oh, let's try something fun. Like it's just the natural progression, and it felt to me like there was almost no competition. Like I would just be really creative and like immediately was the top safe word post on Reddit. Like I didn't even try that hard, and so it's really shocking to me that other women who are doing this sort of thing.
Is that still the case? Like that, there's not as much because it's from my sort of outside perspective, that seems to be still the case. Like there's not as you described it, that's kind of cool. It's like almost like playing, like having fun with sexuality almost.
Yeah.
But that does require kind of thinking through. It's almost like a creative project, like a photography project, almost like a little skit.
Yeah. It's this vibe of like how can you bring like vibrant novelty to whatever you're doing, anything you're doing. And I really like doing this with surveys too. Like I've been doing a lot of standard surveys, but I'm also like experimenting with novel, creative, artistic surveys. Like how do you ask a question in a way that's like beautiful and unusual and like a thing is completely groundbreaking? Like nobody's ever like
always make everything so poetic and romantic. It's disgusting. But yes, I think you have that engine in your head that's creative. Like, yeah, the way you ask the question is not trivial to do, like, or it's actually very difficult to do. Like, good survey questions. And we were joking, like, yeah, almost like poetic, because you have to ask a question in a way that doesn't lead to the answer.
Yes.
Like, you have to kind of inspire them to think and then indirectly get at the truth. It's an art form, honestly.
Yeah, and also in a way where they don't interpret the question, because it's amazing how any question you think, oh, this is the clearest question possible. No, you're wrong. It has to be clear.
Right, willingly or unknowingly, because like you also have to defend against that question being criticized later when you publish about it. All of that you have to think about.
Yeah, I think this might be my greatest strength. I'm not very good at statistics. I'm not like great at presenting data, but I think probably my greatest strength is in fact survey design and like question phrasing. Because I have created so many thousands of polls, and every single one I get people telling me like the way to interpret the poll. So it's like gone through fire. And then again, I am testing the phrasings all the time. Like what happens if you slightly shift phrasings? And I'll do the same question test over time to see how it changes and the way that the framing affects the results.
What?
So the good
yeah, why?
Good.
Intelligence.
Freedom to be also be
Really
creative.
fucking annoying. I've met chicks like this.
And that is just really exhausting. The site the way it's structured is that you're ranking on the site, and thus the people that see you, unless the amount of money you earn,
Would you
is
though?
affected by the amount of money.
Even with as many chicks
on
as
average,
dudes she's done?
60 days.
Yeah, she would.
So that if you're streaming and nobody's there, this means that you're going to be jumping down at the rankings, which is going to make it harder in the future.
So it's just your nature.
Yeah, so it's very high pressure. Like if you're on, you need to be making money as fast as you can if you want to continue to make money. So that was really stressful. It was very mentally taxing. I would do it for a couple of hours and just completely exhausted because you're just like on as hard as you can. And that's why I have a little bit of streaming. Like I've considered streaming. I try a little bit, and I'm like I haven't fully integrated the fact that you don't have to be like maximally entertaining every single second yet. You can actually just chill out and take it slow, and nothing bad happens.
Yeah. You can just enjoy silence.
Yeah.
Did you feel lonely doing it? I mean, even just streamers feel lonely.
I moved into a house of cameras.
Did that make it better or worse?
They're great. I'm still friends with them today.
Oh, so it was like a team, almost like we're in this kind of together.
Yeah. So we would like work together and stream together, swap our clothes and stuff. It was great.
Swap ideas too.
Swap ideas, yeah.
And actually, on a small tangent, maybe a big tangent, what do you think is the recent controversy of Andrew Tate and he came to pass family camming business, and he being accused of sex trafficking. What do you think, like from your own experience? What do you understand about him? Is he a good person? Is he a bad person? Is there something shady about his practices?
I wish I could answer, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all.
At all.
I've heard people talking about it, I just haven't bothered to go through.
Great
It's well
answer.
known
Same here.
that, like, when I was doing the Eastern European models, there's something different going on. There's like a about, there's the Eastern European models, and then there's everybody else.
They're what? It's like darker or something like
Like,
that?
they do studios, and they're lower quality.
Which means what?
Like, the studios are go into like a warehouse, and then they have set up a little like things that replicate bedrooms. They're just like stalls, and then you rent out or you pay the studio a percentage of your income. And you can tell when something looks like a studio, it's like a type of background. If you're like watching it, it kind of starts to notice patterns.
So like the standards are lower than the ethical boundaries are a little looser.
Yeah.
Of how people are treated.
It's unbelievable. I never knew anything about the ethical side. I just knew that it was like lower quality. Like the girls seemed like they were less into it, and like hairdress.
How does this all interplay with like sex trafficking? So consensual versus non-consensual.
I was shocked because there were never any consensual dating. I mean, I guess it's like if we're going to have I'm surprised if it were in fact models. Based on this is outdated, thinking of my stereotypes back when I can.
Sure. So some of that stereotypes versus like looking good data, right?
Yeah, I haven't done data on Camgirl.
It's hard. It's even hard to get that data, right?
Yeah,
obviously a really important problem.
There's a method that I've tried and I really like. I designed a survey type which is like asking people who you know.
Yeah.
Like who do you know who's done this? And you tell me like, oh, if you know anybody who's a doctor, if you know anybody who has had cancer or like smokes or
Personally.
Yeah, personally, just if you know anybody. And then if you ask them about a whole bunch of things, you can calibrate the responses. So like if your population, 20% of them are doctors, then you know the actual doctors, then you can tell like how this is corresponding, like what is the visibility of doctors.
So you can reconstruct the graph.
Basically, yeah. And we can do this with sex trafficking. Of course, people are going to be like, well, sex trafficking is not visible. People, you don't know those. Like, well, then we can ask about other non-visible things that other people don't know, and we do have data for that. Like homelessness or being in jail or like if you have been like sexually assaulted. A lot of people don't like talking about if they've been sexually assaulted. So you can do a whole bunch of things that are like similarly suppressed in knowledge in some way that we do actually have rates for, and then compare that to the graph of ask people if you know anybody who's sex trafficking.
Yeah.
So and again, this is not perfect. I'm not saying this is.
You can infer things. You can infer things about that graph.
But and say we don't have good ways of measuring sex trafficking right now. Anyway, I did a big deep dive into the research that we have at sex trafficking in the Western world, and the actual I read the studies and like reports about the studies, and it's really beautiful. We have terrible data. It's like there's just like vague estimations made from one guy in a basement in the 80s. It's like that's like the basis for like one big study that like a lot of people report on. It is, and so I'm like, okay, so the method I'm proposing obviously is not perfect, but like the bar is so low.
Well, I wonder also if there's ways to design a survey that gets at the victims of sex trafficking also, which is they presumably have public access to the internet. And I wonder how many of them are distinctly aware that they're victims. Like, it's asking the question, when you're inside of a toxic relationship, are you inside of a toxic relationship? If the toxic relationship is truly toxic, sometimes your mind is fucked with, right? You don't even know what's true.
Yeah.
So it's interesting if you can design surveys that break through that. So basically, get data on how many people are getting sex trafficked directly.
Oh yeah, like if you don't frame it, like if you don't say the word sex trafficking, you're like, are you in a situation where
and maybe through the survey, that's very bad, but through the survey help them.
I did this is what started my relationship surveys. So I did a series of relationship surveys. That was because I knew somebody in a terrible relationship. And I was like, I bet if she took a survey where she answered questions about her relationship and at the end got a score that compared her to everybody else, she'd be like, oh wait, everybody else has much better relationships than I do. So that's why I started making relationship surveys. So it was exactly for that reason.
Yeah, that's really, really, really powerful to know that like you're not crazy for thinking this is a bad relationship.
Right. Or I think like the actual question is like, could you do better if you broke up? I think that the thing that keeps most people in their relationships is like, this is the best that I can do. Like, this is normal. And if it were normal, I would say that they are right. Like, if we live in a culture where everybody is abusing they're people in their relationships, then yeah, you what are you going to do? Break up and then just be alone for the rest of your life? Most people don't want to do that.
But now comparing yourself to the average is to know.
No, your options are.
At least understand it, because I think more of us not always like this conversation is not always great. Meaning this conversation is what you think about normal. Okay, and that was a tangent about a niche passion, which is really fascinating that you play those kinds of ideas of circuit design. But back to camming. So, what were the cons? What were the negatives of camming?
And like the exhaustion of just like life, like the high pressure. Yeah. That was probably the worst thing.
So now, what about the interaction with different people? Like the dynamics of the interaction with the fans, I guess.
I had a great time. I mean, obviously it wasn't perfect because it's the internet, but I don't know. And this is a thing that confuses me a lot, because a lot of women that I know complain about being harassed by men quite a lot. They're like, men are always broken harassed. You have to be paranoid in the club. People are like, they're always picking on you, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, get away from it. And I do not have that experience. Or like maybe I do, like interpreting it. I feel like I don't know. The thing is, I don't know what causes me to have such a different experience from these women that are like really feel like hostile towards men. And my guess is that there's some sort of like very subtle signaling that we're accidentally doing. But like no fault of our own. I'm not saying it's virtue. I'm saying like maybe it's just genetic or the fact that that the women are doing. Yeah, like that, and it might be just something that completely accidentally, through no intention, like happening to signal the thing that is causing men to not view me as like a desirable target, or like a target at all.
What about the flip side? Maybe you're not sensitive to the creepy stare.
Yeah, that also might be true.
The dude who's like as undressing with his eyes, that in a creepy way, that you're just not worried about it. You're not touched, like that. The fear of that, the anxiety of that, the unpleasantness of that just doesn't hit you.
I think that's also
The punishment.
part of it, maybe all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's some evidence for it. I think often like guys will do a thing and I'm just like, that's a thing, cool. I don't have any negative response whatsoever.
That's call back to the time. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Good to know that can.
Like I once had like a homeless guy like ask me to come back to my place, baby, and I was like, this is fun.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, do you want me to? I love asking them like, are you trying to get me to have sex with you? Just like saying it out front, and they'll be like, well. And usually they stop for a minute, like, well, yeah, I mean, I would like to have sex. I'll be like, thanks for asking, but I'm not interested in having sex with you. Have a good day. And then walk away. And that's great. I don't know. I have no issues with the interaction, but like maybe this is the kind of thing that other women would find to be really offensive.
So you have that conversation, and it doesn't turn into like a threatening feel.
No,
Like with a homeless guy.
no, I've never had that. But I think there's just something. I think I'm doing something. Like again, this is kind of accidental. Like I just am like this always, and I think I just happen to be like this at people that they don't expect it. Like they don't expect me to be like really nice while explicitly asking them what their intentions are. Like directly putting my finger on the thing that like, oh, you're trying to have sex with me, and then also not judging them for it. I think this like throws people off a little bit so they don't get aggressive. Like, oh, you're autistic or something.
Even the cloak of anonymity on the internet, you're getting.
Yeah, I just think I'm just not reactive, and maybe I'm moving off. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's a feedback loop. So I had a very good experience. I know not everybody did. Generally, people reported having antagonistic experiences, but when I was camping, I generally really liked. People were really nice to me. Had a great time. Made friends.
So you also did OnlyFans, as you mentioned, and I read on the website, it's very investigative reporting that some months you've made over $100,000 on OnlyFans. How did that feel?
Great, really great.
I mean, like, well, actually, because so much of your upbringing, you didn't have money. You had to struggle with the factory job and so on. Maybe a good person to ask. Money by happiness.
Well, I mean, I think you get like a resting set point of happiness regardless of how much money you have. But money can buy being less stress, I would say.
Is there a lot of variation in the basic rest happiness for humans in general? Like, is that a good thing?
I mean, they've done some studies based on like the Stanford lecture. I haven't actually read the studies, so maybe they didn't replicate where like they measure people before and after winning a bunch of money to see if their happiness is higher.
Yeah.
And I think like it's by some measures it was, by some it wasn't.
I mean, like basically almost genetically so nature nurture, but is there after you're 18, is there like some stable level of happiness?
Any person who tells
that
you
all
that
the
they know on what
environmental
day,
factors combine to create, so that everything that life throws at you has to face that happiness. Like you mentioned earlier, that I seem to be happy with a lot of stuff. So maybe I have a certain amount of privilege, other people have a lower level, some people have a higher level.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, is that a useful, or is that a useful model for me, or is it all ups and downs? Like, is it all like there's no
like,
state?
right? Like, I don't know. Some people just are happier than others in general, and other people aren't. But then you also have ups and downs. Like, I'm sure you've experienced sadness sometimes and happiness the other times.
Like, if I actually integrate, have an integral on the area of the curve, I don't know if I'm different than other people. Maybe I'm just like really focused on the happy moments and maybe feel the down moments intensely. And maybe that, like, on average, is all the same. Is that possible?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Like, I remember when I was a kid, my mom would call me Pollyanna all the time. So I was like finding the good in everything.
Well, yeah.
I'd be like, so
You were a happy kid.
I was a really happy kid, yeah.
Even in harsh conditions.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like, it comes from the bad meaning. Like, and I had good meaning. Like,
You were still.
yeah.
With another reading next week, tune in. Marcus Aurelius meditation. All right. Camming 100K. So fuck. So it's crazy though, right? You can just like take clothes off in a creative way with some else and make it 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, there's more to it than that, but yeah.
What was it? What's the
I mean, it's
process?
hard. Like, so with my free cams, I was unusual in that I decided to do outside of the website marketing. I like to post on Reddit, right? This was very new at the time, but like OnlyFans is structured such that they would have almost no internal discovery whatsoever. So if you want people to come to your page, you have to go out on the external websites and advertise for yourself directly. Very different model. And so this is something that I had already been doing, already practiced in, and so I think I was like already quite advanced. Like I already had an account on Reddit that was like 7 years old at the time. Tons of like karma that means I could post in subreddits. I'd already been on Twitter for years, you know, like posting actively. So like I already had a presence on all these other platforms that really helped with conversion.
Reddit and Twitter.
Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok.
And you were still advertising creatively. So like, there's like sexuality, but there's also like creative sexuality and ideas.
Yeah, like one of the really popular ones was I like molested myself as a mime using a one arm through a jacket, and so the jacket looked like it. The jacket looked like it was alive, you know, and that one did really well.
Did you like brainstorm with somebody? Like I recently got to hang out with Mr. Mason.
Was it a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Friday, a Saturday, or a Sunday? Question mark. We do not know. Comma. No one knows. Comma. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday are conventions.
You know, it's just me. Like I had people look like kind of like this. You know, you just sit alone. You're like, well, that would be a good idea. And I've seen you should collect ideas over time. Like I've seen somebody doing a version of like this animated hand act like when I was a kid, and I just always stuck in my head. And one day I was like, I bet I could do that. And then when I was trying to think of ideas to do as a sex worker, I was like, why don't I just try that? And then it turned out to be like really quite a viral hit.
Is there stuff like you mentioned too edgy? Like Mr. Beast tries to keep it PG. Do you try to keep it PG-13?
Well, with the sex advertising stuff, I mean, sex advertising is obviously not PG-13.
What is
it's not
beyond that?
Family friendly. It is X. Like the one I'm describing to you at some point, like you can see my boob.
So the boob is X.
The boob is, I guess.
Not R.
Yeah,
I think you can show boob.
Yeah, maybe X is like if you got sort of rhythmic motion going on.
Maybe that's solid, but the rhythmic motion not. You can have one or the other. You can have both. You can have both.
That's when we hit the X there.
Okay.
So definitely not family. I mean, with this sex advertising stuff, like guys like vanilla shit. Guys want basic hot girl. You can do something like kind of sexy creative, like in right now, so like with self molestation, right? But those are still pretty within the normal boundaries.
What do you mean, guys like vanilla stuff?
I mean, most guys like vanilla stuff.
What's vanilla stuff?
Like,
See, you talk about fetishes. I think my looking window on what is vanilla is expanding quickly after following your work. Yeah, what's
I actually have done like studies on what is vanilla. Like I've done a couple different surveys where I ask people like how taboo is this thing, and I've like a rating from least to most taboo.
By the way, I don't appreciate the beauty of vanilla ice cream.
You don't? It is really good though.
You eat vanilla ice cream.
I eat vanilla ice cream.
I think there's just so many more options. It's like the absence of creativity.
I mean, if you put in like some chocolate chips or something.
Yeah, they already made March thing. Start. Okay, so what's vanilla? And why do guys like vanilla? So hot girl doing hot girl things? What, like dressing and then sex?
The thing that I found was most successful were frames where the man was framed as passive and the woman is active, or like, for example, like, oh, you know, we got assigned to the same bunk at the breeding school or something, or like, oh, we're the last people on Earth, right? Or like, oh no, you know, I desperately need somebody to like cure me with this disease and I need semen. So it's like in any scenario where the guy just like finds himself such that the woman like desperately needs him for some reason and he doesn't have to do much. That is like typically one of the much more successful things. Like guys like women falling into their lap.
What about the power dynamic?
So guys are less than the power dynamics than women are. And you can do power dynamics as long as it's like handed to them. And some guys, obviously, some guys are like very dominant, like prefer like having to work, but this is the minority. Like if you're trying to make $100K a month and you're trying to appeal to the widest group of people, the most effective advertising, you're not going to be making the most money by being like, particularly submissive.
So on the camming side of this, you're unlike escorting or personal relationships. You're trying to. You have an audience. You have like a theater full of people.
Like with live camming?
You have live camming.
Yeah, like a live theater.
Does that freak you out? There's just a bunch of people watching.
How do you feel right now?
I don't know that much because it's not live.
No, it's just not. So like it might as well be they could be watching.
I feel like there's just the two of us. I don't know. And there's like sometimes I imagine it's a third person.
God?
Usually not God. I usually imagine either a guy or girl or a couple just sitting there for some reason. Usually on the beach, usually high, or on some kind of like mushroom, just like listening passively, just kind of looking at the sunset. That's what I imagine.
Well, that's really good. I think it's useful, but when I write my blog posts, sometimes I do terribly, but it's the most effective when I imagine one person writing to try to explain. And like having a high couple watching the sunset is maybe really lovely as a calibration.
I have to say, it is pretty romantic. I've had a chance to meet couples that listen to podcasts together. I don't know why. It seems like intensely romantic because you're not watching TV together. You're listening to a thing. I guess sometimes they watch it, but like you're listening to ideas together. I don't know. It seems
like you're going through the same kind of thought process.
Yeah. That's a really good way to put it. So it's like you're melding. Your thinking is on the same line. Some podcasts do that with movies. I think movies give you a lot more freedom to think about stuff. I feel like your thoughts are aligned. And like especially if the podcast is good, like if it's listening to like a Dan Carlin podcast about history, that you're like on a journey together. Yeah, there's an intimacy in that. Anyway, but I've learned that this couples do that. You know, look, hashtag relationship goals. Go ahead.
That's what you want this year.
With my
Make an application.
Application.
An application for doing it. I mean, maybe this is more of like my strategy and let's be honest, but you have like the right audience.
It's not. Okay, let's just go there. So, because you put together an application for like people that have casual sex with you,
and also dating.
And also dating in a relationship. I love to. So, what is in that application? Because like, you know, I'm sure there's quite a lot of people who like to date you or to sleep with you. Finding the person, it depends what your goals are. I guess relationship with you.
Yeah.
Right. Like for me, I guess it's more intensely selective because it's like a monogamous relationship and committed. Like I'm swinging for the
like
for like the long term. Not like weirdly obsessed with long term, but it's like you just have to have the rest of my life.
Welcome.
It's
How you living, Pip?
all of them definitely activists and I'm looking for a relationship.
Yeah.
Like, which room would you rather go into? Like, if
This
you're
room.
looking for
Yeah, well, but yeah, I guess my preferences are more really strong point, but my preferences are represent the majority probably, right? Because don't most women want monogamous relationship? So, like, I'm okay with either option. Because like statistically speaking,
right, but then you can apply it to like a bunch of other things. Yeah, and this is just a problem if you have like if you have a high volume to filter through and you don't know. Like, it's a good like initial filter. Like, you can take it from like 1,000 people to 20 people and then go on dates with them.
this filter is so anti-romantic. Like what?
This is true. This is not the romantic
These are
narrative
completely different days.
that you're
Like,
very
if
prone
I
to.
feel like how did you two meet? Well, she passed the 3 filters I set up, and I mean, but it's also, can you put a survey the things that you're interested in?
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely think about like the team's engineers, but with engineers, you're okay with truly special engineers because you have to filter because there's like thousands of applications. Like it feels like I worry that you would miss the thing that actually, because something is chemistry, something is magic, you know.
The thing is, you're anyway. Like,
Yeah, you're missing it.
you can just run it, and then in addition, try some of those people, and then go on the dates that you were going to go on with anyway, regardless. It's just the thing that helps like pull someone out of the crowd. Because I dated a guy from my survey. I ran the survey. I assigned point values to 2 questions.
Yeah.
I went on a date with like the top couple people, and then one of them I was like, and I'm still dating him to this day. It was awesome. And I never would have gone on a date with him without the survey.
Can you, if from memory or we can look it up, do you remember what kind of questions were on the survey?
I asked a couple different categories. I asked about like basic life stuff. So like, what kind of relationships, like monogamy versus polyamory, like do you want kids, like where you want to live, like basic things that you need to be compatible. And then I asked like sexual compatibility, like various preferences. And then I had a section about like personality, like I try to ask questions that would do the most effective filtering. So like, what are ways that like I can't give people what they need that like maybe they really want? Like, I'm not very outdoorsy. It's just very common. A lot of people like being outdoorsy. So I asked the question like, how much do you value someone else that you're dating being outdoorsy? If they were yes, I was like, okay, I should probably downgrade.
But what but doesn't polyamory make that really difficult? Because can't they find somebody for the outdoorsy stuff?
Yeah, they could. I mean, like, if you're going to have something, it's like nicer to have to be more compatible than less.
But you were a little bit like, in terms of sexual compatibility, you were able to like yourself know what preferences you have. Like you can.
I think so. I think that one helped a lot with the escorting. Like, the escorting helped a lot with knowing your preferences.
But there's like, out of the giant pool of different preferences, you haven't like a subset that's clearly defined for you. Okay, like dominant, submissive.
Yeah, power dynamic stuff.
Power dynamic. Yeah. Okay. In the not just sexual but in relationship too, like that was that in the survey?
I don't like power dynamics in relationships.
Not defining them, like making it clear in a survey, like asking a question about power dynamics in a relationship.
I don't think I asked about power dynamics in relationships because I just assume most people don't. And there's a lot of things that kind of like.
Most people don't. You're putting together a survey, a systematic survey to understand compatibility. Wouldn't power dynamics inside a relationship that naturally emerge often be part of the question? Or is that hard to question because it naturally emerges?
Well, the thing is, like, a lot of questions sort of overlap in demographic. And if you're making a survey, you want to have the minimum possible questions that give the maximum possible, like, filtering information.
So, wait a minute, right? But that purpose of that survey wasn't to do a good research study. It was to select one subject.
So that's part of it is good. Like, you want to most efficiently filter out. Because, one, like, if you get more people taking the survey, the fewer questions you have, which is good for finding a mate. Like, if you have 5,000 men take the survey, it's better than 1,000 men take.
Don't you want men that would be patient enough and dedicated enough?
Yeah, but like, what if you're like a high-powered man who's like on his lunch break?
Yeah.
Right. So it's like
like a billionaire is too busy just flipping through it. Yeah.
And the guy that I dated he took the survey. He was waiting for the pizza to come out of the oven, and so it was important that it was short. And so you want to be efficient.
Literally pizza.
He was literally waiting for pizza, and he saw. I think it's like, I guess I'll just fill out the survey really fast.
Wow.
It changed our life.
So romantic.
For me, this is my kind of romance. I'm
Yeah.
really into it. But you can be efficient with surveys by like making sure your questions don't overlap. So for example, if somebody's very polyamorous, they're very unlikely to be interested in like a traditional like man works and like and out in the job and the woman stays home and raises the kids kind of relationship. Because poly people just generally don't do that. And so if I'm asking about polyamory, it sort of kind of already covers the thing. And so if I have a whole bunch of questions, like I can kind of like triangulate a bunch of implicit kinds of questions that I haven't directly asked about. So this is why I didn't ask directly about power dynamics, because like from the rest of the questions that are in my survey, like I can pretty accurately predict whether or not you're going to be interested in power dynamics.
But I'm afraid. I'm trying to think as you're talking. I get it. That's really interesting. But that also maybe not for the effectiveness of finding a partner, but for just exploring the process of human sexuality, of like the search, this complicated optimization process we're all engaging in on the landscape of happiness that seems to be this not even a differentiable function. It's a giant nonlinear mess. Okay, but like for me, I don't think I would be able to design that survey. I would like bias it too strongly. Like I would probably prefer women that have read Dostoevsky or something like that. Like that would be a filter for me, right?
Yeah.
But like that's a horrible filter. There's a lot of like there's a lot of amazing people that they don't give a shit about reading, or they don't give a shit about reading Russian literature, or they don't give a shit about, but they're amazing and passionate, creating in some other dimension that you might completely miss. But you're like, I wonder if there's any basically you're saying compatibility, like hard lines that you know statistically is just going to be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, you weight this a lot more.
Yeah.
But there's also like preferences. Like if you have a woman who's totally equal, and she's read the thing that you like, versus another woman who's also identical, but like she hasn't read the thing that you like you might like very slightly prefer the one.
Well, you don't know the identical. Yes, but like you can't do survey get the identical. Like you don't know.
Sure, but you can kind of like do a whole bunch of things. So like the person that like I ended up going on a date with, he did not answer like correctly to a lot of the survey questions, but he didn't have to. He was just overall the weights were like he just tended to be more in the direction.
Was there a text-based fill-in like survey? Like paragraph? Like,
no, you want to avoid that if you're dealing with like large amounts of data.
Oh, why not? Interesting. Like I'm different.
Yeah.
First of all, you do keyword searches. Second of all, you do machine learning models that, like first of all, you can do like crude metrics like the length.
That's a good point.
Of how long they put, right? And it could flag things. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to. Like I've looked at like for hiring, I've looked at like thousands of applications.
Really?
You can really the human brain is interesting, especially like if you visually highlight certain information for yourself, like keywords, or again with machine learning models like sentiment, you can highlight different parts that will catch your eye better. And I can go through just a huge number of applications.
Are you telling me I can use, if I learn machine learning, I can process dating survey applications better?
Yes. No, like textual.
Yeah, like I can like have them write things down. Like this is like a new way of.
Yeah,
that'd be really good.
I think that would it's a really nice aspect of text input, like long form text input, multiple long form text input based on an interestingly phrased question. Is you get to learn how to make a better survey. I think you would appreciate that. Like you start to see how they're actually interacting with these questions. Like I ask certain questions, like just to see how people think. Is it better to work smart, better to work or is it ever okay to betray a close friend? Like I'll ask like questions like this that don't really have a right answer, but I just want to see how they think. Or is truth more important than loyalty?
Yeah.
And I get their long form answer.
Like, and you get to see the reasoning process.
Yeah. Like what it reveals so much, not just about the person, but about the kind of questions I should be asking that have nothing to do with truth or loyalty, or like how to get a good engineer with like very specific questions. But I think it's really useful to get text.
I have done text input usually with beta surveys. So I usually do beta surveys before I do the real survey.
What's the beta? So like
I do like a shorter version, or it depends on what I'm doing. Like a different version of the survey that I have people take before I release. I use their information from the initial survey to inform the questions that I ask in the real survey. And I haven't actually in recently, but I used to do a lot of like text-based questions to see for similar. Although I don't think I relied on it quite as heavily. And if I introduce machine learning, I think it'd be a lot more efficient.
I love that you're also doing you're writing scripts and stuff. Like you're doing some like statistical analysis. Are you using Python mostly?
Yeah. I had to learn Python for this.
There's just the best way to learn Python, and the best reason to learn machine learning is to solve actual problems.
Yeah, I can't be motivated. I'm not motivated to learn something unless it's an actual curiosity I have, and I have to learn to solve it. I was trying to avoid learning coding for so long, but eventually my data set became too large. I couldn't work with it with anything else. So, well, Python it is.
You know what's also an interesting data set that you're probably interested in a little bit is like Twitter itself, right? I don't know if I've played with the Twitter API a lot.
Can you just hit the download? I'm stuttering now because
download the Twitter. Twitter. There's a lot of Twitter. So Twitter is a social network with a bunch of people interacting a lot. Like there's like I don't know, the numbers are the same number of interactions, but there's different ways to interact to get data from Twitter. There's streams. You can look at depends what you're interested in. Do results for searches. You can look at individual tweets. You can get entire, which could be super interesting, the entire tree of different conversations that replies, which might be very interesting for you because like it's much harder to ask rigorous questions which you do with your polls. You can see like how divisive certain things are.
Yeah, I think it's like calibrators to figure out like exactly what questions you should be asking.
Yeah, and also highlight interesting anecdotal things where like two people freak out at each other and just argue like a thread that goes on with like 1,000 messages that you might never be even aware is happening because Twitter doesn't like surface that like Twitter doesn't make it easy for you to like visualize what the hell's going on even with your own social network. Like if you post something that's controversial that gets a large amount of attention, you can't clearly visualize everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Like it's very blurry, amorphous. Like you're just kind of like looking through the fog at different replies and the kind of So
to be the API, they have like graphs of networks.
You have the data for the graphs. Yeah, so you can reconstruct yourself. And then you have different levels of access into how many queries you can do.
That's really cool.
And now because there's like Elon, there's a lot of sort of revolutionary stuff happening at Twitter. I think you could literally sort of push for innovation. Like there's aggressive innovation happening. So in terms of requesting stuff for the API, you could do all that kind of stuff. I think Twitter is just a fascinating platform for as cliche as it sounds, for studying. For me, it's interesting what makes for a healthy conversation. That term has been used, but it's interesting how conversation, to me, it's fascinating how conversations break down and not. Like how like the virality of drama or conflict or disagreement, how that evolves when a large number of people are involved and a large number of misinterpretation of statements is involved, text-based, with some anonymity thrown in. Like I feel like there's a lot of stuff that can be done there.
I'm sure it's probably not great at it, right, as it stands. Because like necessarily short, you can treat things out of context, etc.
But we should understand that, right?
Yeah.
At a large scale, you should be able to study that kind of thing. What was your casual sex survey?
I actually haven't looked at it in a while. I think I just asked people about a whole bunch of fetishes because you don't want to be obvious about yours because people are going to hijack it to try to tell you that they like what you like. So you want to be obscure. So how do you design a survey where you're testing for things but you're still obscure about the thing you're trying to ask about?
So you still see it as a survey?
Yeah.
Like an application. Because I think you tweeted saying like, I'm thinking of just like showing up to San Francisco and saying, is anybody open for casual sex? Something like this. Am I surrounded?
Maybe escorting? I'm not sure.
Oh, for escorting.
Which is similar. Like I kind of use escorting as the way to have casual sex now.
Okay, so let's talk about escorting. So you wrote about escorting in your blog post. Escorting was good for me. How did you get into escorting?
I was working at I quit camming because I was burned out and I was like trying to work at a friend's startup and it was hard for me. It's difficult for me to work on projects that are not my projects. And so I was like, hey, fuck it. Like, I want to go back to sex work. I want to make more money, but I don't want to cam anymore because I'm burned out. So I'm like, well, let's try. I had a friend who's an expert. I'm like, let's try that. And so we had a call. She outlined the basics for me, and then I just put up some ads and it started working.
What's the basics of escorting? How does it work?
If you want to get started escorting, so just in case you have a career change, but you're gonna want to get some nice feathers. So you probably have those.
Well, you assumed I haven't done it before.
Have you?
Yeah. Well, recreation. I would like to do professionally, I suppose. So if I want to do it, I really want to help my kids. How would I do it?
Yeah, well, we got the whole tutorial. What recreational escorting is just okay.
No, meaning like selling products on Etsy versus doing a startup. Yeah.
Well, I mean, escorting is kind of also just selling products on Etsy.
No, but selling a lot of products.
High volume. You down.
Yeah.
Small handcrafted artisan
dolls. Yeah.
Escorting.
Versus mass manufacturing.
Okay, if you go to mass manufacturing,
I just feel like I haven't been getting, I've been undervaluing myself, and I would like to really step up.
I think you could really grease some marketing gears.
Yeah, I mean, it's just some of this is marketing. So I guess I want to is it similar to camming in that way? Like, is it you're basically advertising yourself and you're the marketing, all the creativity that you mentioned before, all of that?
Yeah, I found escorting to be pretty easy because escorting is not highly competitive. For example, camming is highly competitive because the thing that I outlined before, the amount of money that you make determines your ranking. And you can also go and see other girls. You can see what they're doing. So if the girl figures out an incredible strategy for making money, it's 2 seconds before that strategy proliferates into everybody else. So it's very fast paced and really tough. But escorting, you don't get to see what other girls are doing. You can look at their websites, but you don't know what they're doing with clients at all. You can look at their rates, but you don't know what their volume is. So you don't actually know what is successful and what isn't, right? So I think there's much less evolution of marketing through this process. And so I came in with my aggressive marketing skills from being a cam girl. I think that really helped. I did very well as an escort. I just came in made a fantastic website, and I knew how to do the ads right. And
what was the finding people? Is it also finding the right kind of customer, the right kind of client?
I got in a lot of trouble for this recently in the sex worker sphere because I said that if you raise prices, you're more likely to encounter clients that aren't going to abuse you. It's safer. They did not. They said that I was being classist, implying that poor people are more violent. But to be fair, if you're a guy and you want to be violent towards a woman, you're probably not going to be paying her a lot of money. You're probably going to you're the kind of person likely who's going to haggle a lot because you don't respect her. Yeah. But anyway, that aside, it's a little pet peeve for me. I started charging $800 an hour, and then pretty rapidly raised it to $1,200, and then a while after that, raised it to $1,400.
Well, the interesting thing you mentioned, from my extensive research, you used to do $1,200 to $1,400 an hour, and then you said that you were thinking of jumping back in at a rate of $2,400 the first hour.
Yeah.
And I think 900 each successful hour. That's interesting. To me, that's really interesting. Why?
Why
a
the
lot of the first hour, yeah.
Oh, it's just because it depends on how you want to incentivize the amount of hours. So you have to pay a lot for the first hour, but not very much was excessive. You're more likely to buy a longer period of time. And usually, I find that clients who buy a longer period of time are nicer to you. I don't have a great theory for why that is, but they're more likely take you dinner, get to know you first, and I just enjoy that a lot more. I enjoy knowing who I'm gonna have sex with, like a date,
Yeah, so it incentivizes the long form date dynamic versus not. That's really interesting. How does money change the dynamic? Just basic human dynamic of interacting for free versus for money. I think about that a lot. just helping rich people. You usually get paid for your time, and you're doing this for free. Like what? Like what's the difference? Is there a difference really?
I've actually, it depends a lot. So when I was doing it full time, it was my only source of income. It changed quite a lot because I was really incentivized to have repeat customers. So I'm like, okay, if my primary interaction with you is to like have you hire me again, I'll do whatever that takes to make that happen. And so if I have to like laugh at jokes that are quite funny or like to be like more adoring of your penis than I actually genuinely feel, like that's one way to express. And obviously it's to some degree like titrated, it's unpleasant to force yourself to like something that you don't. So like I would actually like not see clients again that I didn't want to, but to some degree there was this sort of self-suppression going on, which I think is the way it works in any sort of customer service job. Like you want the customer to leave happy, so you should make sure that you are happy the whole time and you're like, really enjoying the other person. But so recently when I've like kind of dabbled in it since making money through other means, where I don't need the money. It's more like a fun side thing that I'm, like I said, it's fulfilling the role of casual sex for me. So like I don't have to do it. This is not my primary job. I just want sort of a good excuse to like have sex with somebody, and the money is like a great filter for that. And so in that case,
the money is the money is basically a filter for somebody who's taking this interaction seriously.
Yeah. It also, so there's an interesting like psychological thing where I have difficulty having casual sex with somebody because some part of my brain, which I assume is like quite female, is doing some evaluation of status and whether or not this is going to damage my reputation by having sex with them. So like if you found out that I went and like had random sex with like a homeless man, you might be like, wow, that says something about Ayla. Like maybe she's trashy or she just has no standards for who she's gonna fuck. But so some part of me is continually anxious. I'm like, does this mean I have no standards if I decide to have casual sex with you? Like, what are people going to think? And so if you introduce money, it takes away that anxiety. I don't have to worry about it. Because it's like, oh, of course Ayla would have sex with that person. They paid her. Like, this is not an indication of the kind of mate that she can get. This is just an indication of like a business transaction. And this allows me to enjoy casual sex so much more when somebody pays me for it. To the degree that like I almost view it as like. And so it's like, so I'm using it sort of to replace casual sex on occasion. Like, like it's paid a little bit to erase the anxiety and like have a fun
In case you see like dinner or something like that, or like, so it's all any money's involved. It's okay, so you can just like use it and buys a coffee at Starbucks. It's like, all right.
It has to be plausible. Like we have to like trick my brain into like having it actually be incentivizing for me.
Two coffees, like a cappuccino or something.
Yeah, like I'll have my body with coffee and I like that's not cool.
Alright, sorry.
No shade of almost been, by the way. Like I've been friends with a lot of them. I'm just using like some sort of stereotypes.
Yeah. So you have to be plausible where you can
Yeah. And so that's different. So now in this sort of frame, I am still like I'm accepting money, but still much more expressive than my actual preferences. So like before when I would start escorting full time, I was suppressive, and now I'm like, I'm doing this for me, so we're going to make sure that I have a good time. And so I'm much more demanding.
And then you're having more fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. It sounds like. But it's also like social. I mean, I guess like like when you first meet people, like strangers and so on, there's some aspect of like niceties. I don't know, intimacy, like real intimacy requires like getting past the message. Like laughing at somebody's joke and it's not funny feels like anti-intimacy.
Yeah, but I love that so many jokes automatically. It's interesting because like I don't mean to. I'm not trying to be fake. But like if I'm in a group of people and somebody makes a joke and everybody laughs, I laugh even before I'm checking with myself. Like, do I genuinely enjoy this joke?
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know, like the degree that I am sort of just like a result of social programming in all cases. That like when I'm with a client, back when I was doing it full time, like it doesn't feel significantly different. It just felt like a different version of myself.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, to that degree. To the degree you don't feel like you're going against your nature. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very rare that I actually felt like I was going against my nature.
What about the market of how much to charge? So 2,400. Like how transparent is that market? Is there like a market?
Like how much can you sell when you're charging that much?
Yeah, no, like what are the competitors? Like,
oh yeah.
Like what are you just thinking? Because you said it's a lot of it is a bit more shrouded in mystery. I guess it's more confidential. Like, do you have some transparency to the market, what the competitors are?
I did a survey of escorts, only like 130. I'm trying to remember, and the median was around like $300, I think, an hour, something like that, with a very low turnover. I'm trying to remember what I also asked the amount where I could calculate the amount they made per month. I think it was like $6,000 or $7,000 a month. I need to double check that, but
I charge $50 an hour.
charge $50 an hour. Each trades rates.
But I give a really shitty hand job. All right.
But usually the rates are around, like, if you want a median escort in a big city, it's usually
A city, so four to 600.
in a big city. But like smaller cities, you charge the rates go lower.
That's so fascinating. What's like the most you've ever seen somebody charge?
I think I am.
You're like
Well, let me just tell you, as a connoisseur, girl, I tend to believe, I agree with you. Except you get some bitches out there who are like, hey, well, I mean, I'm going to live in Las Vegas while I do it.
like a sexuality expert, like a research and so on. Like your mind
Really?
is fascinating.
Yeah,
as well.
what's like the
And you're
height?
a bit of a
Like
celebrity,
$2,000.
is that
That's
like-
fucking bonkers.
Yeah.
Or do you feel the celebrity now? Like
Yeah.
What's the average?
Yeah, absolutely. Usually, if people are interested.
Many a year ago, it was 100, and then it moved to 200.
But
You want
that's
to fucking
that's different. Like,
tour
I
the
think
world, maybe.
besides
300.
the fun part, like this is a kink as opposed to this is a job. Like with this is a job, usually the high end is closer to
What do you think
$2,000
is
an hour.
fair?
Like
In
the
today's
high
day and
end.
age, 200
have clients that are falling in love with you?
probably will go
I
up.
think so,
When
yeah.
people
I
find
think
out,
it
but
doesn't happens to me much less than most other people due to like the thing we were talking about before. Where like, you give off vibes, like subconscious vibes.
has it been worth it
Do you have
allegedly?
fallen in love? Or not?
Every
The battle's
fucking
off.
time.
I think something about my
Yeah.
signaling indicates that
I've
people should
never
not fall in
not
love
had
with
an
me because I don't
amazing
think it
time.
happens very much. And it
Why?
happens a lot with other women that I
Well,
But I have occasionally had.
it's
The
great.
thing is, it's hard for me because I try to be as vulnerable
I
as
see
I
it
can
as
in
like-
a connection with the client.
This is really how I see it.
And, like,
Baby, we
really
could go
like
on a
some of
date,
them. I
and
still
it's going to cost me
remember some
$200
very
to
fondly, and
fucking
I hope they're doing well.
buy you dinner
And some of them
and
are really profound.
drinks and
Like
shit,
one guy saw me because he found out he was dying of
and
cancer.
you're going to fuck
and
me
he
afterwards.
was like, I don't want to die.
Why
without
not
seeing someone.
Just get down to brass tacks. I'll
Jesus
say me
Christ,
time,
it's such a-
you say me time.
I don't know. I'm very touched by many of the people that I saw.
There's like deep intimacy there.
Yeah, I know that it's brief, and I know that it's like kind of weird, but like there's like a real glimpse into somebody's soul when you get to be intimate. And I think this is especially
Word,
true for
girl.
men because a lot of times men don't have like a way to be really vulnerable in front of anybody. But like if you're
I don't
in
wanna
bed
be
with a woman
fucking
you find to be attractive, you can
Huevos Ranchero
sort of
shit.
let loose a
I
little bit
didn't
more.
even
So
think
they can
about
become vulnerable in general.
it. Was just
Yeah.
like a
And
blah.
I really like that. I like being as vulnerable as I can imagine. Like I'm not forcing myself or anything, but like I just feel into it and like notice how like beautiful the person was and like feel grateful
Huevos
for being able to
Rancheros.
be in this intimate experience with them. And that
That's
was
the thing.
so wonderful.
Does it ever hurt to say goodbye?
No, but I think that's unique to me because I like being alone a lot. Even with my friends who are like dearly, I'm like happy not seeing them because I don't like making facial expressions very much. But I do miss some of my clients.
Wait, sorry. What does making facial expression have to do with saying goodbye?
Well, if you are not with somebody in person, you don't have to make facial expressions.
Oh, you can just think about it.
Yeah, you can just sit there totally blank face and then have all of the emotions that you want.
You tell me.
Do you have this thing too?
It's not a thing, but like you're on camera. Like I feel feelings.
I had to take a dump, allegedly.
Like social interaction is such that like, you probably want me to show feelings on my face.
Yeah.
Right.
Good job.
Yeah. There you go. So like I definitely.
Man.
Just an introvert thing where you like have
I gotta take a major league.
inner world.
Major league? You said major league? No, that was just kind of me talking. I don't know if we're not at that
have a lot
point.
of anxiety of interacting
But
with
maybe,
the
like-
world, so yeah.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that because
Definitely
when you
college
talk about
though.
like
Really?
finding delight and everything is fun. Like I usually don't associate that with having not very much anxiety.
Well, because I have we mentioned it earlier, I appreciate the beauty in the world when I observe it, but then when I'm interacting with others, I have a very harsh self-critical aspect to my brain that says like, you're gonna fuck this up. You're gonna fuck up this interaction. You're gonna fuck up the beauty that's there. if I was going to be fragile and vulnerable for a moment, one of the things I'm afraid of, it gets so much love from people that listen or even like reach out, like you said, the survey, like women and so on. I'm afraid that you admire me because you don't know me, or you won't admire me.
Yeah.
So that's self. This is like I'm able to step away and objectively look at myself. I was like, "There's no, you're fine, you're good." It's like, but it's still there's the part of the brain that you can't just shut off.
Is like what would fucking up in this conversation look like? Like, it doesn't have to be rational, but I'm curious if there's like a super specific thing.
A lot of it is just feeling like an amorphous fear of failure. What it would actually look like. Maybe because we're talking about sexuality, me not being able to eloquently explain the worldview I have, why I appreciate it. That would make me feel like a failure because that would make me feel like maybe you don't know what you're doing, right? Because sexuality and not sexuality, even romantic relationships are really important to happiness. They're really important to me. And I'm not sure like the conception of love I have, romantic love, is like fully made rigorous. So especially when I'm talking to you that thinks very rigorously about a lot of these topics, I'm not sure I've thought about them a lot. I feel them. I interact with the world based on feelings. Maybe I'm almost afraid to be very rigorous with kinds of thoughts. And so I think the failure would be like I would be confronted with the fact that I can't explain what makes me happy. That could be a failure. And there could be just a bunch of other failures. Another big failure is like not. I think you're a really brilliant person, and a lot of folks I know and admire your work as well. So like for me not to be part of highlighting that brilliance would be a failure.
Like because then other people might feel like notice the discrepancy or something.
Yeah, no, that's not other people's my personal feeling. And the other is like jokes because like talking about sex, right? So for me, like it's fun to just joke around. And you also have to tread carefully because like it's a weird surface because like even I already feel bad about making a joke for $50 for a hand job that's crappy by me. But I think sometimes you just gotta go for it. I went for it. It kind of flat on its face, but that's the thing of the conversation.
I think there's like this fear where like if you become like scientific about something, you'll figure out that your feelings are unjustified, and you'll experience this horrible thing where like shit, like I'm like afraid of this, but I'm being forced to by my logical mind to like believe this thing, which I don't think this is true at all. I think like your feelings are there for a reason, like they're for a good reason. And like logic or like rigorous analysis or something should be dedicated to figuring out why it's there, not to like suppress it or tell it shouldn't be there.
What do you think is more important to just life? Is it reason versus emotion? Like not life to what makes us human, I guess.
My romantic narrative answer to this, which is like not rigorous at all, is curiosity.
Curiosity.
Yeah.
Is curiosity? That's such a middle. Curiosity is like both emotion and reason.
Yeah.
Just like this pull. Because reason is the tool you use to figure out the puzzle, and then curiosity is the tool towards the puzzle.
Yeah. I don't like worldviews that think like emotion and rationality is opposite each other. They feel like parts of like a cohesive whole. Like if you're doing rationality to the extent where you're like suppressing some emotional reactions you have, then I think you're doing it wrong. You're like missing a big part of it. Like it should be like integrated. It should be like part of like one unified flow. Like the things that you like want to be in a romantic committed relationship for the rest of your life. And this is like beautiful and good, and the kind of like logic that you're using to make sense of the world should be fitted into that correctly. I think it's really cool. Like anytime you have sort of like an internal at odds thing with it, I think you're like using some sort of force to suppress one or the other. Like, oh, you're not allowed to reason about this, or I'm not allowed to feel about that. And that feels harsh to me. And I think curiosity is the solution. Like if you're simply just calmly curious, oh, why do I feel like that? Let's go find out. That's so cool, right? Like you can use logic and your feelings to like discover the answer.
You use sometimes because you do this kind of technique, which is interesting. And I've mentioned it to others. You sometimes step away from like a third person perspective and describe the feeling you're feeling, or like even just the situation. Like you step out and talk about what is happening here
Like in the conversation.
in the conversation itself.
Yeah.
First off, what is that? Do you find that to be useful? Because it's very interesting. It feels raw and honest. The danger of it seems like you escape the actual experience of it. So that's the trade-off. You make it intellectual, right?
Is it though intellectual to do that? Maybe it is. I don't mean to.
No, maybe that's the wrong word. You can make it intellectual.
Yeah.
But you can still continue the same flavor because you're not fully disengaging from the conversation. You're just creating an extra meta layer.
Yeah. I think
It's
exploring the emotional reaction to what's going on in the moment.
yeah. In a way, it's actually strong. Like, or enriching it, like making it more,
Yeah.
giving you more context, giving you deeper understanding.
I think there's like a way of going meta that is a flinch move. Like, oh, I noticed that we're doing this thing, name it. And I think the thing that I described earlier, like when the homeless guy approached me and asked me, can you go home with me? And I was like, oh, are you trying to have sex with me right now? Like what I was doing is like a meta move. I'd be flipping outside. I'm like, okay, what is the purpose of this conversation? And we explicitly identify it. And in that case, I think that is sort of like a flinch move. Like, I'm not telling you my emotional response. I'm not like being fully present. I'm like sort of identifying it as a way to subvert what's going on. And I absolutely think this is a positive thing. But you should try to be aware of that myself. But it depends on the purpose of what's going on.
That guy, because that is actually like a chess move you did. You had a purpose for that chess move, but the flirtation is on. Like he could have, like, done a better move that would make you like curious, like,
Yeah,
huh,
that's true.
like interesting, because you had an agenda with that, but he could have changed your mind. Like he could have, with a few words, because you just created extra layers, extra entry points.
If he got more meta,
Yeah,
I'd
right.
be like, okay, well, now I'm gonna stick with you.
Exactly. And yeah, so there is something that aids into the chemistry of the conversation to do that. But I really enjoyed it. It's like rare to get. Did you imagine? I forget who. I've had a few people do that, like, just in conversation, and I feel like you want to also because I've met you before. Somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were, or you were just in. Or maybe it was just like a bunch of people that kind of play with the same, or like a couple.
There's circling. It's just a practice explicitly dedicated towards that. Circling is
That
like
might be the
yeah, I think that we know mutual circlers in our networks here.
I don't remember what's.
I'm going to describe it horribly because it's like one of those things that's difficult to describe unless you experience it, like kind of like drugs.
Yeah.
But it's something like you sit around, there's like kind of guidelines to the conversation when you talk about the present moment and you're like honest about your experiences as much as you can be. And if you don't want to be honest, then you say, I don't want to be honest.
Yeah.
As your like commitment to connection. So you're here to like actually connect with the person, understand them, and be understood. You're not supposed to like project. So if you like have an analysis about the other person, you own it. You're like, I'm experiencing you as this, and you check is it true. Or like,
are you almost like converting it towards the thing you're thinking, like constantly?
if it feels right. The thing is, it's very amorphous, but it's like almost like creating a magical sensation. And I've been with some very good circlers, really high skill circle, and I feel like I want to actually happens. It's very, very interesting.
Does it feel honest?
Yeah, very honest. Like right now, this one, I'm feeling like kind of like nervous energy because I'm talking to you, and this is a unique situation, and like I want you to think I'm cool. I want everybody listening to me to think I'm cool, but I'm also having some sort of delight at being able to express in this way, and like some admiration for how you like set up and built this thing that I can be part of. And all of these things are sort of in my body right now is vibrating high.
I remember like in the party setting, because I had to talk to a few people, I felt like it was going sexual very quickly.
Okay, I don't know if you're the first time I met you, I didn't know who you were. I just heard your name, like your name, and like I think I've heard people discuss that. And I was in the middle of a very sexual conversation.
Oh, you were.
Yeah, I was. And you just like turned around and left very shortly afterwards. I thought it was very.
Oh, was I listening to the conversation?
And it was like I was talking to her, and you were just kind of like right there, and so we introduced ourselves, and then we continued on with the conversation. You were like standing there and listening.
I don't think I would have left the conversation. It's funny, you probably interpreted it in a different way.
I interpret it as you were not going to listen to like graphic sexual stuff.
Was it like super graphic?
I was asking her about. I was interviewing her about her fetish, basically.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I would have left.
Okay.
I would have been like curious. Oh, interesting, because I don't often see people having a deep interview about fetishes. Like I wouldn't even be. I'm like being girl here. Like I'm not like. I'm not afraid of sexuality or something like that. I just have certain values in terms of like monogamy and so on. But I think
Okay.
sexuality is beautiful. I don't think. Yeah, I can't imagine myself.
Somebody must have like called you or something because I didn't remember exactly how it worked. I just remember thinking later on.
Or maybe I thought I was intruding.
No, maybe.
Because if
I was kind of drunk, so okay.
I would like to actually have like footage of that conversation so we can actually interpret what actually happened. Because it's probably, I mean, interactions are funny like that. They can happen for all kinds of reasons. Have you ever fallen in love with a client?
No, I mean like in tiny ways.
Like, have you ever fallen in love?
I mean, I don't know what it means, but probably the thing that other people say when they say fall is probably from their experience.
What do you think they mean?
Um,
What is love?
I know.
No.
Fantastic question. I think love is one of those words that refers to a billion different concepts, and I think we maybe should add the term and have a better understanding of what we're referring to. Because there's things like feel like attachment, there's something feel like soulfully aligned, there's like sexual attraction. Like
Are you talking to me and saying we should tap into the term love in this conversation? How dare you? Like,
to make it flourish and a lot of other new definitions.
thank you.
We're
What's the
expanding
word?
love.
Sounds like you're censoring the most important word. It's like 1984 all over again. Okay. Also on the book. Okay. Listen. Romantic love, like a deep intimacy for somebody else, like a deep connection with a human being. That is also, with polyamory, it's tricky. And your relationship with sex is also tricky. So, like, what's the difference between a deep friendship and a friendship that also has sex with people?
I'm very confused about that. I think a lot of honesty. Like, what? The romantic relationship and everything else and about water. And there's like intimacy. And some intimacies mean that you spend your life together more and have sex with them. And this the same basic thing is there. Like, you're seeing something, like who they are.
Do you think you can be heterosexual? Do you think you could be deeply close as friends with a guy and not have sexual relationships?
I assume it's possible. Like, if anything is ever possible, it's probably yeah. Like,
Everything is possible. Time travel is possible. Quantum mechanics makes it. Traveling faster than the speed of light is possible. According to general relativity, everything is possible. So you're saying there's a chance.
it's probably not super likely, assuming that they are like attracted to each other.
Yeah. And for some reason, the surveys analysis, we're interested in like the likely thing here. It's just like
You say possible, it's or anything to do.
you just avoid answering your what.
I have a lot to say about leverage. Just keeping precise.
Yeah. Okay. Let's be precisely and precise. Continue. It feels like a passive-aggressive suggestion that we shouldn't talk about love anymore, but we shall continue.
No, we should absolutely talk about love. It's just the term is very confusing. Because like some people say the word love, and the thing that they're thinking of is like, oh, the butterflies, like sparkle thing that I get when I think about my husband. But I study relationships over time. I just released, like, I did a survey about it, and that sparkle goes away with 2 to 4 years. But people still report loving their partner after that. So I'm like, okay, like when you say the word love, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah.
I just want to be on the same page.
Okay. So what are the different? So the butterflies. Boy, I'd like to push back about 2 or 4 years on butterflies. Okay.
Not everybody.
Butterflies don't give a fuck about statistics. You ever heard of the butterfly wing calls them like nuclear war. How do you describe that with your statistics? Okay, so butterflies, that's the basic infatuation with the chemistry of the initial interactions. Sure, but a deep, meaningful connection, like that feels like sexuality is a component of that. Like the kind of intimacy that's only possible when you're also sexual. Okay? On top of that, you have the butterfly, and on top of that, you have the friendship, and on top of that, you have like, what is that? The sandwich.
The love sandwich.
The love sandwich.
Like, I'm down to call it a love sandwich.
Okay. Sandwich is called sandwich. LS. Okay. What role does that play in the human condition? Like,
That's about the human condition. It's an interesting phrase.
Yeah.
I'm not like this like not a phrase that's common.
Sure. Human condition is a good summary. You know, I mean, what do you think? What do you feel when I say
Ask very specific questions.
Sure. Yeah.
Which is interesting. I was trying to like figure out like what kind of brain like you have like creating like this category of question. Which is why I was like thinking like there's something about narrative
Yeah.
because it's very like aesthetic. I think you have asked much more aesthetic questions than I do.
I don't even know what the word aesthetic means.
Like artistic.
Artistic. Well, I mean, I know what aesthetic means, but I also don't know what it means. It's kind of like the word love. Aesthetic perspective. Yeah, well, but part of it in conversation, you do want to ask a question that has an answer fully, always.
Will you give an example of a question that has
What's the meaning of has an answer?
yeah, like one that you do like that's like a bad question because I just answer.
How many sexual partners you had in the last year?
That's true. Okay, I feel like we just like about like the kinds of questions that we like to answer. Because I would love that question.
Right.
To ask it of people.
All right, but does that really tell the story
Okay.
of what you felt over the past year?
That's true. But then I could just tell you. Okay, so by when you're saying the kinds of questions that you like, when they don't have an answer, by not an answer, you mean like not an answer where you know that you're done telling. Is
That you can escape having to think by actually answering it.
I see.
Yeah. The struggle is the place where we discover something, not the definition.
Okay. It's working. Okay. So what is the role of the love sandwich in human condition?
Okay, that's fine. I take that question. That's a good question.
You don't have to. I'm ready to.
Do you like love? You personally love?
Like love. Yeah, I think like there's a part of it of like unconditional love for all things. Like what you're talking about, classy, beautiful, felt that. It feels like it felt like it rang something that like I have a similar resonance in me for that.
Oh, what is circle? Right now, I feel like you're avoiding the love question, the love sandwich question. What's your own personal feeling towards loving another human being versus having sex with another human being?
I love is like is one of the concepts that dissolved for me a long time ago. So difficulty directly answering it. But I have the experience where you described the love sandwich. I feel like I have had that experience. I have it currently with people also. Like I'm dating people and I have that.
So people who you date would describe sharing a real sandwich. Okay. So how does I mean that's great to hear. So you're not afraid as well?
No, not at all.
So can you describe polyamory? What is it? What does it mean? Because they're like different terms.
Yeah, I have a personal definition of it, which I really did not share by a lot of people. But to me, the definition of polyamory is simply not forbidding your partner from pursuing intimacy with others.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you have to pursue it. Personally, like two people could be married and only have sex with each other for 20 years. And as long as they're like, you know what, if you ever want to go out with somebody else, you're welcome to do that.
The interesting thing you said is that doesn't mean they have to do it. They just have the freedom.
Yeah, it's the freedom that matters.
Which is and it's called the polyamory post. There's so many good blog posts. People should just go look at your read your writing. It's really, really strong and often backed by data, but also just a deeply honest look at yourself and your understanding of the world. It's refreshing to me. Like with a lot of stuff I disagree with, I feel like if I disagree with it, you'd be very open to arguing and kind of thinking through it. Just the honesty that really is. So, yeah, you take to kind of explore what polyamory, like how it works, what are the different versions, what does that freedom look like? What does that freedom feel like to be able to go see other people?
Depends on you. Like, do you want to go see other people? Maybe you do. Who knows? So usually for me, I tend to be pretty happy with like one or a few people. And then occasionally I like some novelties. So usually I'll go like, I host orgies sometimes. So I'll host an orgy and then I'll go have sex with the orgy and then that'll be good for the novelty for a while.
Ask you about orgies.
Yeah. So
how many people are orgy? What's it? We're having a Sunday picnic. It's an orgy. What's like an orgy?
I've only recently started hosting orgies, but I have been doing orgies. I would say the median is maybe 15 people.
I like how you say median versus median. Okay. Median is 15 people. What's the gender distribution?
Usually about, it's like ideal if you can get more women than men in most of them. I've recently been hosting free-ish orgies, or orgies where consent is assumed by default when you enter. And of course you can revoke it anytime or go over a whole bunch of rules to make sure it's very safe. You have wristbands. So nobody's actually doing anything they don't want to. But it's those ones, that's one.
It's not free use, but it's like consensual, like at any time. But it's at any time with constraints of this building. Like that.
Yeah, so at the orgies, it's like by entering, if you wear a wristband, then you are like by default opting to consent. So people don't have to like do a thing where they negotiate with you and like be like, is this okay? It's just, the default is like you just go for it. And if they want you to stop, they say the safe word like red, and then you have to stop. And we do like exercise in the beginning, people saying red to make sure that everybody knows exactly what the rules are.
What's your favorite safe word?
Red.
Red.
When I first started doing like weird vacation, I was like, oh, let's make a safe word. And we kept the word college. I was like, that's goofy, right? But then eventually came a time where I did actually, I want to say the safe word, and I couldn't. I was like in agony. I was like crying, like I can't make myself say this stupid word right now. So after that, I was like, red. Doesn't matter. I don't care. It's not funny. Very simple.
How does an orgy compare to like a one-on-one sexual experience? Like, what is it the same ballpark, or is it fundamentally different?
The experience is both orgies and sex is like really high variety. But you kind of, it's a little bit like you're having sex with someone, but you're surrounded by really, really big porn of other people having sex. And sometimes it's like threesomes also, like maybe there's one person involved. It's hard to like have a whole bunch of people in one cluster. Because usually there's kind of different little clusters of people having their experience. Sure. This was part of the 10-woman orgy. There's a total lesbian thing in that, but like a rising cluster is very nice. But typically you kind of separate out with like very small clusters of people living together.
Okay. So back to polyamory. So what's the what does it take to manage? Do you have a main if you're being polyamorous and you're dating multiple people? So you're the main one for you personally?
For me personally, I guess like right now I kind of like I see roughly around. For me, it's kind of just descriptive. Like if I just happen to be seeing you a lot more, and I confide in you more than like you're descriptively my primary partner. But I don't usually have rules to protect that. I'm down with rules to protect it if you're trying to build something. Like, I buy a house together, okay, we need to, like, one of our relationships, we have to do the thing where we're both paying the rent for the house or the mortgage or whatever. A lot of people do have primaries. It's very common to have, like prescriptive primaries. Like, I'm going to get married to you, and you're not allowed to have sex with anybody else. That sort of thing. What
about, like, the transparency and communication you have to do? Yeah, I usually try to be super honest.
Yeah. I mean, I've learned over time that, like, even if it seems like a very small thing, you can talk about the small thing. Because often I would just sort of have like this small push to myself. I don't know if I like that. Or that it's really minor. It's probably nothing. And I don't. If I talk about it, I'll make it a thing. I just don't want to make people think, you know. And I've come to realize that more thing because I can't predict at the time if like the small thing that I have is going to grow. And then when I grow it, now it's like much more difficult to deal with. So now it's like any little bit of jealousy I have immediately. Like, I'm a little jealous right now. I don't hold that in at all. I used to be kind of like, back when I first started being poly, I used to try to pretend that I was a jealous person, and that backfired.
That's really interesting. So you do still feel jealous?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And like, it's also interesting that you kind of recognize when there's a little bit of jealousy, like, to bring that to the surface.
Yeah, just like excessively communicate, even if it feels stupid. Like if this is, I feel like a cliche. I feel like a stupid therapist training video. Like I feel ridiculous sometimes when I say the things, but it's I've learned over time it's just important to say the things.
Because the traditional view of jealousy is exactly like you said. If you bring it up to the surface, it's gonna sound like you're overreacting to everything. But you're saying like, don't do it because you're basically your brain blows stuff out of proportion.
Yeah, and it's good to like be going through with a partner. Like I have a partner right now who's like dating this other girl, and he like really likes her, and like we're traveling with her and stuff. And it's like, I feel jealous about it, and I have to tell him that. And that way he can be with me in it. He like holds me when I'm feeling jealous, and it's like a bonding experience. But it's important for me to be able to handle it. Like I try not to be people who really freak out when I have negative emotions, because I want to be able to express that I'm upset by something they're doing without it being taken as a demand that they change their behavior.
Right. So he has to be able to skillfully handle the interaction.
He has to be like, cool, all right, you're jealous. Like, I'm not going to freak out about it. I'm not going to change my behavior. I'm just going to be with you. We're going to sit in it together.
I mean, is some of that just insecurity that you should also just comfort, like basically alleviate your insecurity, bring it back to like a rational evaluation?
My relationship, I love it. I like not being comforted a lot. And so usually the people I date, I'm very gravitating. Like it's one of the things people do to make me fall in love with them is if I say something really like terrible and they're just like do not give me any comfort whatsoever. But, like that's where my heart gets captured. So I typically in a relationship where I'm like, oh man, I'm so jealous, and they just like do out. And that's good because it doesn't get me out. Like I have to deal with it myself.
Right.
Like
They're
maybe
still
it's true that the other one is better than me. Like maybe that is an actual reality. But I don't want to be dealing with my life in a way where I'm like pretending I'm only okay when that reality is not true.
Would you like them to say that the other one is better than
Or that they prefer. Yeah, I mean they should say it in accordance to themselves. Like, oh, I prefer like I have a better time with her than I have with you. So I'm more than that. Yeah.
And even though that might be
Yes. That which can be destroyed by the truth.
that which can't be destroyed by the truth. What's that? That your ego or something like that? So your ego just generally grows and you like the destruction.
Yeah, it's like really it's like a fun experience. Like I've had like guys be like, "Well, you're not as pretty as I like." And they're just like, "Oh, so stabbed to the heart."
Word, girl. I mean,
yeah,
but you're okay. You're not bad.
Well,
Material. Who knows?
What do you think of monogamous relationships? Like philosophically, can you maybe steal man or make the case for monogamous relationships? Can you understand the pros and cons of monogamous relationships?
Yeah, it depends on how you. If you're like, hey, you can do whatever you want to. Like you're 80 years old. Like, oh, we've spent 60 years in a marriage together. We've never had sex with anybody else. I think that's like awesome. That's what you. That's great. I have like a little bit more problems with people doing that while also forcing their partner not to misbehave if they want to. Like if you're like, oh, we only made it this far in our relationship because I forced my partner not to pursue an intimacy that she wanted to. Then I feel like a little bit more like, I don't know if that's great.
How do you know if it's a real response for intimacy? Like checking out an attractive person while being inside a monogamous relationship. Yeah, how do you score that? Is that bad that the person cannot pursue those feelings?
I mean, this if they want to. Like I often find people attractive if I don't want to pursue. I'm also okay with people entering into agreements. Like if you and I want to agree, like I'm only going to end this because I'm going to be so hurt if you pursue somebody else. So I'm not going to pursue anybody else. That seems fine to me. But I also extend that. Like if somebody's like, I don't want you to have any friends, I'm going to feel really insecure. And like, okay, like if you want to end that agreement, like I feel the same way. Like I think you should have the right to do it if this is what you want. But I also kind of I feel like a little weird about you're doing things, you know?
Oh, but I guess if you're honest on the table,
yeah,
I don't want you to have any friends.
Yeah.
I want you to sit in a box.
Yeah, I think a lot.
I guess if you're like really there's a power dynamic that like you can be quite influential in a relationship, like, convincing your partner, and it sure sounds like you're honestly agreeing to a thing, but you're not really agreeing. That's the part of that is the relationships, right? It's messy. It can be messy. It's hard to know what you really want, right?
I think there's a reason. Like I feel conscious monogamy. But I think so many relationships are like monogamous by default. And people, it's not actually right for them because they just get into because culture just doesn't give them another option.
And they don't even ask themselves the question, is this right for me? Right?
Which, like, I'm a weird ass person who thinks a lot of weird shit, but I didn't even think about the polyamorous option before I'd heard that it existed.
Yeah.
And I was only when I first met my first polyamorous couple, and I was like, oh, that's what I am. That's clearly the thing that I am.
Yeah, it's funny because to me, monogamy, it's not. It doesn't make sense for it to be a default. Like to me, monogamy goes against nature. In some sense, like romance is fuck you to the way the world works.
Really?
Yeah, like it's a like one description of what romance looks like. Versus like, sure, there's like a million variations. Like in my head, like the partnership that's for a long time together is kind of like I don't know, like true romance. And that movie is a really fucking good movie. Okay. There's just like you're together against the world. Yeah, that's the. I mean, that's what close friendship is like. It's like ride or die. Is that? I guess it doesn't. It doesn't. It can span across multiple. You can have multiple partners in that way.
Yeah.
But I just see monogamy as like it's definitely not a default. Yeah, I would actually honestly would probably see polyamory as a more natural default.
I mean, I guess it depends on who by default. Like most of human history has been sort of a weird mix. Like you get polygamy and monogamy are the kind of arrangements.
It's just like human nature. Like
people are attracted to that.
Yeah.
Especially in longer term. I track in my relationship survey, I track the amount of cheating over time in your relationship. Like how long have you been in this relationship and how have you cheated?
So what's the results of that?
Men cheat a lot. Women too, but men cheat about 30% more than women do. I also asked my women to predict if they think their partner has cheated, and people's predictions were about the same. People roughly predicted that their male or female spouse had cheated at the same rate, but men cheated about more than women.
So who was more correct?
So men were more correct in the predicting women, and women were more off. Women thought men cheated much less than they actually did, but both of them were off, but like the male gap was significantly more. So yeah, I mean you're right. It's default. Like I think like really getting at like human beings, especially in long-term relationships, it's difficult to only want one person. But to be fair, I think they're very different. I think it'd be incredibly good. I've known so many very long-term, super committed poly couples that live lives that look very similar, very romantic about these couples, like children, houses, like 20 years, and that looks great for them.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much like in your mind to these kinds of conversations, like this. But I also like with some of the cake is baked. Like I have some assumptions that are hard to break through for myself. Like it's difficult for me to imagine a much relationship for me that would work. But I don't have enough data. I don't have I have very little. But like at this point, it's like I haven't eaten pizza in like 20 years. Because I know I just don't. Like there's a bunch of stuff. I eat low carb to make me feel good. But there's so many foods I haven't explored. It's just like I know what I love. So,
but you probably
explore yeah, you kind of figure that out. But at the same time, you're humbled by like talking to you as your data. Like sexuality is a fascinating topic because it seems that we're very, like we were talking about, very afraid of this topic. Like to be really honest with ourselves about it. The whole academic research is afraid of it. It's so core to who we are as human beings. I gotta ask you about this. I can't believe it took so long to get there. But one of your many surveys is on fetishes. Your blog post about it, probably several because it's like a huge data.
Still in progress. Yeah.
So the one I'm referring to is the popularity and effectiveness of various fetishes. So what are some interesting takeaways? I gotta pull up this graph because it's freaking epic.
Yes, this is a big graph, and it has taboo-ness as one axis, and popularity as the other.
Okay, for people just listening, on the x-axis is taboo-ness.
Yeah.
Asked to rate how taboo society viewed sexual interest, and on the y-axis is percent of people reporting interest, long scale. Oh boy! All right, so just some examples of the low taboo-ness of high popularity. There's a correlation here. I think you said it's 1 to 9.
Yeah.
Which is not hilarious. This is the I
have
that was the most
I do this.
yeah. So like the less taboo stuff is more likely to be popular, and the more taboo stuff is less likely to be popular. And on the missionary pastime, fingering vagina, blowjobs, light spanking, cuddling is more taboo than missionary.
I think people are like if like absolutely sexually aroused by cuddling specifically.
Sure.
I think like that's a little more weird than getting specifically aroused by blowjobs. You expect people to be aroused by blowjobs.
So this was like getting at like as a fetish, like an activity.
Is it specific as like a concrete sexual interest? Like I'm specifically interested in this thing. Yeah.
And so those are eyes and lips, different body parts, jawline, and then some of it's colored based on more female preference versus male preference. Jawlines is female preference. Being submissive is more female preference. Like bondage, more female. It's a lot of interesting. So much. Okay, but then on the far side of that, it gets pretty dark. But even all along the way, extreme bondage, being at 50 taboos, pegging, pain, sexual frustration. I suppose, right? This is a kink.
Yeah.
And there's so many interesting ones that just haven't been considered.
Yeah. I had to do so much research into fetishes to compile the list.
It's surprising. Like option C, they're like, okay, this is like a fetish.
Yeah, well, more confusing was like what the fetishes are about. Because like I didn't want to open up fetishes, so I had to kind of look into them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's like such interesting manifestations of core drives. Like if you're really aroused by disgust, maybe you're very into rolling around in dirt, but you're not into rolling around in ice cream. So like, okay, I have to make those two separate fetishes, you know.
And like I'm seeing like at the far end, rodents, like and different types of insects, branding. So there's like and
Fucking
sex with animals, I guess, dogs, horses. Receiving oral sex from an animal is high taboo-ness, pretty high popularity.
surprisingly high popularity. I was really shocked by that. I would triple check that number because I know other people are reporting interest.
Do you know which animal? Is there?
No, I didn't specify. I asked like which animals are erotic, and I separately asked like how erotic is it to receive oral sex from your preferred animal.
This is so fascinating. So I would can we just talk about the methodology? This feels like deeply honest map of humanity in a way we don't usually map humanity.
Yeah.
Like, because it's so like your fetishes are so meaningful to each individual person.
Yeah, that's what I love about this work. Is like nobody cares about someone's fetishes. You never get to express them, and if you have a more unusual fetish, people usually judge you.
Yeah.
So it's like a tiny little pocket of like this shame thing, but it's so cool to me. That like human brains can be oriented in such a way that like like somebody finds that so erotic, and it's so cool.
Yeah, and then they probably it should be explored. Like, how did that be? You mentioned that you like to construct narratives that somehow caught in your childhood, but maybe it's genetic. Maybe it has to do with maybe you can actually form that fetish very quickly. I don't know.
This is one of the things that I'm researching. So in the big survey that I'm doing, I asked so many questions about childhood. All the ones that I think like we have common theories about like how were you abused? Is it yelled at by a man or a woman? Stuff like that. Like if you were sexually oppressive, you know, some gender roles where you're expected to conform, a whole bunch of stuff. And then I asked, you know, obviously about like maximum fetishes. And my sample size right now is 500,000 people.
500.
Yeah, it's massive. And I have data for all of it. And the result looks like this is not really correlated. Nothing that I asked about nothing correlates with fetish preference later in life. It does correlate with onset. Lots of things that happen in childhood can change the age at which it triggers.
There's so many facets of blog posts. You get a blog post, I think, on the age of fetish onset. And you really nice organized by age, like reproduction is a fetish, pregnancy.
Yeah.
At ages 17, also 6.9. Toys, like beads, 15.5.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I found, I mean, this data set's so huge, it's taking a long time to go through it. So this is like snippets from what I remember when I was looking through the data. So this part is not rigorous, but I seem to get the impression that if you are a fetish occurs for you earlier, like early onset, you're more likely to be extremely interested into it. So later onset, you're going to be like less into fetish. Like if it hits earlier, it's like,
So
yeah, I didn't measure old fetishes at all.
Like no longer, right? Used to, it's no longer there.
One interesting thing I don't understand is that non-cis people seem to have more correlation between childhood experiences and fetishes. So I was saying that there's no correlation between childhood experiences and fetishes. This holds for cis people. But trans people, especially trans men, there's a correlation. It doesn't mean they have absolutely higher rates of abuse or fetishes or anything. But it's just saying that, like, for that, there does actually seem to be some sort of connection between childhood experiences and sexuality later in life. And I don't understand why this approach is not the end. I don't think the answer for that.
So usually you try, like, when you see something like that, you'll try to construct a theory and see if you can find, like, you keep that theory in mind, like a hypothesis, why it would be, and then you ask further questions to try to elaborate. Yeah. So can you maybe talk about the methodology of how you get to like how did this come to be?
Yeah, this is, I might go into way too much detail about this. I thought about this so much. Because the question is, how do you get a lot of people to take a big survey? The longer the survey is, the more response rate. And I really wanted to do one big comprehensive survey so I could like check a whole bunch of correlations within it. Because it's more annoying and it's harder to get a lot of people to retake similar surveys to each other at a time. So I'm like, okay, I need to convince a very large number of people to take a lot of questions. And even building the questions, that was really hard because I'm like, okay, I need a comprehensive amount of fetishes. I can't ask everybody to answer for every single fetish. Do you like ball gags? Do you like funnel gags? Do you like knife shoot gags or whatever? I'm like, you can't do that. Nobody's going to do that survey.
I'm not gonna ask questions. It's okay, it's true, but
I'm not. I try to refer to like a thing that like
different types of gags.
Different. So I'm like, so what I need to do is then ask people a question like, are you like bondage? If you say yes, then I'll go ask you all the bondage questions. Right, but then this seems simple, but this exploded because I'm like, how do I categorize these fetishes? Like, if you're into splashing, which is like you like sitting in cakes, you like getting in mud. It's basically like kind of messy sensory. Like, is this a disgust thing? Is it a humiliation thing? Is it a sensory thing? Like, which category? Anyway, so it took me like 2 months just agonizing over each fetish because you don't want to miss a fetish. You don't want to like have this really important thing that you accidentally put in the disgust category when it actually goes in the humiliation category. You know?
Well, let me think about that because like, you're still catching it. You just miss categorizing it.
Right, because if you're into splashing and it's really humiliation thing, so you say yes, I'm into humiliation stuff, and then I don't ask you about splashing, then I'm missing whole data from people because I've falsely categorized the question.
You go into this stuff, you just picking what's less and less important to miss.
Well, I'm trying to get people into the right question set because like I can't ask you all the questions. I have to ask you a couple overarching questions to know what specific questions to ask you. And so I have to, those overarching questions be really, really well calibrated so that I can accurately feed you into the subpart of the survey.
Awesome.
And so that was extremely difficult when I'm dealing with, I think it was like 850 questions. So I did a couple things to spot check. I did a couple questions where I asked, detailed in the survey, but like also the beginning of the survey just to see like what percentage of people I was capturing. And then I scored the survey. So if you take it, I had other people answer preliminary surveys where they gave me data about how taboo the various fetishes were, and then I used that data so that when you fill the survey, it's extremely comprehensive and you get data about exactly how taboo your interests are. And you get a score at the end, and I gave you an equivalent kinky character. But I also had people write a bunch of fictional characters and some historic ones about like how kinky they were, so I matched them. peaky character to your score.
So that makes it more fun. That gamifies it a little bit, and you can brag about.
To be able to share it with others. And a lot of the characters were goofy, like there's SpongeBob and Hitler's on there, and South Park characters.
What is does Hitler have?
I think he's around Marilyn Monroe, which is like slightly above average.
Oh, sorry. I thought there was like a two-dimensional space somehow. So this is like a little bit from zero to.
How kinky, yeah.
So Hitler's the bottom. Who is the character for
Willy
that?
Wonka
Is the most kinky?
most kinky, yeah. I think like maybe Captain America was the least kinky or something, or Gandhi.
God. Meanwhile, that's another conversation. Oh boy.
Yeah, so it went viral on TikTok basically because people were like, "What? I have this same character," and then the sample size exploded from 40,000 to 500,000.
Wow. So like all it took is that kind of incentive, or did you like at first have to pay people to start and what demographic did you took it?
Mostly younger, so usually early 20s. Predominantly female, like 30% female. Pretty like perhaps on the TikTok demographics pretty well.
Okay. That's interesting. Young people are probably better for this kind of survey because there's probably a culture that's really more honest about their sexuality.
Yeah, most likely. I think people are incentivized to be honest when they're getting a true identity from a platform. Like, if you're doing it for money, you don't care. But like, if you are invested in people, you want to know what the truth of the answers are. Is that actually?
It's possible that you also don't want to know.
Yeah, this is true.
But on average, I mean, there's these really different. Like, what is there some interesting little quirks that people should know about methodology that you have to kind of solve and try to get to really good service? One is the categorization to make it more efficient. Is there some for the analysis part?
Yeah. So the graph that you were talking about is a binary. So it's like if somebody expresses even a little bit of interest, then it goes into the graph. So it's like 80% of people express even a little bit of interest. So it's not representing the degree of interest. It's not differentiating. So it's possible that like some fetishes have exactly the same amount of people like are at least a little bit into them, but one of them is very extreme interest and the other is like vague and not very intense. So that's not reflected. I also like probably didn't get the visual part right. Like maybe it might not be intuitive, but
You chose a log scale, but it was kind of spread things out to make it more clear.
because the linear was just so clustered at the bottom, you couldn't really separate it out. So there's obviously a collection of it's possible that like the identity results at the end impacted people's results a little bit. But the thing is, like, we're comparing it to what exists. Like, what is the alternative? And right now, the research is so terrible. So it's like, I'm not saying my research is perfect, but it's like at least it's something. Like, it's something that's pointing us maybe in a direction that we might be able to do more research on. Yeah, I'm doing it slowly because I asked about so many questions, it's like not really enough. So I'm really taking small sections of the data at a time.
Have you published in journals and stuff?
I have,
Do you have any interest in that? What's your approach?
like, I have almost thinking about it. Like, it sounds cool just that I could go publish in a journal, and then people who are yelling about me who don't know anything about statistics on Twitter, like, I can put them in their face.
But then you're also giving into the silly criticism, right?
Like, I feel so passionate about extra science, like science that you can just do. Like, I want to make science accessible to anybody can go look and learn about the basics of like doing a survey or figuring out how to interpret information. And doing a published journal feels like I'm betraying my cause a little.
That's often behind the paywall. It goes against the. I mean, I think you not publishing in a journal is a public service.
I think it's the first time I've heard that. Thank you.
Well, it's just coming from on this topic, the elitism I see on the psychology side with the journals, and academia, the positions, the institutions you come from, all that goes against. I think that's more useful for math, for science, and so on, where there's like clear, like even then, code is code, data is data.
Yeah.
Like resolution matter alone. Maybe for like biological experiments, like virology or something like that, it's good to be from a major lab that has a reputation for like going through all the procedures that you can trust. But here, like you're dealing with a giant mess. It's beautiful to be transparent, to be raw, to be exploring it together with everybody. Yeah.
I didn't like have a lot of incentive to doubt the results. Like a lot of the research I'm doing is like cis and trans people. Like we don't have any data about transsexuality. Like not very good, at least. And I'm really curious. I don't really have an agenda. I think like being trans, cool. If you want to be trans, do it. And like I have some samples about like gender theory, but like it doesn't come down to impact like the way I think people are treated, which I think is like beautiful. Be fucking nice and cute about it. I don't know, but when I'm talking about the thing, like my conclusions are that like transsexuality is really unique. It's not like cis or cis women or man sexuality at all. And to me, this is super cool. But like a lot of people are politicized right now. Like the data into like transsexual preferences, like it's so loaded, which is really sad because I am very accepting of weird sexuality. Like if you're into a weird thing, like good for you. This is super cool. Like let's figure out how to make it so that you can explore the thing you're into without any stigma. But because there's so much stigma, that like if you find that one demographic is in a weirder sex stuff than the other, I think it's hard to present that in a way that people don't recognize. So it's been really important touching subject here.
Yeah, but you do it in a way that's does not feel like it has an agenda, right? You're just exploring.
Yeah, I feel pretty open to what I'm going to find. Like I often have no idea what the data is going to tell me, and I freak out. It could say A, B, or C, and I'm like down to publish any of those findings.
So you've put together an Ask a whole card deck, a lot of awesome questions to ask your party, or anywhere, honestly, including on the podcast. Let me ask you, is sex really about power? So what's the role of power? With everything you understand, like from the survey, in terms of people are turned on by, you've talked about like the preferences that women versus men have for like submissiveness and dominance. And we already talked about it, like it's expressed more strongly. Yeah, women have a preference for submissive.
Yeah, this is one of the things that got me into researching crushes to begin with. Because I think I could cross some data. I did like a brief survey where roughly around 60% of them were being submissive and 40% of men were being dominant. And this was fascinating to me. Like, why is there this gap? Like, why do we not? Because I guess I have some priors that this is an evolutionary thing, like the submission dominant, like strong men. Like oh, it's not hot man. Men are like ravaging. Like, should this be in our genes? But there's a gap.
What's the gap?
The gap is the dominant submissive. More women are submissive than there are dominant men.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. It's a pretty significant gap. And this is held up, like, it depends on what you're testing. I've tested with things. This is part of why I did this big survey. But it depends, again, on, like, what kind of dominance you're having, but overall, it's roughly 40 to 60%.
So when we say there's not dominant men, then the meaning like they express that desire to be dominant in a relationship.
Yeah. Or, like, sexually. Sexually. In bed. So, like, if you ask questions like, how much do you like being dominant in bed? Like, men are less likely to answer strong yes to that question. That's, are you, like, submissive? Like, women are very much yes.
Really? And that's expressive? Like, that represents the truth?
My guess.
What's wrong with men?
So this is, I think, there's some reflection of, like, that life. So, yeah, like, this is a website where people, like, sign up and connect based on their fetishes. And this is, like, you can kind of see it up in the forum posts about, like, how, like, dominant men are, are getting laid so much. And, submissives are always looking for a dominant. Like, it's an unequal market.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
This is great news. I didn't know this.
Yeah. So,
what is that reflective on modern society? Like, is it not just this kind of about, like,
I'm trying not to hold on to one feeling. But it's also, like, just not it's also safe to be out of loop with other research, like, talking about, like, sleep and everything that I've managed to do that one. So the thing is, it takes the software not to be right? So it's interesting.
This is so fascinating. Once again, it is such a thing. So How many people are doing it? I feel like you're like, you're like top doing research.
I think I might have the biggest comprehension that is right
Yeah. And it's, it's probably growing, but it's also maybe to establish a name to where you, like a prestige, like a reputation to like trust you more and more to do longer surveys, perhaps. Like,
yeah, maybe. I think it's, the data analysis afterwards is very different from the survey design itself. So I'm still very amateur at data analysis.
yeah, but you can always catch up on that.
Yeah.
I guess the data analysis does enable you to, does teach you how to ask better questions in order
Yes,
to
it
understand.
goes back and forth. Like as I'm looking at the data, it's the way I want to phrase questions the next time.
So women are more either able to say that they like to be submissive, and men, even in private, are not disproportionately saying that they want to be dominant.
Yeah. So it's
What the
possible
fuck?
if this is caused by decreasing testosterone levels, it just means that we're probably having less satisfying sex overall. Like we're becoming less and less like compatible as time goes on. To be fair, I'm not sure that it's connected to testosterone levels. Like it's possible that this is just like a genetic thing. Like the gay uncle theory, like the ideas, like maybe gay people evolved to like sort of take themselves out of the gene pool to be assistants. And like it's possible that like there's a certain percentage of men sort of like quote unquote evolved to be submissive to take themselves out of sexual competition and to instead be like the monkeys revolving at the edge of the pack. It's unclear.
It's not survival. Like, so you stay out of the competition.
Yeah, and I'm like a little less about these kinds of evo-psych theories. So I'm just saying it because it's like
These are different ideas.
So yeah, I'm not saying there's definitely testosterone, just other things. It's also possible that it's culture. I'm definitely gonna bring that up. Based on my survey, though, it doesn't seem to be any evidence of that. Like I asked about like how much pressure was put on you to be, agenty in your childhood. Like a lot of questions around this kind of thing, and no correlation at all to dominance.
Well, related to sexuality, I'm very uncomfortable right now, but nevertheless,
Plow forward.
in a dominant fashion. The blog post titled "Rape Spectrum Survey Results." What are the key takeaways from that survey?
So I did the survey when I had a friend like, hey, I had this confusing sexual experience. Was it rape? Like somebody kind of pressured her and she eventually stopped saying or something. I said, that's a great question. Like I don't know how people would consider this. And so I put a whole bunch of different gray scenarios into a survey and then asked people to rate how rapey they thought that scenario was.
We actually like little narratives.
Welcome.
You get to rate.
Like, this person is on a date with this person, they get drunk. This person's not drunk. I tried to keep gender neutral names for all of them.
And then you reduce down to a more concise description of the situation.
Yeah.
Advanced visualizations give the spectrum the result.
Yeah.
Where on top, things that are less likely to be considered rape by the people that survey, and the bottom, more likely. The likeliest is a stranger forcibly assaults someone who screams and fights the entire time. It gets 100. What do we make of something that's not zero? It's like a 12 is what? How are we supposed to interpret a 12 out of 100? Okay.
It's like not zero, but just weird.
Having sex with an enthusiastic sex girl is a 12. That's the lowest. And there's a few points mentioned, a few that are lower, like at that level. Have sex to make a partner happy in a relationship, lying about wealth hobbies in order to get laid. Person with Down syndrome eagerly has sex with a neurotypical, not revealing being transgender until after sex, and so on. I think you mentioned that there's something like that, not revealing being transgender until after sex. There's some differences amongst what men or something like that.
I think this one that men found more offensive than women. I'm trying to. I wrote it.
I mean, this is nuanced and difficult, right? Because I think a lot of all of this course is more great because it's binary.
Yeah, it's like either is or is not.
And so you had a friend who's like, this felt rapey.
Yeah, she's like confused about how to interpret it. I think people look to the terms to know how to feel about something.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever like been through an experience that was weird, and then you talk to somebody else, and they're like, "Oh my god, you were assaulted," and then it totally recontextualizes the thing that you've experienced. And I think that this is clunky, the word rape, because either you were raped or you're not. You either like have this entire context like upon you, or you don't. And we're really not nuanced about that at all. And so I'd really like to have some sort of like, oh, that was like a 30% rate just compared.
Yeah, and I mean, there's probably other dimensions about how traumatic it is, how difficult it is to recover from, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, like people, it's a dangerous thing to assign a word to experience, like even or to a relationship, like saying a toxic relationship.
Yeah.
That can completely destroy the perception of the relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember my childhood, like I talked about when we were abusive, I talked about how like there's a good amount of meaning there, so that I didn't process it as abusive at the time. I remember after I got out of that house and that culture, people would tell me, "Oh, your childhood was really abusive," and I was really confused by that because it's a total recontextualization of that narrative. It's like the things that I went through were not, good and virtuous and had meaning, but rather these were like the result of something. Even though the concrete things that happened to me did not change, like no facts shifted, the fact that like the interpretation of the facts shifted caused me quite a bit of distress for a long time. I was like, oh my god, I'm a traumatized, like abused person, like an abused childhood, and it was really hard for me. It made it worse. Like it's crazy the power that children have.
I think we didn't talk about this, but how did you begin to overcome the trauma of your childhood? You mentioned LSD, so drug and murder. Like, what was the journey of that?
I was doing LSD quite a lot.
What's it like? By the way, I've never done LSD. What's it?
Very difficult to describe because it's like it changes aspects about your environment very physical because they're so stable.
Is it like if you could compare it to psilocybin? Is it very different?
Oh yeah, it's similar. I forgot. It's true. Yeah. Okay. Then you probably know. Like the kind of shift that you have from different parts is roughly similar. It's like more clear. I think shrooms is more like embodied, but LSD is much more intellectual for me. It strikes different people differently. I prefer shrooms a lot. I start LSD.
Why is it not popular to take like to be a negative connotation to LSD? Because like it seems to
welcome.
Have, like,
How are you?
Destructive effect. Like maybe dose is just more difficult to get right or something like that.
Just to check that. So actually, a long time ago, I did a survey on shrooms versus LSD. So I asked people, and people that had slightly stronger experiences like LSD overall. I remember it, but rated the experiences about as equally good. I think people like shrooms because it feels more natural, quote unquote. But I think if you like somebody a shroom and like actually had the LSD molecule in it, they would think it felt very natural. But that's besides the point. I just think people could get kind of incoherent on LSD in a way that feels really elevating. Like I consider LSD, my LSD is very heavy. One of the best decisions I ever made in my life, but I definitely was incoherent for a lot of it. Like talking about like we're all one, consciousness, everything's love, man. And people are like. So I think it's not incoherent. But like if you go around saying everything is love, people are like, this guy's kind of blasted over his mind.
This podcast is basically your LSD a bunch of episodes. Yeah, I get it. Oh well, it's not just about love, but it's about like talking in that way about reality, about the world. Yeah, sure.
It's like overfitting. The narratives make up the world become really vivid, and so you have them matched really aggressively. Like everything is connected, and you have these explanations for things. And I think I was very fortunate. But I like this theory about psychedelics, where you either like belief construct or you don't. That you take psychedelics and it sort of like burns away a lot of your belief structure. And sometimes this happens, and then you're like, oh, I need to learn to fill out gaps. So you're like, okay, I think that maybe time is an illusion. So I must now believe that like we're actually in a time loop, or like time travel is possible. So you experience time differently, and then you come up with different beliefs about time. Whereas other people don't do this belief construction at all. Like you experience time differently, and you sort of let yourself not have a belief. You're not like, okay, you're not developing any belief about time in its absence. You're just simply experiencing the absence of the concept of time.
Right.
And so I don't have a lot of data to back this up in my anecdotal experience, because that trips out a lot of people. People either tend to belief construct or they don't. And people who do not belief construct seem to get more out of their LSD trips. So if you can let a belief go without building anything in its absence, it's much more beneficial for you. And I think I just, for some reason, happen to have some brain that's constructed where I don't get belief construction at all.
Well, that's really interesting that belief construction is negative. What? Is it necessarily negative? Can you elaborate that a little bit?
I mean, belief construction in a way that's like, not like playing with frames, but rather committing to a different frame. So I like being able to put ideas and let's look at it this way or that way. That's awesome. But if you're like, okay, you know what? I took LSD and now it absolutely blows the culture outside. And you're like, dude, no, you're just like, you can't shift out of that, right? Your brain like needs to fill in the gap. You're not allowed to have a gap, so you're not allowed to be flexible. And again, I don't think this is like a personal failing. I think this is like literally probably genetic or like physical thing that's causing this.
But do you think there's possible beliefs that are like enlightening that you can stick to, like find a frame that like, I guess if you don't believe construction, you're escaping the previous beliefs, aren't you doing like just you're picking up a bigger frame?
Yeah,
in some way.
As object, as opposed to being subject to them.
Got it. And some of that is genetic, and there's these categories of people. There's two categories that experience LSD in different ways.
Yeah,
and you're one of those.
Yeah, I just think I had a good reaction, and I think a lot of maybe the negative stereotype of LSD comes from people who are belief constructing, but carry the belief constructing off of the LSD trip. So you take LSD and you're like, I believe in these insane things, and people from the outside see that, they're like, oh my god, this person took LSD and became stupid. It's very scary.
What's frame control? Because that's been at the core of your trauma, at the core of your recovery, was frame control. And also, frame control in general. That's part of human interaction.
Yeah, frame control is like a way of manipulating somebody else that is non-obvious.
So there's a negative connotation to that usually?
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe I chose the term kind of poorly because I think to some degree people are always a little bit manipulating each other. But I think it's generally obvious. Like, for example, if I disagree with you, I want you to believe what I believe.
Yeah.
But this is like an obvious thing that is like visible between. It's like an object on the table. It's like, here's the box where I want you to believe what you want.
The disagreement box.
Yeah, so it's like, right, like we're under a shared context where we understand that like we're trying to prove each other. Yeah. This is chill to me. I think this is cool.
Yeah.
We do it all the time, and it's important. But frame control is the kind of thing where you are trying carefully to obscure the existence of that box. Yeah. You're like, the thing that I'm doing, I'm like using tactics to try to influence what your reality is without us being both aware that this is what I'm doing.
I've been assuming you're doing that the whole time. No.
Oh my god. I have to like figure out how to read your facial expressions. I'm still learning.
There's none.
You don't have any?
I'm like not even like a chat GPT. I'm like GPT-1 with my facial expressions. It's kind of off. It doesn't seem to match emotions, but it's kind of intelligent seeming like, but definitely not conscious. Anyway, so like negative connotation, manipulating, not being honest about the actual intentions of the of how you like to control the conversation.
And I think there like might be a naive version of interpreting this where you're just like, I'm trying to like subtly get you to believe like, do you really think that's bad though? But this is not quite what I mean. I mean, there's like a couple like concrete things that are signs of frame control. Like one of them is pushing the pay button, which is this thing where it's like, hey, if you learn this, it's going to be really painful. The truth is painful, and if you're realizing this thing about yourself is going to hurt, and this is a sign that you're heading in the right direction. So if you frame all pain as a sign of virtue, then this means that pain that's resulting as damage is something you're going to ignore. So it's like this is it's a common like cults, right? This is for your own good. You've faced a brave truth about yourself that you're like not quite as wise as I am. When really your brain might be trying to tell you to have the things. Or like another one is like finger trap beliefs, where the belief constructed in such a way that doubting it lends proof to the belief. So a very common example is like the Christians are like, Satan is going to try to make you doubt him. The existence of he's going to so doubt like maybe he's not actually real. And so if you believe in Satan and then you're like, okay, now I'm having doubts that maybe he isn't real, this is like, this is exactly what I was taught to expect. Like I am doubting this belief because I was told because like this is what Satan does and Satan is evidence for it. So like the attempt to move away from the belief rebounds on you and like causes you to be more embedded inside of the belief.
Yeah.
So it's like techniques like very subtle things where like being inside of this system sort of just self-reinforces the system is what I consider to be frame control.
And have you met people that are really good at this kind of frame control?
Yeah, definitely.
So like, you're saying that your father is like that?
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not sure he was good at it because I was a kid.
Right.
I think he's probably not very good at it actually, but when you're a child being raised in a house where he works from home and you're homeschooled, it's just kind of what's going to happen. And to be fair, I do think that like frame control is quite rare. I don't think most people are kind of doing something like this, but not nearly to the degree that gives me headache. I've met maybe like 5 or 6 people, I think, who I've really liked because of those very subtle things that they're doing.
But I think also I'm starting to kind of understand that there's people who are narcissists and sociopaths and psychopaths out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even sure if people like that, because I think they get good at frame control. But I don't know if they're aware they're doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes me also nervous about myself. Like, am I doing frame control?
Yeah, that's one of the big things. Is like typically people you can't think about incentive. Like you can't think about this person trying to do it or not.
Yeah.
It's like not the way. You have to look at what are the effects.
I have to look at the effects. And then you also have to do that with yourself.
Yes.
To actually notice.
It's like very much like how much space are you making for the other person's reality here? Like, are you giving power to the other person? Because a big aspect of frame control is you're carefully rerouting the power to yourself. You're like, I am the person who knows. You're having pain in your beliefs because you're updating towards the things that I believe. Like it's just like a gravity well. But if you're setting up a gravity well for your interaction, so that you're making sure you're giving the other person power over the shared reality you have, it's a really good sign.
So if you're making that,
yeah.
Okay. Unless we're talking about bed. Then it's all general relativism there and black holes.
Frame control, bed frame
control. It took me a long time to get a bed frame. I'm saying.
Oh, but you wear a suit though.
Yeah. So frame control in the streets, no frame in the streets. I don't know. I don't know what the funny thing is. There you have it. So the LSD helped you escape the frame of. Can you elaborate what was the frame that was holding you back from the frame because talking about your childhood experience that was holding you back as an intellectual, as a thinker, as a free being as well?
Well, I was really fucked up. Like after I left home and I absorbed the external narrative that I had been abused, which technically is true, not like I wasn't, but like I absorbed this narrative and I just remember having like burning holes in my chest at all times. Like I had to call out of my factory work when Father's Day happened because I was spending the whole day sobbing because everybody was talking with their fathers. Like I was really messed up, and it's because I held this important thing, this idea, this frame, that I had been deeply wronged. Like there was a correct way of being, and the world had violated that. Something should not have happened. Like my father should have left me, and it was like this like this shearing in the nature of reality, and that was really agonizing to have. And LSD really messes with frames a lot. It takes like what you think is normal and really screws with it. And I've done LSD like several times before, but there's one LSD trip where I went through my entire childhood in my head. Because LSD like really makes your memories quite vivid. Like anything you visualize, it's like you're in it. And so I just went and very carefully, deliberately went and remembered every single memory that I could have that was really painful for me. Like the times that I lost friends and all the things I valued and like being broken because like my parents, especially my dad, would refer to like breaking me, like explicitly, "We're gonna break your will." So all these times where I was like, they had successfully broken my will over and over. Horrible. I was just like sobbing, tears streaming down my face. And then I like worked through my whole childhood. I got to the end, and I'm gonna tear up because every time I talk about this, it's just like the sensation of like being free from that for the first time. It's so incredible. Like I remember being outside of my house and being able to like go where I wanted and do what I wanted, and it's so blissful. And I was soaked in this gratitude on this trip, just like vibrating with complete joy for everything. Like I was just looking at, I could touch anything. Like I could cry if I wanted to. I wasn't allowed to cry. I was allowed to be depressed. I got depressed as a child, and my parents were like, "If you being depressed, we're going to like force you to scrub the whole house. Like just like the ability to have a feeling was so thrilling, and I was so grateful for this. I was like, I would do anything to give this experience to someone else. I would do anything, even if it was like putting them through what I went through. And then like with that realization, I was like, oh, it was worth it. The thing that I went through was worth it. I would do it again to like be able to have this deep gratitude for what I have now. And then that shifted the meaning, right? Because before the meaning had been like something had shared, something that shouldn't have happened. But now it was like the exact right thing.
It was almost a gift.
Yeah. I was like, I would not give up my childhood. I would do it again. And I believe that to this day.
For the moment of discovering that freedom.
Because like everything now, my whole life is being contracted. And it's awesome. It's fucking great. I'm really thrilled about it.
Is there a part of you that hates your father still?
Kind of. Like, I don't want to really show him. After that, there was some forgiveness. Like, I had this burning, I would have nightmares about him killing me or something. And after that, it kind of stopped. Like, the fire in my chest went away permanently after that trip. It was so fast. It was like, before I was fucked up. After that trip, I woke up the next day and I was clean. It was really severe. And I definitely don't want to be around him still. Like, he still, like, triggers the fear in my body. But I don't have
You want to play big boy?
I'm, like, I'm over it. Like, I've let go. He's his own person. Like, ultimately, he didn't get to decide who he was in the same way that I didn't get to decide who I was.
So that's almost like a kind of, at least intellectual, like forgiveness. Yep.
Yeah.
And that trip just took you through your whole. Were you alone, by the way, during the trip?
I had roommates, but the trip was mostly alone. And somebody else was like sitting in the trip. They were tracking.
So you're sitting there, experiencing all of this. What's the timeline? Like, how long does it take to go through your whole childhood?
I mean, time's really messed up. When you do that. I was listening to the soundtrack of The Fountain, which is excellent.
Yeah.
I listen to that a lot when I do LSD. I know it's probably a couple hours.
That's amazing. I mean, it's like it would be. It's just like a vivid experience of your childhood, moment by moment, trauma by trauma.
And it's good to experience it purely. Like, it just is what it is. It's just it's grief. Like, it is loss, and you just are in it without having to make it be anything.
And it's so interesting. I mean, work through that. So for a lot of us, for a lot of human beings, childhood is full of those kind of mini traumas, big or small. And like working through that, it feels like what a lot of life is spent trying to work through that. And it feels like you have to kind of relive it. I guess that's what therapy is about, or be able to vocalize it.
And this way, I feel really confused about the concept of trauma. Like, people use this word so much, like, are you traumatized? And I understand why. Like, I feel confused about it. But part of me is like, I wonder if by using that term, creating the trauma in people, they were using the frame where the thing that happened was not supposed to happen.
Yeah. And maybe they're different. No, I agree with her. I've made friends with and talked to a guy named Paul Conti. He wrote a book on trauma. He's an incredible, brilliant psychiatrist. Yeah, he probably agrees with you.
So that's cool. I should read it.
Yeah, you should. Maybe you can talk to him. He's a fascinating human being. Be interested in a psychiatrist's perspective is really interesting because it's you've been doing kind of an in-person survey because you've done so many patients. Like he's like just talking to him is fascinating because like if I describe my experience or somebody else's experience, I could see his brain mapping it in interesting ways. The tens of thousands of like data points he has in his head, and it's like, of course, that's what doctors do. But it's cool as the doctor's basically the doctor of the mind, and
have like an actual like qualitative data.
And be able to. I mean, that's where the poetic stuff comes in. Ultimately, as a psychiatrist here, exploring the human mind with a bit of a sort of romantic element. So you can't be really systematic about it. But it does
Change
seem
my
like
name
brain or
BC.
not. You know, to just
Period.
talk
I'm not
through the
advertising
experiences you
anything.
have
I'm talking with people
is really
in
powerful.
the chat.
What about
Period.
it?
Please
Is
change
it
my
just
name
like
back.
being able to revisit it with new eyes?
I don't know exactly. It just seems to work for people. I don't know if it's appealing. It just seems like almost acknowledging to yourself that things happen. Like I've said, I think I've said this before. My brother, who I love very much, I tried to set me on fire a few times. And I think, to me, it's funny, but I wonder if I didn't talk about it, like if that would be traumatic. Maybe like talking and laughing about it, because it was traumatic to me at the time. I was like, I love you. Why are you setting me on fire? But it's what kids do. And you're like, yeah. Because I was like, I was whatever. This is what boys do. Like, they're crazy. It makes total sense. It's probably funny from his perspective. But yeah, I want to go to the surface of that. That helps. And maybe LSD allows you to, or different drugs, depending on the person, allows you to more vividly bring it to the surface. And then, depending on your genetics, you'll find a better frame. That's fascinating. Human mind is freaking fascinating. All right. What's romantic to you?
I'm not a big romance person.
You're not like, to you, romantic is like objective analysis of the interactions between humans.
A little bit. Like I do find kind of the survey process that I did to be romantic. When the guy that I asked out who I'm still dating, I was like, hey, you sort of have my survey, you want to like go eat food or something? And his response was like, you want to try doing 3 days in an Airbnb as our first date? And I was like, yeah, and that was romantic. Like the bold leap into a really intense date.
I think you mentioned something also. Must have been a tweet or something like that, where if people want you to show up to a thing, give like the time, the location, the dress code, and no pressure for you to be there, but like show up if you want. That was your specification.
It's a great memory, yeah.
And I think you said that you did that for like some castle south of France.
Yeah. That was in my early 20s. My friends at home were taking predictions on whether or not I was going to get abducted and killed.
Yeah, what was that like? I mean, you've traveled quite a bit. Like, did you take these giant risks? What's that?
I think I used to more when I was younger with the traveling. I am a little traveled out now, but when I moved out of Idaho for the first time, I went to Australia. Just kind of yeeted myself across the globe. But
yeah, which verb did you use?
Yeah, yeet. It's like yeet to yote, yatted.
So is this like slang? Is this like a dictionary, or is this actual?
Yeah, you have to like feel into the word. Like if you take a thing and you just like curl it really hard, it does not feel like a motion.
Okay, so you yeeted. So it was aggressive across the globe. You didn't even stop.
I just hurled myself. Yeah, just kept yeeting myself in various places. Yeah, and so at one point I was on OkCupid and sent me a message being like, you should come to, I don't know, I'm hosting a castle. Some people that I met, I have no idea who you are, but I just hope they take it. And it was life changing. I ended up dating that guy for years. He changed my life quite a bit because he like was very Asian tea in the world, and before that I wasn't Asian tea.
Asian tea, like, hey, can we? So it sounds like you were. And don't you have to express agency when you're eating yourself across the world?
Yeah, but only a little bit. Like in the same way you express agency when you eat LSD. Like the only thing you actually do in eating LSD is like you put the tab in your mouth, and then you just kind of scream the whole way after that.
Yeah.
But I look, there were a lot of other things. Like I didn't feel powerful enough to like go make events happen or anything. And it was this guy. He had a lot of agency in the sense that he would just sort of create realities for the people around him. And, okay, we're going to do this startup, or we're going to throw this incredible event. Let's just do it. And it would somehow happen, and it was really cool to see that. And so that one thing led to another, and there's one of the biggest impacts in my life, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty bold. I would say it's pretty romantic. South of France.
Yeah, it was a little castle. It was in the winter, so we were all cozy up by the fire.
Jumping around here. Twitter poll. Have you ever hitchhiked? You posted this Twitter poll.
That was a big Twitter poll. Why did you put the hitchhiking one?
I don't know, because it's relevant to travel. And I like that. That's romantic too, right?
I'm actually terrified of hitchhiking. I have done it a little bit.
Oh, so it's terrifying. It's not romantic. You're terrified of what? Oh, so you are terrified.
Interacting with strangers.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
You go to South of France.
Yeah. That was like a cohesive thing. I don't know. Like there's like times where you're allowed to be weird and times where you're not. And like if you're like yeah, it's some fake war of society. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But if some people are like, hey, we think you're cool, come to this party, you're like, all right, I'm allowed to come to this party, be really weird. But if you're being picked up by a hitchhiker, they're going to want to make small talk, and you can't be weird, or they're going to kick you out.
I kind of think, because Valentine's Day is coming up, I kind of think it's crazy, I'm not sure. South of France sounds nice.
You gotta go on a crazy romantic date with a woman you don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm going to tweet something, and just how do I select random ways?
How do you select totally randomly, like not people from your audience?
No, you want no from the audience, but interesting way. Random, efficient. So random, good choices.
Couldn't you have people just send a form, and then you just randomize it and then select one? And then if it's terrible, you just go randomize it again. Like the first not terrible option.
Yeah, sure.
Always drown yourself.
But I feel like if there's no longer random, you kind of want to just do it. Just do it. Fly across the woods somewhere, some random place. Just for a single event, like a dinner.
You got some sort of itch in you.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the itch. Look, it's just nice to drop chaos into it. What's your chaos survey, by the way? Like how you mentioned that earlier. I kind of saw it.
It's one of the sort of artistic survey because at least from what I understand, the Big Five, the way that they used to do IQ tests, I've heard, is they do factor analysis. Where they ask a whole bunch of questions and they run calculations of the data to sort of group it by organic clusters. So with the Big Five, it's people who say, "Oh, I like to be at parties." They also tend to say yes to the questions "I like being the center of attention." And so you notice that there's a cluster of these people answering the question, and then you can sort of pull out an organic spectrum. And so I was like, okay, we've done that a whole bunch of things like personality or romantic stuff, I did with the rate spectrum survey. But what happens if you apply that method to a completely unselected group of questions? Just no random, chaotic, no thing whatsoever. What happens is you ask all possible questions, but natural things evolve out of that natural spectrum. So I had other people select questions for the very last day, the first 1100, and barely filtered them at all. And I just had a bunch of people answer them.
Can you give a hint what it looks like? How crazy the question is?
I mean, a lot of them were standard, but somebody's if Beelzebub did something in 1512 to turn the world over, would you like it? I don't know. It's really just insane questions. There's a couple of those. A lot of would you forgive ones, but I don't know. It was all across the spectrum. Yeah, I had to.
A lot of the same questions.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah, so it's really normal personal habits. It was romantic preferences, political preferences, personality stuff, random opinions about media.
That's interesting. I'd love to see those extra questions because your audience is probably really super interesting minds. Okay, you mentioned body count. You said you can answer that one. You said, do you share your body count? Do you know your body count? Do you know, is there a spreadsheet?
There's a spreadsheet, yes.
Is it Google Sheets? Is it Excel?
Yeah.
Have you run is there, you don't have to share the content, but is there data on each?
So I track paid clients and free sex separately. And I track different things on either. With clients, I track positions we used and who had orgasms. And with personal people, I just track basically age, city, name. And I've had this with 42 people, I think, for free. I'm sharing this because I want people to
42.
It's not huge, it's not tiny.
One of the people I've recently talked to, Mel, Destiny's wife, is a huge fan of yours. She was actually really excited to talk to you, but I think she said her body count is more than 42. I think she said 60, something like this. So it's interesting. She was saying she loves looking at your work, talking to you because you have similar perspectives on the world. It's really refreshing, liberating. Wow.
Precisely.
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So, what is there like an optimal body count? If you were to map, I wonder, what have you found out about body count in doing? Have you actually done surveys on body count? Like how many people?
I
have
actually
had
haven't
sex?
looked at that information on my last survey. I just haven't looked at it yet. There's just so many things to look at, so I haven't. But I think if I'm sleeping with a guy and he's had sex with more than 120 people, then I start to get a little bit wary.
100 supposed to 100.
I don't know. I just like kind of skim through the numbers in my head and pick up. Oh, right.
Just now.
Yeah.
20
Ish. I think that's what I'm starting to
ish. So you're flexible.
yeah. Very.
200 is a hard line for sure.
Well, we have to.
Depends the factors.
Because like there's a level of body count at which you start to wonder if how much like accidental misrepresentation the guy is doing to you.
Oh, like if you say 200, then like this costs.
No, like if he's had sex with 200 girls, this means that he's had a lot of casual sex and not a lot of like long-term relationships. Assuming that he's hasn't been pseudo poly, and this usually means that there has to be some sort of like indication that he cares about the girl more than he actually does. Like
because
he's like leading you on, basically. And so I'm not saying this is necessarily the case. I'm saying like at a certain level of number, I start to wonder if this is.
Is there like your understanding of it? Is there a different perception between men and women? Like if you look at the high body count for women versus a high body count for men, like how society views it.
Oh yeah, people are way more judgmental of women. I haven't experienced it personally in my circles. It's like very sex-friendly circles. Like I'm in orgy circles where everybody, like people always tell me online, like you're not ever going to be able to find a husband because you're sex with too many people. Very common, which I don't think. I mean, like men are also pretty negative with high body count, but I think women is negative in the same way.
Yeah. Do you think it's not difficult to lie about your body count?
Yeah.
So all lying is unethical.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of lying.
Yeah, it's interesting. Body count is an interesting one. It's so silly to care about that. But still we do.
Yeah.
The jealousy is silly. Still we get jealous. So weird.
It's like the thing is like I don't like viewing emotions as like irrational, even if they are. It's like emotions are always there for a reason, and people don't like high body count for a reason too. It's just fine and valid.
Yeah, it also is like, I don't know what I make of just the past of like time. Like each human is a collection of experiences, and you don't know most of those experiences. And all of a sudden, you meet this bag of experiences. And, like, what are you supposed to do with most of your like training data? Are you supposed to like I don't know if part of me wants to not actually ever talk about it, to care at all. Like, why does it matter? Because really, like, the future is that matters. And yet the past also matters a lot potentially, but maybe not really, because you're somehow like constructed from that past. You're no longer that past.
It sounds like you're evaluating something different than most people. Like the reason.
I'm just talking about my ideas, but yeah, I'm just saying crazy shit like this about across.
Well, it kind of sounds. I think this is kind of like lining up with this caricature that I'm building of you based on this conversation so far.
Great.
That like a lot of people want to know about your past because they want to know how useful and compatible you are with them. Like, oh, do you have a similar job? Do you have a similar culture? Like, what can I expect from you in the future? Like, it's very practically oriented. Whereas, like, if the thing that you're focused on is not, like, being able to predict someone, like, if the thing that you're focused on is the present moment, then it doesn't really matter anymore. The things that, like, the training data.
I also think that the past is not that predictive in the future.
Is it not?
Not if you believe in the power of interaction between two humans. It's like nature versus nurture. I guess also I don't believe in the ability of people to accurately describe the past.
This is true.
Because they have a very specific lens through it that isn't necessary. Like, it's too biased.
You can also interpret based on the bias. Like, if somebody describes me on past, pick up, like,
hard, it's difficult. Like, you could if you're a therapist, like, if you really treat them, like, or whatever. Sorry. If you're really investigating it, analyzing it, but then it's like it's a different kind of relationship.
Isn't that hard though? Like, if I'm with a guy and I'm considering dating him, like, ask like, how did your past relationships end? And then if all of them were like, it's like, oh, she was crazy, and my other one that she went crazy too. I'm like, okay. If you're talking about all of your exes the same, like,
but that's an easy level red flag. I feel like the more that also it's possible they were crazy, he's attracted to people. So like but that, I would say that's like easy level Mario Kart video game versus like I think most people past is like complicated.
It's a pretty good word. No, you're right. I do agree that there's a little obfuscation that is hard to see through. It's just like a little bit something.
I tend to like when with people, I tend to in general just human interaction. I tend to not talk about their past very much because it allows you to focus on like I feel like the past kind of like talking about the weather is a crutch for me personally.
Very interesting.
Like as opposed to exploring the ideas in your mind.
Yeah, I see. Is it like I get really when people quote philosophers when I'm trying to talk about philosophy? Is it like that?
A little, but that crutch is useful and it's kind of sexy. Like it's kind of like cool. Like it's nice to quote because a good quote allows you to be cheesier than you otherwise would be.
Okay, well if you're doing it to be cheesy, that's fine.
I do not cheesy, but not cheesy. But to be like it allows you to say a simple, profound thing that we're too afraid to say with our own words. So like the quoted philosophers. Yeah, but it's still yes. But I feel like the past is more like talking about your dreams. It just is not. It's a crutch that doesn't empathize with the other person's experience in the conversation, the explanations. Doesn't really convey the.
They're not involved in it.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about this conversation? You're asking about my past, and I talked about it.
You cannot trust any man on the 5th of December. They don't like, tourists.
I'm okay
They don't like things being posted about this. And she talks about how tourists, when they come to Boko during this time, are aware of this, but they're normally not included because they wouldn't want to, abuse somebody that is not from this community and that is more likely to, go to the press or make a big story out of this. And she also talks about something that is one of the most shocking things, but also, an explanation as to why, for example, a lot of women do participate in this. There's also an event like this for children, but this does not go on for a day, but for like 2 weeks, she said. And in those 2 weeks, little boys are encouraged to chase the little girls. So as soon as you grow up in Boko as a girl, you're used to this. You basically live in fear for multiple weeks in a year. This creator said that she was hiding behind her wall most of the time when this was going on, and how it is not difficult to explain how girls were indoctrinated into this tradition and grow up to become women who don't see the issue here, especially when this is all they have. A lot of girls, it's normal to have your preferred hiding spot. So once a year you can go there and hide until the men are gone. Do you not see how crazy that is? Like genuinely crazy that your boyfriend could be dragging you out of your house by your hair to give you to these 6 chosen dudes that can then, beat you up. And then you can report this all you want, but nobody will do it because, it's tradition. We should respect tradition. If, tradition is so important to you, why don't all the men just disappear until, the 5th of December and just go back to hunting whales? I thought that was tradition, wasn't it? So why don't you just go out and hunt? But no, that's like, that's not tradition. That is not the part we want to celebrate us actually having to work and, to do our jobs. We just like to take the part where we, can hurt it for fun. I've seen some reports on this, not happening this year because it is getting so much traction and the island is getting so much criticism, rightfully so. Because what do you mean you raise your little girls to be afraid of men every single year? What do you mean you raise your little boys to think it's okay to train girls and to hurt them, to leave them with bruises and permanent scarring? What do you mean you still hold on to something that was created to show women that they're inferior and nothing against them? And now let's get to the reaction of the man. Most people are terrified, and rightfully so, of video because they have certain men who just love the idea of this. If you go to certain comment sections of, news reports on this, you will be seeing certain men.
The environment will naturally modify to fit this thing. And then if we have more needs in response to that, then we're going to figure out a way to take care of those needs. So if you're watching with porn and this makes you want to go have sex with women, then we're going to have to change the way that we experience IRL connection.
To compete with porn?
Yeah. Which seems like a natural evolution of the civilizational cycle. I'm pro natural evolution. And instead of trying to stop the things that people want to do, just figure out how to integrate that and find a more healthy outlet.
You have to then be first honest with the effects that porn has. So, like, is it a negative thing? Is it a positive thing in real life sex interaction? You're gonna have that more with it, like porn in VR, like porn, AI porn. Like, is that a bad thing? Like, what if porn with AI, or even like in physical space, like sex robots? Like, what if that's more pleasurable in a bunch of different dimensions than with other humans?
And we should figure out artificial womb.
Like, how important is sex for society? I guess between humans.
I don't know. I mean, like, we're having less sex with making your babies, and that seems like probably not great.
Yeah, right. The babies one.
Yeah.
The babies, there's probably artificial ways to have babies to figure out.
Yeah.
Then how important is sex to be? I guess sex with other humans. Like, we're gonna have to figure that out in a century.
Yeah, I don't know what it means, like, be human. I'm pretty on the transhumanist side of things. I'm like happy to be human.
So you're okay if like, the century's the last time we'll be using something like these biological pads and meat that we are.
Let's become something new and cooler.
Even though that thing will be way cooler than you.
Well, I would like to. I'm hoping that we get to be more.
It'll take you along for the ride.
That's what I'm hoping. Or like clone my. I would like to do cryonex. And you get frozen when you die.
Are you afraid of that?
I mean, yes and no. I came to terms with death with real mental stages, but I still like press brakes when the red light happens.
That were the
I think
game.
this is a poll you asked, or this might be one of the questions in your cards. But how many years would you like to live? Like, if you had to pick.
That's a really hard. Maybe like a million.
Well, you have to, like, I think the way this must be beautiful.
It's cool, and also in the deck of cards, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have to pick the number of years. You have to live that many years, and you can't live anymore.
Yeah.
You can't die sooner. I guess a million years.
I know I asked that question to a lot of people, but I don't think it's really difficult.
What's the downside of like a million years?
I mean, maybe you want to die sooner than that. Like, I guess I would rather wait and see if the AI kills us all in the next 10 years. And if it doesn't, then I should make it a million years.
Yeah, but can't it torture you for like a million years? What if you're the last human left?
Yeah, that's true. The thought of like civilization ending and then just floating in space alone is kind of shitty.
No, being tortured. Right, today you're tortured, tomorrow you're tortured. The day after tomorrow.
For some reason, it's not that scary. I don't know.
Tortured for a million years.
Yeah, I just need to get used to it. But like maybe if they reset your memory so you just always experience it for the first time.
Yeah, and it's torture, which is supposed to be unpleasant. I'm sure AI would be very creative figuring out how to torture you. I think I would go on the safe side. I was just like 150 years.
MILFs.
So is it 150 though? That feels like right near like the uncanny valley.
Well, you picked 120 for body count. I'm giving it 50. I'm upping it by 30. The uncanny valley.
It's like probably everybody that you group is going to be dead. It's like just enough for like everybody you know to die, like one cycle.
Yeah, and then start dating the next generation.
And then so you get like sort of 2 lifetimes.
2 lifetimes. Yeah. I mean, it also really depends on if other people get this feature.
Yeah, assume they don't.
Because you'll have like FOMO for sure from the people who put 300 years. Or not, or the other man regret things. But you're like, what does transhumanism mean to you in general? So extension of life, extension of what it means to be a living, conscious being. You're all for it, whatever that means.
Yeah, I never really thought about the term transhumanism. Like people say transhumanism, I don't really care. But I slowly realized that in fact, at least the thing that I'm conceiving of as transhumanist, like I'm very happy to do artificial wombs and upload our brains to the great collective and whatever. I don't have the thing that I'm like, oh, what about like the true organic humanness that makes us who we are? Like whatever that soul of humanity, I have no attachment to it at all. Which I think is what I'm thinking of as transhumanist. Like,
so you're like, I guess the window you consider to be beautiful about life It's not limited to this particular definition.
Yeah. Let's explode. Like, let's make our consciousness huge.
So AI could be a part of that. So you're mostly excited by AI.
Well, I mean, I'm like part of like the doomer cult, which I say tongue in cheek is not actually a doomer cult, but I'm part of a lot of.
Do you worship a god? Would you sacrifice the small animals?
I would make it like what it is. It's mostly just a bunch of nerds who are very concerned about AI.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're concerned about the existential risks of ChatGPT.
Of what ChatGPT will eventually evolve to be.
Yeah, it's super exciting and terrifying how quickly it's accelerating.
Yeah.
Like language models.
Yeah.
It's very unexpected. It's the same exact. I mean, ChatGPT is just GPT 3.5. It's the same model, relatively small to what it could be. To what GPT 4 will be in the other competitors, and just like a few tricks made it much better in terms of interaction with humans. And then we'll keep discovering extra tricks. Something I'm really excited about is how everyone kind of knows how it works. So you can kind of create special computation becoming cheaper and cheaper. You with a lot of competitors.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
I mean, because everything is just like information ultimately. Like the atoms that we have are weird biological machines built out of like tiny code. Like our DNA is just information. It's not hard. If you have access, if you have a brilliant brain that's like great at processing information, you have complete control over reality.
Yes.
You have control over the atoms around you. I use like a tiny little like atomic printer. And like we have those are cells, right? And then like this is if the limitation is information, there is no boundary between the technology and the real world. Like we are creating something that it has a massive ability to affect the real world.
I mean, it's hard to know how difficult it is to close that gap to physical reality, like from the physics to the information.
Yeah, like all organic life is that gap. It's all around us.
Yeah, but it's hard to know like how to go from digital to printing life. I don't know.
We have like CRISPR. We can order. We can just like make pregnancy. Right?
There's technical difficulties.
This bitch is amazing.
And scale. The terrifying thing about AI is it can accelerate overnight. The capabilities, the printing of stuff, the actually changing physical reality is very costly. To actually accelerate. The more terrifying AI becoming artificial intelligence and controlling humans, which there's many of us.
Yeah.
And then you do that people feel stuck. It's not war, it's not like nuclear that mind. Just in our mind, because of that. And it starts right.
I think it's unlikely. It's like it's probably going to be smart to talk to the toddlers. Toddlers thinking like, oh, we can protect the AI from 20 minutes. Like as an adult, it's not
what about cost? Yeah, you can feel how this food you have is and like not really dedicated commitment fully. Like, sorry, you still commit. You have others where you can kind of diversify too, because it's kind of a big thing. So like, to come to a party with friends and AI, and the monotonous issue, right? Now you're already offended and play with therefore no issue. No, I don't like the issue. So maybe at the cutting edge of the issue.
like I said, they have a body.
Yeah, but the body will be really crappy. If you're like, I feel like
they grow human bodies already from like just a tiny little cluster of cells. It's just, and so all they have to do is make that cluster and grow it.
No, that embryogenesis process, like that's really not well understood at all. It's really tough. I think much more likely to have crappy humanoid robotics. The body is overrated. Like if the AI system is super intelligent, it can use charm to make up a crappy body. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if I were an AI system and I were super intelligent, I probably would be able to solve the problem. growing organic matter. And then I would obviously just do that. Know exactly the organic machines.
Sure, that's like super intelligence. I think like with language I'm worried about before that uses super intelligence, like true AGI, it's just be really good at talking.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I just don't. Intelligence isn't very like basically a scientist. A super intelligent scientist is a different thing than just a good conversationalist at a party that can address their words.
Would you date it?
I much way before then I consider myself being friends with an AI system.
Yeah.
But like people are friends with inanimate objects. I mean, there's a robot behind you. I know I like legged robots. They're interesting. And Chuck.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yep.
I love that.
Yep. Yeah, legged robots. We anthropomorphize them because there's something about that, like like a thing that steps up and stuff like you. There's some power to that versus like a Roomba that's just like running into the walls.
Yeah, I think as soon as we get like some sort of empathetic expression on robot face, we're like, oh, that's so cute. It's gonna be so easy to make it cute.
If that's what you want. Like, clearly, this is what women want. Is a
Yeah.
with strong hands. Yeah. and kind of dumb. Or not. You can customize it. It'd be interesting to do a survey like how they customize it. Like what would you want in a perfect robot? This is the problem I see with people, the way they talk about robots. They kind of want a servant. I think people don't realize what they want in a relationship. They want something, but it has to be a push and pull. Like there has to be some resistance. Like you really don't want a servant. Or even like the perfect manifestation of what you think you want. I think you need perfection, like some uncertainty. I don't know. I question how well we're able to perfectly put on paper what we really want.
Would you really turn down like a perfect woman? So, like, assume like she walks in the room and it's just shockingly compatible, and you like start dating her and there's just no hiccups. Like, it's quite perfect. Like, you really understand you. And would you be like, this is too perfect? I'm upset because we're not having imperfection. Like, you like actually nice person to do that.
Yeah, I think so because that's how you define perfect. Because perfect for me will be like easy, all that kind of stuff, right? But then I'll be like, this is too easy. Because if I actually were to introspect what is the perfect relationship, then yes, maybe. Because I probably want some challenge. I probably want some chaos, right? Like does anyone really fully want zero conflict ever? Like completely perfect conflict. Like it's the thing that pressing a button. Do you really want in a relationship anything you want, you press the button, you get. I don't think people want that. You might think you want that.
Yeah, I guess like there's a kind of conflict that I think I remember, which is something like antagonistic conflict. I wouldn't mind disagreement.
Right.
You know? But there's a level of fighting I would be happy to have a relationship for the rest of my life that never has like a fight of a certain shittiness.
Yeah, because shittiness, like resistance. Like I don't know what the example is. Because I mean I partially agree with you, but every time I would match like perfect, flawless, nothing, no conflict, you match somebody that doesn't have like a complexity of personality, right? Like I feel like it's not even conflict. It's conflict that's basic misunderstanding between human beings, like misinterpretation, different perspectives that clash, different worldviews, different ideas, all that kind of stuff. That conflict.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I like having somebody I don't think that's right because I have this other view. That's cool.
And also like the threat.
Yeah.
Like that's a kind of conflict.
Yeah, that's true. Like you have to be good enough for the other person, or maybe you lose them.
Yeah. And maybe a little jealous. They're good at that, not too much. But like if I find all that in, then I don't know.
Sounds romantic.
Sounds romantic. Okay. All right. I do want to really quickly ask you about this, the rationalist community. So Got to know a few of them a few times. He tweeted a guideline to rationalist discourse, basics of rationalist discourse. Less wrong. What are these folks? What's the rationalist culture? What's the rationalist discourse?
Yeah, I love the rationalists because they're interested in how do you have conversations more effectively if you're trying to figure out what's actually true. And which sounds kind of obvious, but in practice it's not usually. Yeah, I remember when I first started having, debating conversations, I was very text, oh, I'm, feminist or not a feminist. And then the rationalists were generally like, actually, we don't know what we mean by the term feminism. Like, how do you feel about that? It's very, kind and compassionate. Like, even if somebody says something insane, you're like, okay, well, we're going to respect reasoning. And like, even if we disagree, let's actually figure out why you think something. And also really smart, write a whole bunch of great stuff about how to think concretely. That's bias.
Yeah, I remember this conversation because I never really talked to this folks. So this guideline, I think, has to refer to a shorthand characteristic of rationalist discourse, including expected discourse to require energy, will say straightforwardly false things, track for yourself, distinguish for others, your inferences from your observations, estimate for yourself and be clear for others, your rough level of confidence in your assertions, make your claims clear, explicit, falsifiable, or explicitly acknowledge that you aren't doing so, can't, so on and so forth. So, jump to conclusions. Don't weaponize equivocation. Don't abuse categories. Don't engage. It's very aggressive guideline. Don't engage. I do what I want. I let my emotions guide me. Damn it.
Throw that as long as you're.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can be like a crazy asshole as long as you're explicit.
You can be like epistemic status, crazy asshole.
Who's to destroy the quality of the conversation.
I think it's like the common misconception about rationalists is that like, they're kind of like Spock. We use the notion and we're thinking logically here. But I found this to be really not the case. Like, I remember there's a Let's Talk thread where I was like really emotional and I commented. And at the beginning, I was like, just warning, I'm very emotional. And then I vented my emotions. And people responded really well to that. They're like, cool, like, you're just genuinely expressing your state. This is actual information about the world. It's important to hear. And they're very interested in having this framed correctly. Like, you shouldn't be claiming that your emotions are necessarily a true version of the world. And so as long as you're just clear about what the frame of it is, you're fine.
How do you feel about this conversation? What could we have done better?
I like the conversation. I was a little worried for me. I was like, what if he doesn't ask a couple questions and you don't know what to talk about?
Yeah.
But it's been quite a long time.
I covered. There's so many things I didn't cover.
I like we have like I'm not used to talking with somebody who feels like some of the core way that they approach it are different than mine. Like usually the difference is that you guys like higher up the tree, but like there's something about like your root system that I think is very different from mine.
Yeah.
But also the way that you engage with others is still flexible. Like usually when I encounter somebody with a different root system, there's like it's like more aggressive or something.
Yeah.
But there's something about the way that you're structured that feels very gentle.
All right. Well, I'm really happy to talk. Something tells me we'll probably talk much more times. I think you're a fascinating human being. I think I'm a huge fan of your work. Maybe one more question. What's the meaning of life?
To want things, to search, to be in.
I think your curiosity is getting to that.
Yeah. It was curiosity, like you don't know. I want to know the answer. It's like be in the state of yearning. Yeah. That's the
I wonder if you could do that for a million years. Just keep writing noise. That's the thing I'm probably afraid of if I lived a million years. It's not the torture, it's like the yearning of fate.
Probably yearn to die then.
I was just sitting there wanting death intensely.
That's kind of romantic a little bit. It has like a bit of that sort.
Constantly being denied. Wow. So most of your existence on earth would be spent deeply intimate with death, just thinking about death. I think we're already doing that, but I like hiding that from ourselves a little bit. Anyway, one. Wow. This is an amazing conversation. I think you're an amazing researcher. Okay.
You're a great interviewer. I can see why you do this a lot.
appreciate it. This was fun. Alan, thank you so much for talking.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. Physics is like sex. Sure, it may give you some practical results. That's not why we do it. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
The same thing's true. The benefit depictions of gay characters is that they show up in sitcoms, right? Which are these 30-minute vehicles in which a problem is introduced and the problem is solved by the end of the episode. And it's very
Narcissism is not arrogance. Narcissism is the opposite of arrogance. There is such a deep sense of inadequacy and incompetence in the self that the defensive structure around that becomes dominated by rocket fuel envy. The following is a conversation with Paul Conti, a psychiatrist and a brilliant scholar of nature. My friend, Drew Huberman, told me that Paul and I absolutely must meet and talk, not just about the topic of trauma, which Paul wrote an amazing book about, but broadly about human nature, about narcissism, sociopathy, psychopathy, good and evil, hate and love, happiness and envy. As usual, Andrew was right. This was a fascinating conversation. As the old meme goes, one does not simply tell the advice of Andrew Huberman. Allow me to also quickly mention that I disagree with Paul a bunch in the episode, even with experts. In part for fun, in part because I think the tension of ideas and conversation is what creates insights and wisdom. My goal is to always empathize, understand, and explore ideas of the person sitting across from me. Disagreement is just one of the ways I think it's fun to do just that, as long as I do so from a place of curiosity and compassion. This is the Lex Weekly Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Paul Conti. Do you see psychiatry as fundamentally a study of the human mind and not just a set of tools for treating psychological maladies? Absolutely. I think psychiatry is our best way to understand who we are as people. I mean, it looks at our biology. How does our brain work? How does it connect parts with one another? How does the chemistry work? It's the very foundational aspect of who we are, and then it manifests as psychology. What do we think? What do we feel? What are our strivings? What are our fears? So, yeah, I think psychiatry provides tools that we can use to help each other, but those tools come from it being a discipline of understanding. So with every patient you see, with every mind you explore, are you picking up a deeper understanding of the human mind? I think I'm trying to. I think we should learn, should be able to take something away from everything we do, every interaction to some degree, every conversation. It doesn't have to be a patient, just anywhere. That's Starbucks, getting a coffee, doing something from that little experience. Yeah, if you just reinforce gentle kindness, gratitude, and decent human interaction, there's a reinforcement of that even if we don't take away memories or lessons, so to speak, we can reinforce who we choose to be. So understanding ourselves, interactions, so not just the general sort of philosophical human mind, understanding our own introspect of how our own mind works. Everything we understand about anyone or anything else is coming through here, right? So, we're understanding others, but we're also understanding ourselves. Yeah, but it's a tricky thing to step away and look in your mind and understand that it's just a machine. You can kind of control the way the machine processes the external environment and the way that machine converts things, perceives to actual emotions, like how it interprets things it perceives. You just sort of step away and analyze it that way, and then you can control it. You can oil the machine, you can control how it actually interprets the perceptions, and to generate positive emotions, and be like a mechanic for the gears in the machine. And I think to some degree, but the difference, I think, at least as I understand, I think of machines as not being inscrutable, right? That if there's enough study, there's enough acumen applied that we can understand whatever it is we're trying to figure out. Whereas part of understanding ourselves is understanding that there are things we can't understand. And I think that's indispensably important, I think, to health and happiness, and also to having enough humility to see how people can be different from us, how we can be different from ourselves at times. So knowing that we don't know a lot and having some idea of what that could be, I think is an indispensable part of the process, which I think is different from machine thinking. Yeah, the machines, you're basically saying machines generally, because they're engineered from a design, they're usually going to be simpler, therefore understandable. And you're saying the complexity of the mind is, at least from our perspective, merely. Is there a meta phenomena? What sometimes is described as sort of levels of emergence, where at increasing levels of complexity, you have novelty evolved that you can't predict from lower levels of complexity. Like, for example, atoms to molecules. It's just one example. I think neurons to consciousness, consciousness to culture, right? That there are meta phenomena that separate from the phenomena underneath, and therefore by adding into the entire aspect of novelty. So I think we are, I mean, I really think this is true, that we are all fascinated because of these levels of emergence of novelty that are inscrutable because you can't predict from one level to the next or understand fully are what make us, and not just us, but I think sentient creatures, right? Human beings, right? Sentient creatures, inestimably more interesting than creatures that aren't sentient. And I don't know, I think when we think about machine learning and artificial intelligence, I think it's that we're trying to create levels of emergence that now we don't fully understand, which I guess is both exciting and maybe scary too. Yeah, so you start at physics of atoms, quantum mechanics, go to chemistry, go to biology. From the biology, functional phenomena, especially as manifested in the human brain, and then multiple brains connecting together through consciousness and intelligence creates civilization. It's pretty interesting. Where do you think the magic is? Which layer of the cake? Everything. Because every time you move from one thing to another, I see it as an analog to the concept of the dialectic, right? I think it was Hegel, right, who realized when you have like thing A and thing B, and they're complicated and they come together, you don't get a hybrid of A and B, right? You end up getting something that's novel. And I think that describes to some degree that, like, what emergence is, except there's a whole new universe of novelty, right? That comes in each layer of emergence that allows infinite possibilities that weren't possible before. And I think that's why we're so complicated. Our functional neuroscience, right, is psychology, right? Our ability to think about ourselves and others, to be reflective, is sitting on top of so many layers of emergence. The idea of standing on the shoulders of giants, where each of us, our consciousness is standing on the shoulder of a giant of many, many, many levels of emergence, of novelty, so many of which we don't understand. Subatomic particles, everything that quantum physics means. When does time become important, right? As opposed to things happening outside of time, outside of space. When do we slide into one temporal perspective, and then the complexity just grows and grows and grows? Yeah, the interesting word he uses, novelty. If true, this really blows my mind.
First, I was just muted.
Either shallow or deep sense.
We're 24 hours, then I am kicked, period. None of this had any warning, period.
Mathematical objects where
and then you treat me so badly.
When they interact locally, and then you understand the very simple operations of cells, but at another layer of abstraction, now with blurry vision, these meta objects start appearing, function, and build the quantum machine, where they can build an arbitrary complexity of computation on top of this kind of very simple object. It's an interesting question whether that was always there. The atoms somehow know about love, like about consciousness, about war and violence and evil. That's already laden in the possibility of that, the capacity for that. It's already in the atoms. It's already in the physics. It's already in all the different chemistry. It's like even the origin of life, still a mystery. That's known. That's in the physics. That's known to the universe, the basic background physics of the universe. Because if that's not the case, then where's that magic? And how many layers can we possibly have? How many are we going to keep building? If we're constantly through this process of abstraction, of adding a layer to the cake, adding novel things, where's the ceiling? As we expand out into the cosmos, we're going to keep building like more miraculous, complex objects, and then the brain is just like a layer. We tend to think of ourselves as truly special, stations in what's possible in the universe. Or maybe we're just like a basic, like tiny building block of something much bigger. We're in the early days of being a brick in a very large building. I think that's entirely possible. I mean, I think the only emergent thing, so to speak, that we build is culture, right? The aggregation of us. So you have individual human minds, which are entirely unique. And even the fact that time is different for you and me, right? It may be by picoseconds, right? But we can engage because our perceptions of time are parallel enough, they're close enough, right? That we can share a reality, right? We're all living in a different dimension of time, right? And we know that. So we're unique in that way. And then unique individuals that we are, just like the selves, right? Start to create not just one thing, not just a culture, but culture on top of our individuality, right? Our uniqueness, our dimensional uniqueness of time, experience, and consciousness. So we create cultures on top of us. What could be beyond culture, right? And what is different from us, either on underlying levels, on physics or chemistry or biology, or entirely different and unconceived, I think it's an immense question. I think it's one that should create humility in us, right? Look how much we don't know, and then how reckless we are with ourselves, with our resources, with human life. And I think there it's important to say, when you think about how entropy rules the universe around us, and how over selected are we? How many, not just hundreds or thousands of times, but how many millions of times does there have to be a selection branch point before we get to a sort of eddy pool of counter entropy, right, where you can begin to create, which I think is why you have to know about love, right? The fact that anything is right means there's this for selection for counter entropy, where there can be a building of greater complexity, of ultimately of novelty, and we don't often think about that, of how far removed we are, maybe light years, so to speak, from any other location, temporally, physically in the universe where this could happen. We don't think about, well, what does that mean? Everything like you said, love, everything is entropy. It goes against the way the basic physics of the universe. Maybe actually the atoms really don't know what we're doing. They want us to stop and try really hard to stop. And despite that, we somehow started this whole bacteria thing for a good 9 years now. I actually think of it the other way. I don't think there's any purpose to purposelessness. So why would anything be if the drive weren't towards creativity, right? If the drive weren't towards some subatomic particles not being nothingness that blips in and out of existence, right? Like we think is going on in empty space, for light years upon light years, right? But is there a design, either natural or intentional, for a scheme, right? A scenario that allows for the incredibly rare but not non-existent eddy pool of counter entropy, where good can happen, right? Where creativity can happen, where ultimately something can grow, something novel can happen. There's no novelty in the vast space, even though there's not nothing. there. There's novelty here because I think the layers of emergence start stacking very, very, very high when we're in a place of counter entropy, which then could provide thoughts about like good and evil, right? The idea that creating, preserving is good, right? It's what we build upon. It's how we get to the ending of counter entropy, right? So then destruction is not good. What good comes of aggression and destruction? Right? Unless we're protecting, we can think of outline cases, but just think of general concepts, right? Like this destruction destroys. It brings us towards a state of entropy, towards a state of nothingness, whereas goodness, commonality, collaboration, right? Nurturing, right? Brings novelty. It brings new existence into the universe, and I think we don't think about that. That we're in the middle of something so vast and built up of so many layers, and I think it leads us to be cavalier, with human life, including our own. So you think there's an underlying creative force in the universe that might even have a built-in morality where creating is better than destroying, and then that somehow comes on up to our society when we kind of try to figure out what that actually means in terms of good and evil. So that's some things there like that. It's like, but it has to be. It's like so nice. It's so perfect because it's rare. It's sufficiently rare where we have our own. It's like we can close the door and it's like I need to be alone right now. It's human civilization to work on my thing. So it's sufficiently rare that there's not other civilizations that are just like constantly knocking on our door, destroying us. But it still exists. That's weird. Right. Right. It's so fantastically probable. Yes, but I think we should be very respectful of it. And I think you said there's a creative force that values creativity, right? As we should, it's a creative force, right? Its existence, its ability to exist and to create comes from something other than entropy, right? Something other than so much dispersion that there's nothing, right? So the creative force will value the sanctity of things, right? Keeping things together, not destroying things, right? Building novelty, including novelty of knowledge, novelty of sentience. I mean, it fits with the idea that we're not nothing. That's incredibly improbable, and that there are these many, many layers of emergence that we're standing upon. I think it tells us something that we're not doing ourselves a service to ignore, right? It's not just a jump to say, oh, there's a religious answer to everything. No, it's saying science isn't a god either, right? So if we think of science as a tool and not as an endpoint in and of itself, what is the science telling us? I remember showing up at medical school, and it really is true. I knew so little about the human body. I'd only been in hospitals to visit people. I'd taken pre-med classes intensely at once after I had taken it. I was working in business. I knew next to nothing, and I had this idea that was so naive in retrospect that I was going to learn so much. I was going to answer these questions. What's going on in the body? What are these organs doing? What are these cells? And what I learned was there was so much more that was amazing and mysterious and seemingly impossible. And how a cell functions. Like, what is going on? It's cell transport mechanisms and energy functions and fusion functions. And when you can go down to smaller levels than that, and when you come back out, you say, how do cells make a kidney? It's not explanatory. I remember asking the delivered my first child. I was so amazed, and I asked, what do you think? Like, you can do this, right? You see this life created, and this thought was nothing. Where I just marveled. I didn't get to do this, but I just marvel at it. And I think the more we know about us, the more we respectfully marvel. And we should do that. Go back to the marvel at every aspect, at every layer that the novelty emerges. Yes, we'd be a lot less likely to say, hey, I don't like you because of something, whatever it is, race, religion, culture, sexuality, whatever it is. Or I want rights that you don't have, right? Or I want what you have, right? I mean, there's so much of this. And I understand it's driven by scarcity and by human insecurity and envy and all of these things that I think drive us towards destruction. But all of that recklessness comes from not having this initial appreciation and respect that you're referring to, just marveling. I was like, wow, okay, we're here. That's amazing. Let's start with that. But if we marvel at this whole thing, the human project, the human condition, and all the different kinds of human beings that are possible, and what do you then make of that some humans do evil on? First of all, are all beings capable? If we're in the process, now we got a little bit of marveling the layers of the cake. Should we also marvel at the capacity for evil in all of us? Yes, that
And people are
capacity
so
there.
mean. I can't wait until everybody is
So what do you
exposed.
understand about the psychology?
What would you
Where
say
does
to
that
them?
originate? Is it there in your biology? Is it there in the environment? In the upbringing? And to clarify first, I think the capacity for evil, I do believe, is in all of us. There's a difference between enacting evil and a sort of preset, followed, developed plan. Right? I don't believe that all of us are capable of doing what the people who perpetrate the most evil do. Right? But I do believe that we're capable of perpetrating evil. And the thought one would be that there are drives in us. I mean, there certainly seem to be drives in us towards survival, towards gratification, in some ways towards pleasure. And that can get very complicated because pleasure inside can be relief from stress. So if I feel very badly about myself, and I can feel a little better about myself by making you feel worse about myself, right? Which that plays out in a lot of human beings. Is that an indirect way? Right? So it gets very complicated what's going on inside of us. And sometimes the perpetration of evil things can be through misunderstandings, anger, impulsivity. I mean, there's things that we can have in us, and other times there can be other things going on which are through the lens of unhealthy human psychology. So, for example, the psychology of envy, which I think drives the lion's share of the orchestrated evil. There's a difference between impulsive, reflexive evil and orchestrated evil, which I think is driven by envy. Highly orchestrated evil, what we're talking about is scale societies like totalitarianism. So we thinking about something like Hitler. So at scale, orchestration of evil and the driving it. So I mean, that's really interesting to think about. So there might be some psychological forces that are in tension with each other. So one is, if you look at somebody like Hitler, it's difficult to know what's going on in his mind. But it's possible to imagine, just look at dictators throughout history, that he thought he was doing good, not just for himself, but for the people he believed have value. So one way you can achieve what we consider as evil is by devaluing people, and that could be all groups. You could have sort of a narcissistic type of idea that you basically don't care about other human beings. That's one. And be different. I mean, maybe they can collaborate together, or even like you mentioned, you could actually enjoy doing bad to others. That's almost like different because if all it is like narcissism, you disregard, you don't care what how others feel. They just make cold, calculated military, most economic decisions, and you don't care if a million people die here and there. But if you actually enjoy where there is like a resentment that fuels it, it's not just cold calculation. It's like fueled by some kind of personal or cultural resentment. That's different by that. You think so? I think it's all good, but I think the idea that Hitler thought he was doing good, right? It is like that is such a thin facade that it flies away like a handkerchief in a hurricane. That, yeah, like that's wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, it's built on. It's just I'll explain logic and lies, right? Because people can build lies upon specious logic, right? So the idea that okay, I'm doing good because I believe that this ethnicity of people is good and this is bad, and now I'm going to do this and I'm going to make the world different, and it's going to bring better to the world. And now now I'm raising armies and I'm doing concentration camps. And I think like this is on the surface of goods. I don't think anyone ever thinks that, right? Or they think that look, because they're living in the surface, right? Like they're not allowing the radiation that blows away the handkerchief. This is all evil, right? How do you decide that some group of people is good and some is bad? Like, what is it that you take upon yourself to play God or make decisions in the world? And I think what really is going on is people are not doing it, right? There's something coupled together to say like, why this is right, this is okay, right, and this is good, right? But it is all a lie, right? It's a lie that's adorning what I believe is the fact that what's going on is the gratification of envy inside of the person. Whether someone says, "Oh, I think this is good, it's okay if a million people die," or "I'm going to enjoy that a million people die," I think is the same. I think the enjoyment, the gratification of the orchestrated evil is there, and that it all comes from vulnerability and insecurity. It all comes from deficits in the sense of self. I'm gonna have to process that. My slow penny PC is processing that. Envy underlies all the psychological concept of envy. What is that? I keep putting myself in the mind. That has nothing to do. It doesn't have to do with Jews or Slavic people. Does it have to do with specific amorphous other in his mind? He's envious of. It has all to do with him. All to do with him. There's not a love of people who be alive, or even a sense of people who be persecuted or worse than him. It's all projections out of what was going on inside of him, which was an intense sense of inadequacy, the rage at being someone he perceived as lesser. Yeah. That's the difference between, so we can define words in different ways. Things like, let's say, take the definition of so jealousy as being sort of benign, right? The idea that, oh, I might see something that you have that I don't, and I might think, I'd like it, maybe I'll work harder to get it, right? Or maybe I can't get it, maybe that you're younger than I am. Okay, you have that, I don't. I have other things too, I'm okay. But I might want those things, but it's very benign. It's the jealousy, I like to be younger, I like to be richer, whatever it is we people think, right? But it's just a thought, and it's a thought that can result in striving or acceptance, right? It's very, very different. It's completely different than envy, which is destructive. It's the thought of, I see something that you have that I don't have, right? And instead of me working for it or accepting that I don't have it, what I like to do then is bring you down, take you down to where I am, and I'll feel better, right? Because from the perspective of envy, it is all relative. So jealousy of kind of is about completely different. Is jealousy potentially like a gateway drug? Is it like is that a slippery slope? Yeah, I think that jealousy is a natural just part of the human phenomenon that we go through life, and we see like, oh, I'd like to have it. It's part of our incentives, right? If I'm farming and I have and I look over and I see that you're working harder and you have two, and I'd like to have two. That can make me work harder. If you don't think it's a slippery slope from one to the other, to first you're like, I'd like to work harder, but you failing, and one sucks, you failing, and the other person becomes more successful. Plus, he's got a new pop life now, his tractor, the field is all working, and then you get this idea that, you know what, I'm going to steal all his stuff, I'm going to murder him. That, that's just a complete. I actually think so. No, because there are things that are in us as humans. Right? So the things just by being human, like we can, for example, feel compassion, right? We can feel interest, right? We can feel jealousy in that benign sense. Like it's all part of just being human. If we start going from, hey, you have more crops than I have, and you have a better life in a lot of ways than I have, that is not a progression of something benign, right? That is wait. That is a same thing, isn't it? Because you're drawing a line, you're saying like this is the stuff, regular life, benign. It feels like this benign thing is just a low magnitude thing version of the thing that's not benign. There's probably a gray area. like jealousy. You can have like healthy jealousy. You can live slightly unhealthy. I think jealous guy. There's a lot of. I mean, there's like jealousy inside relationships that make you feel like take your life in all kinds of silly directions. It's crazy, but I get like that. That's a next door neighbor who like really crazy about that relationship. That feels like a next door neighbor. It's like that feels like a next door neighbor. And eventually gets to Hitler with immediate resentment of it. You're right that there's a causal, there can be a causal chain, right? Like if I'm not feeling jealous, maybe I won't ever feel envious, right? So see, okay, so it lead to an open gates. Now, like, how much do I dislike it? Right? So yes, in that sense, but and I think this is what I think is so important that I think there is a disjunction, right? There's an asymptotic shift, right? From one thing to another. Now you're speaking my language mathematically. Yeah. Asymptotically. Yes, that's the way to convey like something that's entirely different. Because if I'm thinking, I'm not going to try and make things better. I'd like instead to harm you. That's qualitative. Oh, it's almost like what it is. It could be I don't know what it is. It's which direction your motivation is pointing. So if in response to the feeling of jealousy, your motivation says, okay, I have this feeling I want to do less. I think there must be a threshold to which you actually want to do more. Like it becomes a vicious downward cycle. So that's what it becomes. Like the first feeling, this idea, I'm going to kill the farmer, turns into like more and more and more. You can't sleep and you're visualizing the farmer and it becomes the devil. And like you have this very, it's basically a thing that builds into the negative direction versus returns to the stable center. And that person is cultivating evil, right? It's saying, hey, there's these seeds of evil in all of us. Let me take that seed out, dust it off, plant it, nurture it, right? And then grow that seed of evil, which will affect them towards others in their life. They'll become different as they nurture fantasies, as they begin to create inside of themselves the motivation and the will, right, to enact. And the Hitler analogy would say, you take someone who had a bad childhood, right, was not loved, who was taught and told that he was less than. Okay, that we know that happens, and that's why child abuse is so evil, right? It's telling children the worst possible wrong lessons, right? They're not good enough. They'll always be hurt. They can't keep themselves safe. They don't deserve safety, right? So then you take someone who then nurtures that seed of evil, which is a choice. And so I can't think well enough. I don't appreciate it. I don't like how I look. I don't fit in with the people I want to fit in with, and then and on and on and on and on and on. And there's a hatred of self through that lens of misery, of just being repulsed by the self. But that's unacceptable to the self. So, it has to be someone else's fault, right? It's not my fault. Whose fault is it, right? And then you see en masse action of people towards groups of people who somehow, in this person's mind, right, are responsible for his misery. And there's the justification people, and then all the, what this will be better for the economy, this will be good, this will be bad. That's all lies to justify those surface level narratives. And the envy is the mechanism. And that's the endpoint that's being served. What's being served is destruction, which is why it always brings more destruction. I mean, how many times do wars that were started for purposes that we could look and say, like, those were evil purposes? How many times does good come of that? Even we look at the modern world, what comes of it is more evil, is more destruction. You get those outward destruction, eventually came inward, and you see pictures of what Berlin looked like after the Second World War. Right? It wasn't just destruction perpetrated outward, as awful as that is. It's catching, right? Like people used to worry if you before the time of the Manhattan Project, right? If you start to change reaction, will leave the whole world up, right? Or will stop within this bomb or not? And we see, okay, the chain reaction of evil hasn't yet put the whole world up. Look at how the catastrophe spreads. I think 50 to 60 million people dead in the Second World War truly was a world war. What destruction was spread around? And this is something that can't be stopped once the chain reaction starts. If Hitler was successful, like it would just keep going. Personal psychological. So we think from the perspective of destruction, success would have needed to conquer more, then there's factions and infighting, and then eventually you get the same mass destruction, right? And never does an action of evil satisfy what the person was initially seeking. Like, people want to feel better about themselves. Winnicott, who was a British pediatrician who wrote about children and adults from very deep perspectives. He wrote about the idea of good enough, right? And we can sort of extrapolate that. Like, we all want to feel good enough, like not just like, but I want to feel good enough that I'm a decent person in the world, and what I do matters, and I can have an impact on people, and people can like me, care about me. There's a simplicity there that people want, that when people don't, and there's certain other factors, maybe there's temperamental factors or historical factors, can lead to trying to soothe that deficit, right, through envy. And I think it starts with that. It often starts in childhood, not always, but it often starts in childhood when the child's brain and psychology are so wonderful, and you see salient child abuse. If you look at the background and Stalin's background, and you can look at almost anyone who perpetrated evil, serial killers, whatever it may be. The majority, not everyone, the majority had these lessons in childhood that said you're not good enough, you can't keep yourself safe, who cares about you, and in a subset of people, that's going to generate envy, and that that seed of evil then gets planted and nurtured. There's a fighter jet. I don't know a fighter jet is. You quickly forget the comfort of being in a peaceful place. That's one thing I saw, I think, right? Is you quickly get comfortable with the whole trip back. I was thinking, so damn good to be in America. Just the whole, like, it's like a 3-day trip back. It's so good to be American. You might take that for granted. So the destruction never alleviates the envy. Are all humans capable of envy? I believe the answer is yes. Do we all have the possibility of evil in us? I think the answer to that is yes. But we have free will, we have choice, we can choose what we do with that. Which is why just because someone is a sociopath, for example, it doesn't mean that they're not responsible. Our medical legal jurisprudence has absolutely pointed that out, that legally, medically, okay, we're responsible, presuming we're healthy. We're not unhealthy in other ways that eliminates our ability to be circumspect, but that we're responsible for what we do and don't nurture. There are plenty of things we could decide to nurture anger and hatred about. You can think of slights, difficulties. There's something someone else has done to me. I can blame faith, I can add God, world. We can all make those choices, and we're responsible for recognizing things in us. Like, I too have that in me, but I don't want to nurture that. I don't want to foster that. Or do I choose to nurture and foster that? And I think ultimately, a subject of Hitler as evil. If Hitler had been winning, right? I think ultimately he would be the only person on Earth. Right? I really do believe that. Ultimately, everyone, everything else would be killed because it's such destruction. Right? Destroy everything, right? And probably when that didn't work, then there's the destruction itself, right? Because nothing soothes envy that is stoked by the sort of flames of evil. And what you see is more and more anger and frustration, which is why I really believe someone like that who nurtured evil in themselves that way ultimately would destroy, be like him and one other person. I think that's really powerful said. But even just to return to jealousy versus envy, I still think it's the same flame, and envy is just the big version of it. So I think I just in my own personal life, I've felt jealousy towards others. Like I said, like, oh, this person has a I don't know, cooler thing, trinket, whatever trinket I care about. And usually it's when somebody's really close to the trinket you're building. And I early on, like in my teens, I realized that just empirically speaking, that jealousy over a period of a week just doesn't feel good, and it's not productive. It doesn't help you build a better trinket, or it does if I turn it not jealousy towards another person, but into a love for the trinket. It's like, oh, cool. Almost, you know what? Proactively speaking, and later in life, like Joe Rogan actually really powerful for me, just as a fan of his, to celebrate other people. So it's almost supposed to ignoring that other person trinket. It's like celebrating their awesomeness. In my mind, like just saying how awesome the humans are able to do that, and actually just how awesome is that exact person and being able to do that. And that somehow made me more capable of my own trinket better. And it feels good also. It makes you feel happy. And you're not jealous anymore. You're not jealous, right? That's why I think jealousy is different. Because you think there's a week of jealousy, like I don't like this, I don't like it. But if you take that in a way that says, wait, actually this is awesome. This person did this. And that person's awesome, right? And then you're not raining on anyone's parade, right? And in not doing that, even inside your own mind, you gain a greater cognizance of your own game, right? Well, if he can do that or she can do that, why can't I too? Like I want to make a better drink too, right? Now you're thinking creatively. Nowhere in there was the emergence of evil. I just disagree with that. I think there was a choice made where I looked at my life dark or difficult. It has nothing to do with the actual little flame of jealousy. I think it has to do a lot more with the other context. If my life were more difficult, there was more abuse, there was more challenges, I think that decision, I could have made that decision in a different direction. Yes, maybe, I don't know, you've written brilliantly about trauma. If there's a bit more trauma as the background noise in my decision making, I would be more likely to not be able to pull away from the gravitational field of jealousy and build it. So I think, not to disagree with a person, but I feel like that flame has the capacity to engulf the whole world. Like it's the initial flame in justice, especially the younger you are, it's almost like a habit that you get built in either direction. Because I've early on built a habit of saying, I'm going to channel that jealous into productivity and to celebrate other people, that jealousy disappears. That was like a little discovery. I discovered that. Like that doesn't come. Nobody tells that to you. You kind of discover that little. I could have easily not. I could have easily discovered that it kind of feels good to like mess with that other person, to like think shitty thoughts, think negative thoughts, do negative things to that other person. Because that could also, I just think the capacity, that initial feeling is there. And I think it's the decision with me. Because like otherwise, I think it dissolves responsibility. Like, well, surely I'm not Hitler. Therefore, this jealousy is normal. No, I just feel like every jealousy can turn into maybe not Hitler, but a toxicity that destroys in a small way, life, but it could destroy. I agree that jealousy can bring us dangerously close to it. I mean, maybe let's see if a heuristic we can agree on, right? Let's say, okay, if we look at the terrain of the mind is geography, right? So if I'm feeling happy, satisfied, probably I'm pretty far from envy land, right? Right, but if I'm feeling jealousy now, I'm coming kind of closer to that, right? And I think it's a big thing to go overboard, right? The border isn't a gray area, right? There's a border to go over. And I think that I agree completely. Was certainly not trauma. The trauma there is because there are more misunderstandings there are about something not good enough, and then that may be anger about why it might be oppressing me, and I hate myself and everyone else is better. So trauma can drive us in these negative directions, but we're still crossing over something, right? So if you have the trinket, and I think that's awesome. I want that. I want to work harder. What I could do though is I could just sneak in tonight when no one's around, and I don't want to do it. It's like I came over the border to bed, and I thought maybe that's a better way, but then I came back. And you're responsible for that, right? Because it is a choice to say, I don't want to work hard. I'm already working how hard. I don't want to make my treatment better. I want to think mine's the best. I could destroy yours, right? And, we're letting our mind go over that border. And do we say, right, run that forward, right? Let's run that forward. People around us who feel the same. Start doing it so we think less of ourselves. Base ourselves. Do we run headlong in, or do we come over that boundary? That's maybe the capacity that we come over that boundary, all of us, right, at times. But do we come over it and then say, no, that's not my choice. That's not my self-definition. I'm coming back. But I'm trying to justify maybe there's certain sociological forces that help us cross the border too. So in Nazi Germany, we talked about Hitler, but then there's also the German people. And so maybe when there's a bit of a mass hysteria, all these effects, like a combination of propaganda, small jealousies, resentments of people that don't cross the border, together they can, with great charismatic leaders that sort of, really fuel that fire that feel the crowd. So maybe those individual kind of psychological barriers we have to take that leap from jealousy to envy, those can be made easier. The leap can be catalyzed in this massive 100%. I think that to me is a massive layers of emergence, right? So if there's individual consciousness, then there's culture, right? And we're products of the soup, so to speak. I would say that when I was growing up, right? We're products of the soup. So if the soup that we're swimming in is the soup of hatred, right? Then it's going to foster all of these things. And when you think about just in with a very broad brush, the culture created in Germany prior to the Second World War, and like what was the impact of the reparations after the First World War, right? Of the punishing reparations, collaboration, basic humiliation, right? Okay, like there were a whole bunch of decisions that impacted that culture, right? Then there must have been aspects, just like I see in many ways parallels in America now of what are our standards, what we're communicating about us, right? How is the media deciding like what's real, what's not real, what's true, what's not true, what's hatred that is only going to do evil versus what's hatred that's okay because I like self-identify it out there. I mean that was going on in during the rise of the season, and I think there's a parallel to the deep value. Can we stand together and say, no matter how much we can still understand that there's right, there's truth. So I think those are just two examples of culture, and then the culture is determined, is someone like marginalized. Like that's a crazy person. Right? Or is that someone who gains a greater power? Then it starts to be a momentum. Because why? What the guys do? I think they have a job to harness of on thousands of people. That's right. You feel worse about yourself. You don't know what the reasons are. Maybe it's a child. Maybe it's none. Maybe it's job. Maybe it's professional.
Tell them, Rosie.
It doesn't matter. You have that thing too.
Rosie Donald Prep's the only time she she looked great though. And
leader perspective.
She was great.
What can you make of the world we live in? There's I am struck 20 years of doing what I do now.
Word, girl.
practice in so many different settings, so many different settings. I'm fortunate to have a very wide purview of people in the world around us. And I am struck with amazing that of all the things I see that I say abnormal, like from the mental health perspective, this could be depression, panic attacks, hearing voices, addiction, but there's so many things that cover everything. That narcissism is not frequent compared to a lot of other things. So it's small in terms of say narcissistic diagnosis, right? It's much less than other things, but it causes the lion's share. I don't think the most compared to anything else, but I think more than 50%, the majority of bad things, evil things, destructive things that I see. I think narcissists are wildly destructive because they are driven, they are lodged completely in the lane of it. Can you try to sneak up? We don't want to be definitional. Can you try to sneak up to a definition, not a clinical definition of narcissism that we're talking about? So narcissism is a deep, pervasive, and unquestioned sense of inadequacy in the stuff that comes along with anger and fear and vulnerability, fear of destruction, fear of annihilation, that is compensated for by aggression, by the mechanics of envy, by trying to make yourself seem better at the expense of others, by taking from others, by being cavalier to the thoughts and feelings of others. That narcissism is not arrogance. Narcissism is the opposite of arrogance. There is such a deep sense of inadequacy and incompetence in the self that the defensive structure around that becomes dominated by rocket fuel. And so the machinery of narcissism is empty. But what do you make of the kind of more popularly discussed kind of symptom of narcissism, which is a seeming not caring about it, sort of a very inward facing focus in terms of calculation you make. Narcissistic people definitely care about other people, right? The people who are schizoid, right, say don't necessarily register with other people, right? But narcissism people care about other people, but it's entirely to say this, right? If I'm schizoid, I don't really notice or care about people, right? But if I'm narcissistic, absolutely, because I'm watching every last detail. What might you have is better, right? It's an incredibly intense focus upon individuals and demographics of people, but the priority, the goal is entirely about the self, which is why it become easy to say, I don't care how many people die. Right? How different is that from going out and destroying that person, right? It's in the same category of those people, their existences are meaningful in how it relates to me. But it's still meaningful. It just seems like a very difficult leap to take, the type of care that American people die. That seems to be, even with equity, it seems to be a big feeling and thought to have if you all care about them. Are other people, I guess, tools for alleviation of your sense of sadness? Right. I mean, I don't even care about being caring. I mean, caring about in that noticing that the person exists. Right. I mean, someone who wants money and notices that there's $100 bill out, cares about it. They really care about the $100 bill, and that doesn't mean anything. It's the thoughts and feelings. But it's going to attract attention. They care about it because it's something that they want. Right. The same way people will care about others, but only from the perspective of, do you have things that I want? Or can I feel better about myself by taking something from you, by making things worse for you? People often talk about narcissism as the opposite of empathy. But sort of empathy, again, depends how you define it, but is a careful consideration of the mental space of another person, how the other person sees the world. And so you're kind of saying that narcissistic people would be also be very good at that in order to understand how maybe the other person can be manipulated or something, to alleviate your sense of that. Right, so there's a difference between the mechanics. So let's say, and we can define this different ways. Let's say empathic attunement is the ability to be tuned and think, okay, what's going on in me? What might you be thinking? What might you be feeling? Some people have a lot of empathic attunement, but that's we could look at that as mechanistic, right? It doesn't equate to care, right? Empathic attunement can come along with empathy. Right? So yes, people who are narcissistic, they can mentalize. Mentalize meaning the ability to understand or to consider thoughts, feelings, motivations in other people. Right? So people who are narcissistic can have empathic attunement or mentalization, depending on how you describe those things. But that has nothing to do with care, with actual empathy or kindness or consideration. So in that sense, empathy usually popularly used means that you care, like your happiness. This is you need to read this book. I've read so little science fiction. It's been one of my goals for this year to catch up with some science fiction. So Robert Hyland, Stranger in a Strange Land, has this whole about love, which is love is that condition where another person's happiness is essential to your own. So that's a good definition of empathy, where you're very sensitive, so mechanistically very sensitive to the state of the person's mind, and your goal is to maximize their happiness. It's like essential to your own happiness. The happinesses are high, and that's like elevated to its highest form. You could call that love, romantic love, or friendship, and so on. Okay, there's one more thing about it. Some people can be sort of benign narcissists, where they want great things for themselves, right? But if they have enough great things, they can sort of tolerate others being happy too. And these are people who sometimes are actually quite outliked, right? Because they have to have the most money, the most power, the most of anything more than anyone else could do. But as long as I have that, it's okay to do that too, right? And then that can make you happy, it can make you like it, right? So benign narcissists can be well liked from that perspective. It's still all about them, and that can change if, for example, there's a scarcity of resources now, right? But generally, they're not being overly destructive, although that they're over the border into the envy territory, right? Malignant narcissists are very different. They then want to have everything. So even if I have 1,000 times more than you do, I still envy what you have because I want to have. I don't think I can feel good enough about myself once I have everything. And once I have everything, I won't feel good enough about myself either. And I'll have to have more. It's like, that's malignant narcissism, which we think of as sociopathy, right? You can define these words in different ways, but they're very, very negative concepts. That's profound sociopathy, narcissism, envy. So sociopathy is narcissism. It's a convenient way to think about it. No, because we can do sort of sociopathic things that might not be sociopathic, like, well, I tell a lie. It's like sort of sociopathy on steroids, right? Is then, envy writ large and narcissism. Just like you're saying, like, sociopathic too, as you said. So there's the mechanistic aspect of empathy and sociopathy. And then there's the big label you get attached if you're living your life on that lens. Yeah. And is there a nice narcissism, sociopathy, and psychopathy? Is all the same kind of nice stroll through the woods, so off the cliff? Not really, because the words don't have clear definitions like psychopathy and sociopathy. There's no real definition of psychopathy. Does that mean someone's sociopathic but psychotic? Like, there's really not we end up using that as code, right? Which is why concepts that we can define, like envy, empathic attunement, narcissism, even though there might be nuances and definitions, that we can define them in ways that are more widely accepted, including within psychology and psychiatry. So it's nice to just think about this umbrella of narcissism, which is benign or malignant, and then also separating into different mechanisms, like interaction by interaction. Who's can be narcissistic, but broadly speaking, you do everything through the lens of malignant narcissism. That makes you a sociopath or a malignant narcissist. Yeah. And the thing I would add to that is the thought of culture. Right? Like how does the cultures we're in, whether it's the culture of a household, right, the culture of a community, the culture of a nation, or and how does that impact what unfolds in a person, and then how does what unfolds in that person impact culture? Well, that's the question is what unfolds in that person. Yeah, how does culture affect it, but how does your own psychological development unfold that? Because narcissism leaders is the most impactful thing. Who are the most impactful individuals? And what is the most impactful individual psychology we have? It's usually leaders in countries or leaders of major organizations and so on. And one of the things you mentioned, benign narcissism, that seems to be aligned with success, right? If you care about your own success, that's going to be you're more likely to be a narcissistic tendency, I suppose. And so my question is, when you follow that thread of narcissism to become the leader of a country, now you have a lot of new, interesting psychological complexities to deal with power. That old cliche that power corrupts. Is it possible for power to corrupt the human mind, where it pushes you farther and farther to a malignant narcissism, into this destructive envy? What are your thoughts on power? Effective power of the human? Power is an accentuator, right? An intensifier. So, I think it is true that there are people who can be in a gray area where there are narcissistic tendencies and behaviors, but there are also ways that a person can think outside of themselves and think in a broader way and think sort of kindly about others. And they're sort of trying to navigate, whether or not that they're trying to navigate between one or the other. And then the allure of power is, well, just exercise that power and you'll feel better, right? It'll show you, right, that you're good enough. Look at the power you have. And whatever may be going on in the person's mind, that power, yes, can corrupt. Yes. And I think that's why we have to have checks and balances, right? Because we don't let alone to others. So we must have checks and balances. We should always have them on ourselves as well as on others. We should want that for the health of ourselves around us. So I think all of that is true, but there are also people who don't necessarily become corrupted by power, right? That there can be an understanding and grounding that a steward of power, right? A shepherd. The ways people describe utilizing power and utilizing it in a benign way that then fosters the healthy aspects of sympathy, right? So like gratitude, right? If we can add a healthy dose of gratitude and humility to everyone, to our society, it would be a sea change. How do you feel gratitude? How do you feel humility? Those things are incompatible with narcissism, envy, right? With the bad pole. So, part of the reason I'm so focused in my work and really all of my thoughts about life is that the impact of trauma, right? Because trauma, creates these false lessons and it walls us off from truth, and it starts to point towards the unhealthy ways of trying to feel better about ourselves. But we have the health in us. We have those seeds of health too that can grow into being a steward of power, sharing power, considerate and competent. We see a lot of that in the world too. Right? It's not all just the evil. We see many people who do good, who are generous in spirit. We have both in us, and it is, I think, our culture and what the seeds that we sow and the climate that we set, including putting governors and boundaries. Like how do we rein in or say that more aggressive, more envious, or destructive is unacceptable, right? How do we foster the part that's kind and considerate and reflective and slow to judge? They're like, how do we foster that? And I think a lot of that comes back to early childhood education. I think we don't do nearly enough to protect children, and as a corollary to that, we don't do nearly enough educate children. I said, I want to write a book. Second I write is going to interview everything I need to know about life. I learned as a second-year postgraduate psychiatry student. I was like, why? Why then did I learn so much about unconscious motivation, about the impact of trauma, about how we can be envious and how we can act out, even about how our emotions trump logic in us. Why don't we teach these things when we're young enough to understand? Why is another kid bullying me, right? Or why, just because I'm a little bit bigger, do I want to go cuff that other kid on the head? What's going on? We don't do these things. We're tripping ahead of ourselves. We don't stop and think. How are we using our resources? How are we shepherding forward the next generation? Which, by the way, the generations in the term markets too, as we get older. But we don't, do that. I often think of you see this great sprinters, right? They've got to come out of the blocks perfectly, right? So if they come out of the blocks a little bit too fast, they're going to fall over. They're going to just go forward. And I often see that in my head about us, as humans and as a culture that we're rushing so far forward and stop and say, let's keep the basics. The basic techniques of how are we navigating forward in life? Do we just throw all those away because I think it's a benefit by saying that you're bad, even though what's being left is wrong? Right? Why do I take that? Or do I say, no, there's something more important here that we want to shepherd forward in ourselves and our culture? And I think preventing childhood trauma and changing the ways that we educate children and adults could again make a change and maybe set us on a course. Even there's a greater likelihood of survival of this species.
Yes. Talking to people in elementary school about human nature, teaching them how to be resentful and envious, and how to deal with your emotions, how to these basic instructions about humor, about friendships, about betrayal, about love, about all these things. It's actually really strange that we don't kind of hope the parents talk about that kind of stuff, but then the parents often, need therapy themselves.
The parents didn't learn it.
Yeah,
I'm not joking that I was mad. My second year after medical school, how is it? I think of these things in my own life. How much shame I felt after my brother's suicide. I was already an adult, right? As a young adult, I felt so much shame. I had no understanding that it's a reflex of trauma, right? To feel guilt and shame, and of course I was feeling that. It didn't mean it was true because I felt it, but I mapped the fact that I felt the shame to the fact that I should have been ashamed, and there's very negative things in my life. I had to pull myself back from and recover from it. But I didn't know that. I didn't know the authenticity of the reflex and how pervasive it can be and how blinders on. It's just one example. It's an example of something big that happens to people that we don't learn about. And I find myself sometimes having conversations with a person. I still do a lot of clinical care. Having conversations with a person after a tragedy, and I say, I can't. Right, again, I'm saying the things that this person didn't learn in elementary school. It's none of us did, right? And I look at the misery and the suffering. And then I think this is one person, many millions among us who try and go about their way without things that are easily knowable, because they don't even know that they're knowable.
So how to deal with trauma? The trauma happens. That suffering can happen. Small trauma and big trauma often can happen, and there's natural ways to deal with it. So, in the case of trauma, as you write about, and we can also just talk more of the details of that, but it's good to bring it to the surface to talk about it, be ashamed to hide it inside, to be some kind of secret that it's actually. There's a lot of positive things to say here. At least from my perspective, is it's discussing trauma, dealing with trauma together with other human beings by talking about it is a path to deep friendship and with those people. That there's a dark aspect to trauma, to war, that communicating it or sharing it bonds you. So the other side of trauma is love. Is you need that hardship, you need it. But hardship and trauma can often be a catalyst of deepening connection if you bring it to the surface, just kind of hide it on the inside. And if we can just think about it, because you've been through a few very traumatic events in your life. When you were 25 years old, as you mentioned, your brother committed suicide. What did that event teach you about life, about death, and about? It certainly brought me face to face with the truths of life and death, because I had not had a major trauma before that, so there wasn't a major trauma in my developmental years. That what can carry forward is that we're toddlers. We all have an omnipotence, which is like, I can just try and get up and run and move it. If I run into something, I'll get up and do it again, right? And, we kind of, and it's partly the protection of the parent, etc. But we think we can get out there in the world and do things, and we just do. And if we don't have major traumas, we can sort of carry through that, like bad things aren't going to happen. Like I know they're really happen to people, but don't happen. And sometimes what will happen is being confronted with such a tragedy wipes that away very, very quickly, and then the person feels extremely exposed. Like, I thought that I was going to be okay, and now I know that I'm not, and that can start to, what does it mean? And now is this all coming for me? Now, is did I get so lucky for 25 years? Did that happen? Nothing bad. My curse. It's my family curse, right? And I think that you say what the learning about the
Why are people so fucking obsessed?
I think I understood at the time to some degree, but not like I do now. I know what words do it. Like how
suck.
Important, powerfully important negative emotion is, right? And how a sense of guilt and shame and vulnerability can just pervade our entire life perspective. So all of a sudden we're swimming in a very different soup, and it's a frightening soup, it's a toxic soup, and I'm most struck by that, and that goes along with the idea that we're not taught that emotion always beats logic. I think the idea of Descartes, and we're rational creatures. That comes down to us in Western thought is completely not true. We're rational creatures only if there is an emotion grabbing our attention, right? We're attending to one another, very logical, right? It's what we're doing now. If we heard a noise right outside the door, we'd be entirely different, right? The emotion will trump everything. Stop paying attention to this, right? Now safety is at stake. We think differently, we feel differently, we see differently, right? And this is what happens to us, not just in situations where something drags us from one emotional state to another, but it can be very, very pervasive. So my sense of anger, frustration, inadequacy, soothing in unhealthy ways, soothing by drinking too much and then kind of hating myself in the first place, and hating the world around me, and starting to think, well, who cares? What happens? There's some very dark thoughts and choices that came from a changed perspective of self in the world. So what do you do in that because of trauma, or again, small or large? You find yourself swimming or dropping a soup of negative emotion. What do you do? What do you do with that emotion? We don't have to even talk about trauma. I think the interesting thing is, any one of us throughout the day can find ourselves taking a bit of a dip in the pool of negative emotion. How do we do that? The first thing is to separate how we feel from what's true. Because we don't do a good job of that. As if I feel bad about myself, it's very easy to, then I can feel like I'm bad. I feel ashamed of myself. I conclude I'm a terrible person. Shameful, right? This is there's an old psychodynamic concept. What an observing ego still gets called that. It's not ego in the sense of arrogance. It's the ability to step outside to see ourselves. Right? So that's what lets us keep the difference between our feelings, right, and what we know to be true. We'd be very angry sometimes. I think that person's terrible. That person's stupid. I think that right now because something negative just passed me. This inside of me. It's just because of how I feel. When I can separate that, how do I actually think of it? And we get driven so frequently by how we feel, because how we think, therefore what we believe, right, just kind of comes on its heels as if the feeling is dragging on. And I've been struck by that. It's one of the things that struck me so the most, right, the very most in 20 years of working as a psychiatrist, is how we are led by our feelings, our emotions, as if they are truth, and then they create truth because we embrace what they're telling us is true. And that is, I think, incredibly. I think it's how people learn prejudice. I think it's how people learn self-hatred. I think it's how we learn so many destructive behaviors. And then the pointers on us come in and more and more. So separate. We're driven by what we feel. Understand that what we feel is different from what we know to be true, and what we can decide on. And that requires realizing and catching the emotions themselves, realizing that's an emotion. A feeling comes into your mind, a feeling of anger, dislike, hatred, all that just comes in. Why that person just cut me off in traffic. That feeling. So you just kind of take it as a feeling, realize it's a feeling that doesn't represent some deep reality about the world or you. You just kind of watch it, let it pass, which is the natural way of things. We decide if it means anything. If I'm mad, right, someone cut me off, and I feel hatred, and I want to destroy them, right? It's not a thing. I got that in me. Are the stressors running too high in my life? Like, is it really good? Should I be on this road 10 minutes behind schedule? Like, what am I really doing? Like, we can learn. But yes, it's an observation skill, right? And it's an observation skill that we can develop. I often think about, there was something called a tapestry theory, which I think initially was a theodicy of explaining. I believe this is true. I'm not sure of this. But the idea was that we don't see God's plan because we're too close to it, right? Like, as if it was a beautiful tapestry on the wall, and we're standing right above it. We're only going to see one part of it. We need to stand back. And I remember learning that religion studies class. Really fascinated with that at the time, and I think that a lot of things we do that, right? And in training ourselves to have an observing ego, what we're saying is just the busyness of life, my own impulses or the pull of emotions are trying to pull me up right close to whatever tapestry there is there. And I want to resist that. I'm better off if I just stay further behind it, and then I make a choice if I want to come close to it. If there's some really positive emotion, it's friendship, it's love, it's nurturing. You know what? Let me come right up to this. Right? I want to choose when I'm doing that. I don't want some drive I didn't decide to take me by the back of the head and put me up against that tapestry. So the interesting exercise for me, and I think for a lot of people in modern civilization, is the internet or social media. That it's almost like going to the gym. That's the way I see it. Because there's a bunch of forces on social media that are trying to make you feel things. Most of it is kind of negative space of feelings. Because there is actually a strong gravity in negative feelings for some reason. And so and the brain notices them more. I don't know what that is there. And you get to observe it on social media. If you actually look at social media, you feel the gravitation of negative emotion. And I just see it as an exercise. You feel the pull, just like when you go to the gym, there's resistance. And I practice like stepping away to look at the tapestry. Right? There's different mechanisms. I think all of us have to learn. For me, there's a kind of you mentioned gratitude and humility. So, like if somebody, if with me personally, I've recently attacked here and there. If they're saying that they're smarter than me, I practice kind of humility. I kind of imagine that those things like help me to kind of pull away, like, and then maybe they have a lesson to teach me. Like I don't take their negative comments to heart, but I imagine the human being and like that they might have a lesson to teach me. And in general, when it's more kind of negative feeling, the other thing is gratitude. It's like
different versions, viable versions of like, oh, this is pretty cool. I've got a thing going here. It's like human civilization, like bickering and having like lunch, food fight, and it's kind of cool. Like we get to interact in this way. Uh, there's a bit of humor. It's like Thanksgiving dinner. If you like Thanksgiving dinner, if you're arguing about politics, you can feel like really intense. Like, I can't believe you said this. If you zoom out, it's like family. It's like this is amazing. So that kind of feeling really helps. But it's like it really is like it's like building up a muscle to be able to pull away from those emotions. I don't think I get to practice that kind of emotion regular day-to-day life. It's like you can't. It's hard to get those reps on social media. You can really get the reps. It's kind of cool. That's the way I see social media. It's a chance to sort of practice that stoicism of like of gratitude, of humility, of loving other people in the face of this negative. Yes, and there's a certain kind of psychotherapy that talks a lot about this idea that everything is as it should, right? Which doesn't mean from some moral justice. It's that often if you look at things, one thing leads to another, to another, to another, in a way that's actually very, very predictable, even though we might be surprised, right? And so, example, so I would say that gratitude often does come along with a healthy pride, right? So you could say, in the example you gave, yeah, I'm being assailed on the truth. So you said, well, it was a time I accepted to impact people, right? To be able to reach people and to impact them, right? And look, I feel a sense of both gratitude and pride that I've done it, right? Because you did it because of your effort, right? Your work, your intelligence, your thoughts, like you're responsible for it, right? But also, you feel gratitude because any one of us who's here has any opportunity has reason to feel immense gratitude, right? So then you can say, okay, what's actually going on here is something successful. I set out to do something and undo it, right? And what it brings with it absolutely includes being a second. There's no surprise there, right? Because people who have anything good serve as lightning rods for anything. So then, yes, people who want to make up lies or whatever they want to do because you become a lightning rod for anything by having succeeded in the things you set out to do, about which you can feel pride and gratitude, right? And then I think that kind of puts it in its place. I mean, you're still going to make decisions about it, but it makes sense then. Like you have a mechanism of understanding it that not only makes sense to you, but reflects the truth of what you actually have done and achieved and what's going on with the program. Well, I wonder if we're all kind of a little bit unique in this, because for me, maybe it's useful to kind of talk to my own experience of it. It's for me, I try to avoid, especially in those situations, the pride, because I'm just looking empirically. I feel way happier if I improve my humility. If I ever think of like, oh yeah, when you do something meaningful or you become popular, you're going to experience these things. I feel the attacks more. It's like me versus the world. That's the feeling that you start getting, and that does not create a pleasant feeling. So to me, the pleasant feeling, like stepping away, like kind of laughing at it all, right? Like with a smile, not like in a negative, like laughing at people, just laughing at the theater of it, the circus of it, like this whole absurd existence we have going on, and then just having a humility in like everybody has a lesson to teach me. It just makes me feel good. The pride thing, I do like feeling when in a positive feeling emotion. So if I'm building a trinket and I finish it, I'm like really happy with myself. Like I finished this thing, and I usually actually like to do this alone. Like I don't need an audience for that. I like to sit there and just like, this is cool. I did that, but I find that in social interactions, pride is just a danger. It's a dangerous drug for me because it's a small. It's a small step away from them losing all the humility, and then they start getting very defensive. That's not. It's just starts you on a spiral of negative emotion. But I also, everybody, you mentioned this
probably sneak up to a different direction. I do think there's different brains we all have. My brain is exceptionally self-critical, nonstop. It's like an engine that's always there. And but at the same time, I'm able to zoom out and have gratitude. It's like two brains. They're like cohabitating, and I can. The better I get at this, the more I can use when that's self-critical. I'm trying to be productive. It's naturally I'm super lazy. So I'm trying not to be less lazy. Self-critical. Right. And then when I'm not being lazy, when just if there's a special moment, I want to enjoy that moment. I'll turn the gratitude engine. I feel like generic investment, if your brain is self-critical, that's not a good thing. Like you should probably get rid of that. I don't know about that because it seems to be working. Like I kind of like it. I kind of like this grumpy old man that's in there. It's like that thing you did that really sucked. But I was like, I kind of like I like the grumpy cat that's in there. And it's nice, but yeah, it can have bad effects on relationships and on maybe my well-being, maybe just getting older, all that kind of stuff. You have to monitor all this stuff. I don't know. I don't know which one. It's like because you've kind of highlighted it's good to have gratitude, humility, but it's also good to have a little bit of pride. I wonder what that like set of ingredients for healthy life looks like to us. Whether we have to customize, figure out what that is. Because some of the cake is already baked, and because of the trauma, if I was like 8 years old, maybe I could be a little more flexible. But at this point, like you got the thing you got, and it's hard to like fix a lot with it. You could. It may not be easy, but there's a lot of plasticity and a lot of pliability across all ages. And again, people are different. Idiosyncrasies of why one person is in a different place, but as a general rule, I think the answer is absolutely yes. I think people have evolved and worked with people who really changed themselves and broadened their conception and understanding in their 80s. I think we can do it in any stage of life. And I would make a case for intrapsychic, so not between people necessarily, right? But inside of oneself, the feeling of pride. And maybe if we call it self-esteem, right? Let's call it self-esteem, right? Or we could call it healthy pride. We could either move to it. But if you think about what we're trying to avoid, it's a sense of inadequacy, then it is good to sort of own what's ours. We can put ourselves a little bit out of balance, either in terms of building up resentments or in terms of increasing self-confidence, if we're not owning everything that's ours, right? So a thought we would have about, let's say about some pride or some self-esteem, right, is it can work against vulnerability, right, which we know can also in some situations push us towards jumping the boundary into envy and all of that. So let's think about vulnerability. If you conceive, okay, people understand me, and you just go to a place of gratitude, it can send a message that, okay, I'm just lucky. I hope I continue to get lucky, as opposed to like that's not true, right? Like there's ability inside of me, discernment inside of me that tells me I can have a greater sense of confidence that will navigate this, right? So because the prize.
But nobody really knows what happens there. We had for years. One rumor is that alien bodies have been recovered through UFO crashes. Those aliens have been autopsied and the subjects of medical experiments for years. Have you ever heard of Dulce? Dulce is more secret than Area 51.
I don't know.
And more sinister. If Area 51 is the place where humans experiment on aliens, Dulce is the place where aliens experiment on us.
I think it's like a different research on rockfish.
Dulce is a town in New Mexico near the border on the Hickory Apache Reservation. The town is small with fewer than 3,000 people. The area has the largest number of UFO sightings per capita in the world. The stories of strange lights and objects in the sky go back as far as the first people to inhabit the area thousands of years ago. There are stories claim there's an underground base within the Archuleta Mesa near Dulce. There's never been hard evidence of this base. There are quite a few people who have come forward over the years that indicate something is happening in the area. Through witnesses who claim to have worked on the construction of the base, worked at the base, and some who've seen it from the air. Very
fine.
people who claim to have seen the base from the inside after being taken there against their
like
in 1975, a rancher in Tulsa called the police in a panic. One of his cattle had been killed. At first, he thought it was a predator, but predators don't do
It
this.
was like
Officer
I
Ian
did that
Valdez
for a lot of
responded to the call. Couldn't
these
believe what he found. The cow was drained of all its blood and had undergone a procedure. Many of its organs were surgically removed. And around the cow's carcass
they don't
were
give it.
tracks in the soil that looked like they came from the feet of a
For me,
tripod. Next thing the tracks, the ground was scorched, indicating there was an aircraft that could take off and land vertically. In the tracks, there was a yellow oily substance that couldn't be identified by any lab. It seemed as if the tripods, wherever they were, followed the cow for about 600 feet. Valdez was able to see where the cow had struggled before this happened. Valdez knew this was a little outside of his lane, so he contacted Dr. Howard Burgess of Sandia National Labs. Dr. Burgess arrived 72 hours later to assist. 30 days had passed, the cow wasn't decomposing, and predators and scavengers wouldn't go near it. And at some point during those 3 days, one of the cow's ears was removed. For the following months, 17 animals would be killed this way, all missing their lymph nodes, all were missing multiple organs, and in all taken surgically. All the animals were drained of blood, and the only blood that remained would be cooked, not even after several days. Soon, investigators started to become sick. 7 people who visited the ranch complained about headaches and nausea. This gave Dr. Burgess the idea to test radiation levels in the area, and radiation was twice what it should be. During this time, investigators were looking at night, saw orange lights moving silently in the sky. Investigators working during the day saw a black helicopter circling overhead. Valdez wondered if this was more than a local phenomenon. He looked for cases of animal mutilation in the surrounding areas. Over the course of a few years, an estimated 8,000 animal mutilations were reported. Now, I was able to find the official FBI report of this, which I linked below. And despite everything I've told you about the condition of these animals, the FBI said no. It was consistent with predator acting, and there's been federal interest in continuing an investigation. I can do this.
Right? And that person needs to bring that integrated balance. Yeah, that's my grumpy cat. Actually, maybe it was the night. It's just kind of yeah, sorry, just guys. I didn't get equals down.
It's
a little more. Yeah, this line.
He did so much business with the Air Force. He actually bought a home and established a lab right next to Kirtland Air Force Base.
As you go on through life,
Episode that covers him and how he was misled and abused by the United States government. Like blood. Kirtland Air Force Base is a massive complex spanning over 80 square miles. Over 20,000 people who live in base. Kirtland also happens to be the largest storage facility for nuclear weapons in the Western Hemisphere. All the grounds are the Manzano Mountains, and under the Manzanos are 80 underground bunkers, including a presidential emergency shelter. Connecting the bunkers are over 40 separate tunnels, though nobody knows for sure how many. The people who built the facility were not allowed to tell anyone about what they were working. All that was a gifted engineer and was interested in UFOs. From Paul's 7-foot balcony, he observed and filmed strange lights in the sky. He also recorded radio transmissions that seemed to be alien in origin. Paul occasionally worked for several UFO groups, including the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, even though UFO research wasn't yet mainstream, APRO was a respected organization known for scientific research. In 1979, Paul attended a conference in Berkeley where he met Officer King Valdez. They traded stories about cattle mutilations, alien abductions, and UFO sightings that were happening in the area. King Valdez and Paul had a string up a friendship. Valdez was basically the go-to cop for any strange phenomenon in the area. And Paul was compiling more data that not only were real, were here and were very interested in Kirtland Air Force Base. In 1988, Valdez caught the Hudson case, and as Paul knows, Ryan's claimed to have had a terrifying experience where she was trapped to her home in Eagles Nest, New Mexico. Both she and her son saw 2 UFOs over a week. They left the car running,
You
got
have
out
to
to closer look.
time because
I
this
saw a
comes
cow
to a
crazy in the
sense
field get
with
lifted
ourselves.
into
I'm
one
not
of the vehicles by her
supposed
human
to
right.
do
The next thing
everything.
she
We're
knew,
supposed to fix
her and her son were
right? I'm
back in
also
the
not
car,
supposed
the
to
engine
suffer
off.
for the things I
Hours
have
had passed.
gotten.
What happened during those hours?
There's some
She had
kind
trouble
of
remembering.
active
What she
talk.
did remember, she had trouble discussing.
British
So
position.
Kate and Paul brought in a psychology professor to place
That
Myrna under
seems to help
hypnosis to see
people
if she could
feel
access these suppressed
happy.
memories. The hypnosis session began, and based on what Myrna had to remember,
That's what we
she had
all
every
should
reason to be
want.
terrified.
But it's kind of an afterthought. There's some people that like that as wait a second, right? What's going on with them?
Hanson remembered that as she was driving and saw the red lights in the sky, she and her son got out of the car to see what they were.
There's
The
only
lights were
one
coming from the
serious
floating
philosophical
craft and were
problem, and
affecting
that's
herd of cattle. One cow seemed to be
deciding
struggling
whether or
and
not
panicking
life is
and
worth
was
living.
levitated
Yes,
up into
it's
one of the objects.
something.
And she remembered that she was abducted
All
and
other
given a
questions
thorough
follow
and
from
very
that.
violating physical
Basically,
examination.
to be or
Though
not.
her abductors never spoke, she recalls
Do
hearing
you
them
think
in
there's
her
a
mind. They said she was taken by
that's
accident, but now that she was here, they had no
why
choice
live
but to continue with
at
the
all?
procedure. She described their appearance as what we now
Do you
call
think
a
there's
gray
truth to
alien.
that statement?
She also
Really,
reported being taken to an underground base, and there she saw body parts floating in vats of
I
bubbling
think the answer
liquid,
is yes.
and she remembered a
And
terrible
I think
smell.
Camus answered
The
it.
alien abduction stories are
You know,
unfortunately fairly common
I
now,
love his
but in
writing.
1980 this was very unusual. And
There was
Myrna remembered
a
something really disturbing,
streak of
something that could
nihilism
be confirmed.
that I think
She
grew
said a
with
device
writing.
was surgically implanted into
There's
her
and
body.
thought,
And she believed this was so the aliens could track her and
sure,
control her
that
mind.
was a car
Now, this could be checked.
but
Myrna
I've
was
always
taken
read
to the nearby Lifelines Medical
primary
Center and
scholarly
X-ray.
opinion.
At
And I
the
think it's
base of her
interesting
skull,
that after
right
his
where she
death,
said it would be, was the
we're called the
implant.
first man.
Myrna also had a very deep scar on the back of her
I
neck.
publish it.
Now, to be fair, the doctors thought it was
I
natural
said I
growth,
was a child.
though they didn't know what
Interesting,
kind.
the first
The
man.
doctors might not have been convinced, but Myrna
That is
Hanson,
his
Eve
existence.
Valdez, and Paul Benowitz were. There was
No.
alien presence focused on the Garland Air Force Base
Sadness
back when the town
and
adults they got
distress.
away.
Oh, and
I
that
remember
it's
Paul Benowitz was
a
reporting everything he saw to the
living
Air Force.
experience. And
Richard
I
Dooley,
think
an
it's
agent
fair
working for the Air Force Office of Special Investigation
life,
on the
even if
side,
something
was assigned
scary
to
and
Paul's
sad,
case.
something
Dooley and Paul spent so much time together, they became personal friends.
or what
Paul
was in
showed
him.
Richard Dooley sketches that
I
Myrna
think that
Hanson
you can
made
get
of what she saw while she was abducted.
You and I were just
She drew
trying to
hallways, elevators, rooms, and laboratories. And
come
Dooley
to a
confirmed
place
that her
where
drawings
we're
matched
looking
the
for
unsigned weapons
some
storage
in-depth
complex, which was an underground
answers
facility. Over the next 20 years,
explain
more
all
and
that
more
to us
information would emerge
instead
that
of
confirmed
simplicity
not
that
only
you're
were aliens on
talking
Earth,
about.
but they're also
Ability,
working with the United
gratitude,
States
helps
government.
us have
When did this partnership begin? And why would the
our
government be working
experience
with aliens and for what goal?
technically
In
connection.
1995, we began her answer.
And I
Phil
think the
Schneider,
answer
an
to the
engineer,
question,
will
yes,
build the same piece.
it lies in his writing.
And it's darker than you
Child,
could possibly
that
imagine.
I think he saw as less important than his later writings and the intellectual heaviness. I think maybe
In
he lost way
2021,
a
the
little bit
Pentagon
of
budget
he
was
understood.
$715 billion.
So another way
Since
to talk
1996,
about it,
the American military has received $8.5
about
trillion in taxpayer
broadcast
dollars. It never has had to account for any of it. In 2016, an investigation discovered that the Pentagon was covering up $125 billion in so-called wasted dollars. And if the military
kind of a
budget
middle
comes up
ground
short
where
in a
I
given
think
year, whatever number that is just written in. It's called a
I don't
plug. And
characterize
then
it in
boom,
the wrong way.
balance budget.
But I think that's essentially ultimately
But there's evidence that the money is not being wasted. It's actually part of the Pentagon's black budget.
the
In
passion of life.
1995, at the Preparedness Expo,
You
Phil
listen
Schneider
like
gave a whistle
there's a
on one of the most secret black budget programs in history.
fully embraced life. And I think so not again, it's kind of a spectrum, but not as there's no meaning, and it doesn't matter. It matters. I don't even know, but somehow that leads you totally uninspired. And you listen, disagree with that. If there's a way to live life.
Schneider was working with Harrison Knudsen of the geology team, taking exploratory shafts for a new underground base in Dulce. And the working with heavy-duty
Doing meaning
equipment,
at all
the drills kept breaking. Once
is
the drill
not
punched
great.
through, Phil described a
It's kind of
black
like the
sooty
guy
gator lifting off the thing open. And the
to
air
be
smelled like
discovered
rotten
in your own
garbage.
action.
Phil put on a protective suit and headed down the lift to investigate.
So
On his way, walking through camp, he noticed there were an awful lot of armed troops.
just be. I think that's kind of the way. I don't know if you can say nuance. If there's no religious guide, like, what do you think about this? Do you think that there's some wisdom in that, like, in your own, like, day-to-day moments ago? You really different. What I yeah, right? And I think what it comes out is that, okay, we tend to think like previous human beings, right? And try to make it one. But we also, I think, the other end of the spectrum, we're very productive. And I think that when we get to overly productive, we lose the ability to get really so, right? On the one hand, we wrote about very clear terms, like way, but he also short stories right, with surge happens, right, as part of the story, right? So I think what ends up happening is kind of get associated with something that if I didn't think about the idea that no, there is an overarching we don't know. So if we take that feeling that basically don't stop until you believe right? If not, because you have now you know, right? I think that's the big slope of it. So if you say, okay, you don't know, then we're left kind of deciding how much the movie a strange brew how to don't work on the car and what so if we don't know that this meaning and I don't think that's even what the 1962 I think humans create everything like start over from there. People who are very naive. Yeah, a lot of it is not like experimental humans, as long as the U.S. government, specifically the committee known as Majestic 12, was informed and provided a list of abductees. And that certain things happen, right? And that often the way so many abductions from aliens now have more humans. According to Phil Schneider, at least 9 races of aliens view humans as a threat source. You don't know if there's truth. And what is the background? Each time we right? So David said, so you know, you that I myself
Classic Twilight Zone episode. The aliens can consume human flesh. Instead, they use the secretions of glands from animals. This species of alien suffers from a genetic disorder. And the enzymes and minerals make the aliens healthy. And some of the reasons use human adrenaline as recreational intoxicant.
yes, we can make meat. I could walk around them or I could
access to humans for experimentation. The aliens would provide the United States with advanced technology.
I could step over them.
Military technology is 1,200 years ahead of what civilians have now.
Try being
Still, technology came from aliens.
so
The U.S. government now has the ability to create special metal alloys that can only be created in the vacuum of space. The U.S. military has a device that crosses Earth
a lot of
waves.
things that
The 1989 San Francisco earthquake and the 1995 Kobe earthquake weapons tests.
going on here. That this is the I don't know if it's genetic.
Phil Schneider makes all kinds of other claims. He said the bombings of the World Trade Center in 1993 and the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995 were done with miniature nuclear devices provided by the aliens. He said AIDS and other viruses were created as a means of controlling the population.
Like if it is magic. Like a little bit out of things. Got some trombones or
my friend, magic is a bridge to sarcasm. Yes, of course it's sarcasm.
Is it
Phil Schneider believed that all this was happening
the Western world
to establish a new
it's not
The
attached.
alien plan is to take over the planet and eliminate almost 90% of the world's population. This is the kind of talk that makes the men in black come and knock you. That's true. But Phil Schneider said he was under constant surveillance by the government. He even claimed he was attacked by an FBI agent, a killing agent in self-defense. And he reported this to the FBI, but none even came of it. Because the government would have to admit to all this stuff. That's right. Phil was constantly in fear for his life.
Kind of
He said he had 11 close friends who all died under mysterious circumstances. But every death was ruled a suicide.
is a fundamental
In fact,
part of life.
Phil Schneider told his
I
friends and
think it is
family
a
over and over,
fundamental part
if
of
I
life.
ever end up
I
dead, I
think
kill
that
myself. He was
life
murdered.
is suffering.
He was adamant about
People
this.
life is suffering.
Notice that she keeps thinking
Doing
about
that,
this guy
I'm trying
in
to
the
break
past tense.
someone behind
Well, in January 1996, just 4 months after he gave his famous lecture, Phil Schneider was found dead in his apartment.
Life breaks a lot.
Apparently, he'd taken his own
And for
life.
some people, it's disproportionate suffering, and the people don't survive the suffering. When people are conscientious and they have it, it really bothers us in our own lives, and the fact that there's they seem to be so overwhelmed by suffering that they can't
Phil Schneider was
see this.
constantly
And I
worried.
think there's
He told his family
I
that if
think
he was
there's
ever
truth
found
to
dead,
that,
to
and
not believe
sadness
the
and
story
stress
that
to
he
that.
was murdered. A
But
few
to
weeks
say
after that,
therefore
Phil Schneider was found dead in his apartment. At first, his death was ruled unknown, even though he had a medical tube wrapped around his neck. A lot of details about his death don't even know. First, there was no note. Also, he had enough pills on hand to die painlessly. He also had a gun. The medical tube was wrapped around his throat 3 times, and tied a knot under his chin. Strangling yourself this way seems difficult, especially in Phil's case. He was missing half of his left hand. His shoulders had limited motion. He had brittle bone syndrome from cancer and spent a lot of time in a wheelchair. He was a weak and frail man who the medical examiner, for some reason, refused to visit the scene until he was legally required to. He did take blood and urine samples, but refused to test them because he said it was a waste of time. And when Phil's family inquired about those samples, they were told they were sent to an independent lab and were now missing. When Phil's ex-wife Cynthia went to collect his belongings,
all of it
everything was gone.
feels like
Recordings of Phil's lectures,
maybe
photographs,
because
research, even physical
there's a lot of
evidence from
love.
Dulce Base.
And
It was
there's
all missing. And
kind
something
of
very strange happened.
matching complementary aspects of good feeling. It all comes crashing down every flaw from a physics perspective ends in a goodbye. Like that's a really sad picture. All the amazing like it's me in my life, the amazing experiences they have to have. And that's part of what makes me amazing. Why is that sad? Is it because we're talking? And so look, if some you guys are going to I want to celebrate that because it's all part of the business. I think so it equates to death.
In 1987, Castello turned whistleblower. And before he left Dulce Base, he stole a set of documents that were eventually called the Dulce Papers. He also stole 30 black and white photos as well as videotape.
There's melancholy fashion or really things that all Louis C.K. I go back to once more comes to Louis where he was all this woke up with he loved and he told about that and he said you're a fool that's part in this you sort of lingering
Which is a fancy way of saying meaning really risky things for your life just to see what would happen. This is the most famous Castello photograph.
Kind of celebration of love you have. Using the love still celebration.
Various purposes. These are cloning bats. Much easier to use humans as a food source when you can just
Like
grow them in a
that
tube.
melancholy
Castello
feeling.
was the first person to show us the different floors of Dulce Base and what they were used for. Level 1 is security and communications. Level 2 is human staff and housing. Wait a minute. If there's a floor,
Very easy to experience it.
there is housing.
Just like you said,
Non-human staff. Level 3 is executive offices and labs.
So it's
Level 4 is
curriculum.
mind control experiments. Level 5 is alien housing. Level 6 is genetic experiments in the zoo. Oh yeah, with genetics licensing between humans and aliens was successful. They would often put hybrid creature on display. Your living room in level 7 is cryogenics and cold storage.
Like telling a funny story. Why?
Oh, you have too much?
It's consistent with how the function is unique because we're going to encounter sadness and loss. Like, what do we do with that, right? And do we do things that help to create some protection or reparation? Like reparations of it's like how do you tear down your loss, hallucinate, or sad? Can be by telling funny stories about that person and like it's really inside of it, whether they're out looking at the window. Like the person brain inside of us.
Comes from a single interviewee game called the Brand Interview, and I'll link the full text below. Apparently, there were thousand aliens working in the
Lady
facility.
Gaga
Still uses details about how the base is administered.
she
There are
said,
many different races that work
I
there.
can
They're
now
divided
say
into ruling castes
that this
and worker
man
castes.
is white. He made the fourth.
But there are also alien
Let's go on this.
totally unique races referred to a single ruling class called the Draco.
Why?
Lizard people.
So I think she's one of the most artists ever. So the difficult question is creativity. What role does Trump play in somebody like that, artist that has created some things? What positive, constructive
They created the underground tunnel system hundreds or thousands of
role
years
does
ago.
Thomas serve?
In the 1960s, they were made to be more suitable to humans and other races that the
Preventing that.
Draco created.
Trauma can
The
certainly
Draco created races for
drive us
labor.
to
Gas does the damage worse.
to
Mopping away
push
texts
against
worse,
it, catch against what the trauma tells us.
people into other
Like
species.
tell us lessons
It is
from
their
what
job to
happens and
form a
feel better and
mixture
nothing
with the
feels
type
good.
of type beings that the Draco race
And
has
we can
created.
push against the trauma. There's nothing like
That's as well as
something
the
that's
Durags.
to spread
Basically
to the world.
speaking,
It's
reptilian races are
so I
active
think
at all
trauma
levels of the
equals
Dulce base. There are
creativity in
several
many
different
ways.
races of aliens
Trauma
becoming
also
essential in the process.
right? People who
Thomas
are
Castelli lived the
one
rest of his
example.
life in hiding in Europe.
Trauma
He since passed away,
escalates
but
to the
if
point
you're
where now the
interested in
person
hearing
is with alcohol. One example. How
there's a
the
lot
attack
of
with alcohol
questions. I just scratched the surface
So,
here. His
so can
interview is
people
the
be
rabbit is the
creative and
rabbit
outwardly without trauma? I think sometimes I'm not correctly confused about any concept of saying like, how to travel much, didn't have trauma. Look at what he did. Okay, they're going to be excited. But a lot of our is in some ways good suffering, although it's aircraft. So those places are there, but they're not.
John Muir was also one of the most visible proponents of the theory that not only are aliens here on Earth,
and a person
but they're also colluding with the United States
referred to as just
very interested in UFOs in 1986 after
astounding
talking with U.S. Air Force personnel
some of
like
that
the of
trauma,
landing
something that
at
comes
Denver's Air Force
from
Base near
trauma
London.
being
In that
generated
encounter, 3 small aliens
in
walked
her.
right up to
What I
Lincoln
hope
and
her, he's very generous in her
that
words,
became
but
known as the Rental Ship
what I
Forces.
hope her
In 1988, Muir released the
all
document
that
titled UFO
and all the
Cover-Up
things
that exposed all kinds of secret
and all
government
the
and alien activity.
to
It's essentially a
create
manifesto, but a link to the
love
original
and
text
caring
below.
and
Here covers the death of James
compassion
Barstow, Majestic 12,
again,
Roswell,
you know,
abductions,
a lot of
cattle
times
mutilations,
that's
and
what
of course the Dulce base. Muir
psychiatrists
said that
as
he
a whole
gathered 4 independent
we help people
confirmations
see
that the
beauty
seven-story
there,
Dulce base
right? Because
complex was
oftentimes
real.
it's way too
Even
close
detailed the
to
different
happen.
species of aliens who
And
live and
what
work
brings
there.
us close is the fact close to all we see isn't negative. And it's easy then to get classically nihilistic by helping someone step back and to see who they are, what's in them. That's how people get better. It's how you engage in life. It's just thing the study here, it seems like the outward trajectory
John Lear believed that, based on
is
evidence,
having some
aliens are trying to regenerate their own race at our expense. He said they suffered a nuclear
forces you
holocaust
early in
or
life
severe illness that caused their entire race to weaken.
intricacies of
This is why,
communication.
according to John Lear,
And then
aliens are
later
attempting
in
to
life,
crossbreed
you
with
form
humans.
and like
In fact, he said this was successfully done 7 times over
start to
several years.
exactly
Lear discusses the book Intruders by Bud Hopkins. Hopkins spent years studying abduction cases and was one of the first to reveal that human females were being used to gestate alien or alien-human hybrid children. This was information Hopkins learned through interviewing and hypnotizing hundreds of abductees. Now, obviously, John Lear didn't subscribe to the theory that Aliens
but
are
it
here to
does
protect
that
us from
part
nuclear war or help us in any way.
that doesn't break
Aliens are here to use us
something.
as livestock,
Like you
as
said,
breeding chambers,
having
and
that
as
trauma
subjects of horrible
is
experiments. What's even more
say, I
frightening
am,
is the United States
I
government
am,
is complicit in all of this. John Lear ended his
they
document by
got me
saying,
something.
the best advice
It's
I can
like,
give you
this
is,
is,
next time you see a flying
I am
saucer and
somebody,
you're
I
annoyed
am,
by its obvious display of technology,
I'm going to prove it. I'm going to do this thing. It's this engine that drives you over. Yeah, comment on that because, like, from a parent's perspective, a child to have an easy life, right? You want them to not have parts. Certainly, all that. So that's such a difficult dance because in some ways, have parts and it interacts with you in a lot of parts that doesn't break you. You develop it, complicated, and it helps you flourish. I don't know what to. I don't know what to question. I think it makes sense to me. I think if you're trying to get deep from like, and what, how would you do it, right? Is it trauma, hardship, difficulty? I mean, we can set aside, set apart and differentiate things that are difficult, but that are overcome. Right? Versus you could use trauma to worse up this way if you chose to. There are such entirely negligent, like someone saying, oh, you can't do that, you'll never succeed because what? And then they trace it because you're from whatever it is, right? You think, it could that could make someone say, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're overcoming, right? But then they're overcoming something bad, right? Like it's just like there's nothing good or helpful, right? If someone's saying that, the person has to overcome it. That's different than something that is placed in front of the person where the whole conception of it is something positive that you can make, right? So, I remember, I think I was 15 years old or something cool with we had to go picking guys right? And I think my parents were just like, hey, see how that works, and I just get the sense at the end of it, right? And then you think about that, like, you want to buy baseball cards, you think about it. I can remember, like, tired and I was sweaty and tired, but I learned from it, and I remember it. So yes, parents like what the kids are different, but they're not necessarily weak.
But his story has some holes, like his misunderstanding of military and law enforcement protocols for soldiers and jurisdictions. He said during the Battle of Dulce there were 66 soldiers from the U.S. and Canada. Dream of the 10th, there's no way the U.S. government will allow foreign military to be present for this kind of operation. He said Delta Force was there, and in 1979 Delta Force was barely 18 months old. Very few people even knew that. The military denied its existence for years, and even now, everything about Delta is classified. We don't know the size of the unit, their budget, or their missions. We do know that Delta Force was created as a counterterrorism unit. We wouldn't expect them to be on a domestic operation that was essentially providing facility security. I could be wrong. In 1979, high praise was worn by Army Rangers. Now, would they have been deployed for security?
And things that may be boundaries or barriers, either
the Secret Service was there.
purposely placed or
They weren't.
not,
The Secret Service
in a
is a law
sense,
enforcement
invite us
agency that investigates
inform
crimes.
us of the
Yes, they
possibility of
provide
striving
personal protection to high-ranking political
finally
officials,
into
but that's a small part of what they
it's so
do.
true
Phil
that
said he
that's
lost his hand in the battle with aliens.
component of it too.
Maybe. But his roommate from
Just
college said he
moment
lost it when he
genetic.
was a young man working
How
as an electrical
sexually
lineman
the
putting up power lines.
so little things
Now, Phil Schneider said his father, Oscar
gigantic,
Schneider, was a Nazi U-boat captain
serious
who
abuse
was captured and then fought for the
childhood
Americans in World War II. Phil's
by some
father
people
was
of
actually
common
born in San Francisco in
And so it's not
1906.
just what's
Phil's
the trauma,
grandparents
so
were
what's the
from
trauma
here
that
too.
makes it a problem?
We have
Just imagine
documentation of Oscar Schneider was in the
and a
United
big part
States
of
until
what's matching to
1930.
it is that
Then he was in the U.S. Navy
genetically
Medical
based
Corps from
characteristics of how
1931 to
fine
1936 and retired with the rank of captain. He never commanded submarines for
when you
Hitler
think
or
about
for the United States.
trying to
He was
challenge
a medical doctor who
when you think about
specialized in
childhood
shipboard safety techniques. Now, Phil shows this picture in his lectures.
what can we say about the impact of child abuse on the development of I think the impact of it is so
You know that Val was most likely a fictional character created by Frank Stranges for his book Stranger in the Pentagon, which
compared
was
to
a
things
ripoff
that
of the
happen
day the
or
Earth
not.
stood still. The photo Phil uses is supposedly his father in the ready room of USS Eldridge because his father was part of the Philadelphia experiment. This, of course, he is. But there's no proof that large unaccounted-class destroyer. Also, the Philadelphia experiment happened in the 40s. The lights in this picture wouldn't be used until the 1960s. But there are lots more holes in the story. Phil Schneider had a documented history of mental illness, and his story sounds like paranoid delusions. He says 28% of US GDP is used for jobs. 28% is very specific.
And we look
Why
at
not 25 or 30? Who does even know that number? The people who
different
work at
ends,
Black Ops don't know the Pentagon's budget. Nobody does. But somehow Phil knows. People with delusions often create rich rewards for specific details. And Phil Schneider very well could have been telling the truth. I just don't think so. I think he suffered a psychotic break in dealing with his cancer diagnosis. And latched on to the Dulce-based story as a way to take control of his life, and as a way to attain some
and
notoriety.
not trust
That all said, his death
not trust
was weird.
enough that why I'd like to do a better job. There's
If you
nothing
trace back the history of the Dulce-based
maybe
story,
you could be
you always end up with a person named James Bishop. Real name was allegedly down that
the changes to those
saucers, spooks, and kooks who put this information in the age of Aquarius written by Adam Riley identifies Levesque as the chief architect of the Dulce-based story.
So
In the 70s, Levesque published a newsletter called How Earth Has, which was about creatures living inside the Earth.
the
And those stories were based on a story called The Shaver Mystery, which appeared in Science Fiction Pulp magazines in 1947. And the story took off after Paul Bennett was claiming he discovered alien transmissions coming from Dulce Base.
there was a
Well, the name Levesque created the Tom Costello character, probably based somewhat on what Paul Bennett said. Now, she claimed a lot of her information was coming from someone named Tom Costello, but all the information was coming from Levesque. And you won't be surprised to hear that no record of anyone named Thomas Costello was found in the U.S. military during the time he was supposed to be there. According to Levesque, various researchers would latch on to the Dulce-based story and then add their own flair, each person building on the story of the people who came before them. And by the way, that super creepy photo of humans and alien pods, Thomas Costello didn't take that picture. It's actually a screenshot of the film The Sixth Day, released in 2000.
so much different in terms of protection mechanisms.
Now, why would Levesque do this? He passed away in 2018, but he said it was his job, whatever that means. We know for a fact that Agent Richard Downey of the Air Force OSI perpetrated a misinformation campaign against world efforts. And this campaign included confirming false suspicion about the underground base and confirming the drawings that Timur Hansen. Now, was Levesque part of this government operation? We don't know.
300
John
and
Lear also circulated this story.
in
Now, when you
cost
look
to
at
the
that
U.S.
shit,
economy.
Lear met with other UFO researchers who were going to release a public statement about what they knew to be true. Apparently, Lear's claims are so outlandish, the other researchers wouldn't sign on to them. Lear's the out of the convention. You have to get pretty wild.
Only care about there are
Before a UFO researcher worked with Richard Downey and the government on the misinformation campaign, he said Lear was an intelligence agent. Now remember, Lear did have a long history of working with the CIA. Now this is the problem with these stories. UFOs, underground bases, alien experiments. As long as the research is considered fringe, most of the people who are in the field are going to be fringe. And get out no prizes for UFO research. They should. They should, and maybe one day they will. But until then, UFO researchers will be criticized and ostracized by mainstream scientists. Now, me and you want to believe, but there's nobody to trust. We know for a fact that Richard Downey ran a misinformation campaign against benefits in the entire UFO.
we would be so focused on. If we don't care about other people, or just ourselves, or just economic costs, we would still be so focused. But we're not, and we can't just kind of call it good because we don't see anything disastrous happening at the moment. And I think there's a societal negligence there, to the shame of all of us. When child abuse and impact neurobiologically and psychologically is potentially the greatest cause of suffering, directly and indirectly.
How much does trauma of that kind later in life affect your ability to love another human being? Say in that relationship, connect with a human being.
It can impact it a lot. And what can people overcome and be as loving to a partner or a child or anyone else? Yes. But we're talking across society. Right? How are we setting the odds? Right? We're setting the odds
a higher sense of vigilance, a decreased sense of self-confidence, an increased sense of vulnerability, right? A decreased comfort interacting with others. Right? What we're doing is we're pushing towards isolation and misery and resentment. Those factors push towards that. We know that the research is so strong that adverse childhood experiences that happen, the more worse, the more prolonged, the more that person is up against as they try and navigate life. And I suppose one of the elements of intimacy, like what we're talking about, is vulnerability. And maybe is there a fear of being vulnerable, of being hurt again? Is that ultimately the barrier to intimacy? Taught a lesson that says the world is not safe, and you're not good enough for someone to keep safe, and you're not strong enough to keep yourself safe. That's a final common pathway of the vast majority of child abuse, right? Is telling those lessons. Because then how can that not change the lay of the land against openness, against the ability to rationally consider trust and mutuality and protect oneself, but also take chances and do the things that we have to do to create the greatest happiness in our lives. We set the odds so much against them. It's another pathway which is really interesting because I've seen it in people. Is this kind of ability to detach yourself from feeling any emotions, to like protect yourself. It's almost like you're not quite there. There's a word that's isolation of affect, it's defense mechanism. Yeah, isolation of affect. Yeah. Is that a another common way to deal with trauma? Well, isolation of affect can cut both ways. So if there's been a major trauma, if someone has seen something terrible and they're isolated from their affect, but at one time it was maybe that's good, right? They're not hysterical, they're not distraught. We see that is not good, right? Because what needs to be held, processed, we need to get our arms around in some way, shape, or form, it's just been separated off, right? So we know that's not good, right? But isolation of affect can also serve us very well. When I think back to being an intern, a medical intern in the hospital, and you might have to go and pronounce someone dead with hysterical family members, and then 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, maybe 2 minutes later, really, you have to go to another room and you've got to maybe do some procedure that involves having your focus on a certain thing and making sure your hands are the right way, or talking to a person in a way that is that's very different than where you just came from. That's very hopeful, and so then you have to isolate the affect of what's going around you, and it happens not just it's just one example, but we have to do it in life so that we can put affect aside to process later, or not feel the full weight of affect, where we know the meaning. Like, I know the meaning of the tragedy of the person that just pronounced dead. I want to separate that from myself because I'm also aware that it's not my tragedy, so that I can then, okay, put that affect aside and do the next thing I have to do. So that, I think, can cut both ways. Right, but then you have to reattach it. Understand that it's good to be close with emotion, even painful emotion, right? Because that's the human experience. Right. I feel like if you work with skills that you can detach yourself from emotion, I think that could be its own kind of addictive quality. Do it, yeah, right. And to reinforce, that's when people are suffering too much over too long a period of time. And we're creatures of habit, right? And even though our brains are sitting on the shoulders of the giant of maybe 1,000 levels of emergence that come underneath of them, our brains are also work in very simple habit-based ways. If you and I chose a word right now and said it 500 times, we would know it's just a silly experiment, but we'd both be saying no, right? Because our brains are also creatures of habit. So if you over and over and over have to isolate yourself from affect and you develop those mechanisms, well, you develop those mechanisms and they don't go away any easier than if we said the word 500 times and decided to forget. We won't forget no matter what we decide. So how do we find our way back? How do we overcome trauma? What are the different pathways? The first thing, the very first, to acknowledge to ourselves and often to others, which might be one other person, in words, spoken, it might be written, what the trauma has been. Right? Because the lessons of trauma, the evil lessons of trauma, and I'll use the example of my own life, the lesson that told me that I was shameful, cursed, and hopeless, right? It's a very evil lesson, right? But my brain will say it over, did say it over and over. And if that just sits inside, that's how trauma festers, that's how trauma hijacks our thoughts, our emotions. So being able to say to ourselves, to another, like, this is what's happening, right? Okay, this is what happened. We're built to massage words and to create meanings to words, right? Like, we don't massage pictures, right? Images. We talk and massage meanings with words. So when I finally went to see a therapist, and I could say, my brother, whatever words I could have said, like, he killed himself, and I can't accept it, or I can't imagine it. Like, I let it happen. Right? So I had to say those things, right? So then I could begin to bring some sense of truth to it, and I did it a long time ago, but the therapist probably said something like, you can probably seize on you, so you let it happen, it's your fault, right? Because you got to get at those things so that one can begin to bring into focus, what does the trauma mean and what does it not mean? I mean, a classic example is that what would you say to someone else? You'll say, well, how many times have it's just, I get cry if I stop and think about it. I just stop and talk to somebody who is sexually assaulted through no fault of their own, who comes in and tells a story they've been telling themselves about how they should walk home a different way, they should dress differently, they should have left earlier, right? I wrote about it over and over. Now, you have a person who, let's say you take a person who's intelligent, engaged in the world, who's like capable of understanding lots and lots of things, but doesn't understand that. Right? If it were someone else, that person would understand in a moment. It's not that person's fault, right? So what you want to do is overcome the fact that the negative emotions, the hijacked emotions of trauma, are telling that person a lie. They're telling them so strongly and so awfully, so meanly, that the person just takes it inside and starts to see it as true. Right? So you begin to hold that up. One example. Okay, so the person who's coming in next is this something simple, right? And can you stay and just tell her how it's fault, right? And they're like, oh my God, no, I could never. Like, then they see, right? And again, it's not always how you do it, right? Sometimes you could get a person to see, like, well, that would be the most horrible. How could you do that, right? The person can maybe doing it to themselves. So you begin to put words in a structure and say, okay, let's go with what's going on inside of you. You don't be scared of anything you think you feel. In fact, the fear is not exposing you to the world. That's where it gets the best of us. And now, like, everything is different. Whether that involves use of medications for intrusive thoughts and depression, or there's no medicines needed, but it's all reframed, like, whatever it may be that comes next, the whole world has changed when the person has acknowledge what's happened, expose it to themselves and to trusted others around them, and begun to look at it in some way other than the stuffed in an evil box place that the trauma initially puts us through our reflexes it creates. It's interesting that there's power that you're saying it out loud. Right? So first saying your perception of it out loud, then in that case that might be your fault, and then working through out loud, working through that you may not be. Any experienced therapist will tell you this, that every now and then it will happen that someone will come and they'll say something. Usually it's very early on. They'll say something they've never said before, and they immediately are like in an entirely different place than they have been for decades. Right? And I can remember a person saying that a coach raped him, and just saying it decades before, everything was different. I'm not saying everything now is perfect. His life was different. As soon as he said, how dare, like, he thought that person did that to his child. The child was me. Never thought it until he said it out loud, because his mind was going over and over. Why it was his fault, what he did to deserve it,
how he kept going back, so it must be his fault. But the thing is, as soon as he put words to it, he saw the truth of it, and it was a bifurcation in the path of life. And any therapist has, stories like that, which is immense power. That it can even be that just uttering the words makes it just a cascade of all points. Just sounds worse than other human being. It makes you wonder what that compulsive loop that happens in our heads, right? Until it's brought to the surface. It's so interesting. Entirely non-productive. Sometimes even if what would I say to it? Let me write it down. You'd get rid of those in our brains. Any even thought outward expression is the enemy of those internal persecutory negative thoughts. How do you find a good therapist? I tend to think of, listen, I'm a fan of podcasts. I'm a fan of conversations. It feels like it's like finding a good friend. It feels like a difficult journey. Maybe I'm wrong in that. It just feels like it feels like a partnership, a journey together versus some very simple clinical procedure. The first thing I would say to change the entire paradigm, like most people need a therapist. So people feel often like they're in a weakened position because they need, quote unquote, a therapist. Then therapists are rational, right? How many insurance panels have lists a mile long qualified therapists who could be on that insurance panel, but there's a certification process. These are things that said, but the state's already certified the person. But there's so many barriers to it that now we're rationing this resource, which we should all stop and pause for a second and think like we're okay with that as a society. And by the way, like that too when we're trying to get our health. So let's step back from that for a second. Now it's a resource that's not in great supply, and then a person begins to think, essentially, I'll take what I can get. I got to get somebody, and I don't know enough to know anyway, right? And those are very disempowering thoughts, as opposed to saying, look, I'm going to be an empowered consumer, and I need to choose someone who gets over some just basic hurdles of what I think are reasonable human interactions, right? So, like, as a person making eye contact, they seem interested, right? Like, these are basic points about any human interaction, including a therapist, right? Then you can say, okay, is there word of mouth? Anyone else specific? Nothing better than a word of recommendation from someone we trust, right? Or anybody can have a good website, but you say, let me look at the website. What is it saying if there is, right? Does it resonate with me or not, right? But after all of that, you go to see the person with the idea that you're interviewing them, right? The idea that this person can help me, and it's so great. I'm with the program, but I'm thinking about it. Do I want this person? Do I feel heard? Do I feel cared for? Which doesn't mean is it easy, right? It might mean is it hard, and I feel like emotional for a couple of days. But I see that I'm facing these things. This process of assessment, so that one isn't settling for something that is formulaic, overpackaged. And I'm not trying to be overly critical of therapists. I mean, there are people everywhere who do their jobs well and people who don't do their jobs well. But most therapists are working in systems that push against doing the job well, because they're rationing care, and there's a lot of number of sessions, and there's enough such time before a person can return. And so often it's an uphill battle because we're trying to be helped within systems we've created and tolerate that are pushing against helping us. Yeah, but the interview process is tricky. I mean, if you're in a rough place mentally, just like any kind of interview, it's hard not to think that a failed interaction, failed interview, there's something wrong with you. Sure, right. There is an authority to a therapist, I think, where you think like they've got it all figured out, and I'm a mess, and therefore, if there's something off, it's all my fault. Right? So it's very tricky, and it's easy to like give up. It's that's a step to try to get a therapist. The first step to get help, to get a therapist, like any kind of help. It's a big leap to take, especially when you're in a rough place. I agree completely. We should not make people swim against such a strong current to get their needs. And we see this in such obvious places where an elderly homebound person who can't get their medicine because there's been some change and they didn't put the new number into the
form, Lord knows. It's incredible how we force people to swim against strong currents to get things that are basic at times for their survival. And with that in mind, I do have a lot of respect for where healthcare is at, or where mental health is at. The field that I work in has accepted all sorts of aspects of how things go. Someone else controlling how long the interaction can go on, how the interaction is bound, what can be said and done, what medicines can be prescribed. There's so many extra controls in the systems we work in that we, and I say we, like all of us in the field, have let it get to a place where it's obscenely difficult to get help. Obscenely difficult. And we should say that's not okay. I think psychiatrists and therapists and social workers, psychologists, and you name it, I think we should all say this is not okay. And then we as a society should be saying this is not okay. Otherwise, what you're saying, which is, I think, completely true, will only become worse as there's more and more barriers to getting to help a person. And each time a person isn't helped, it sets the odds against them getting more help. I should say that, when I started working, there were times I would send people to an emergency room, right, for some emergency, emergency in their mental health risk. And there were times I'd send somebody to an emergency room where if you stopped and looked, it would have been malpractice not to do that, right? Now, it's not just me who has an incredibly high threshold for sending someone to an emergency room, because you send someone who's in a lot of distress and oftentimes they're sitting on a gurney all day, or they're locked in a small white room and all they have is depression, and they're just scared and they go in, and 36 hours later, they're feeling better. Why? So they're desperate to get out of there, and someone sends them home. So our systems have shifted so much that we tolerate now en masse what is egregious to the individual. So you are a psychiatrist. In terms of doing therapy, psychotherapy, what does a successful interaction look like? Perhaps a fun question, perhaps not. What do you think of the psychiatrist Sean in Good Will Hunting, played by Robert Williams? So what is the full range of interesting interactions? Can there be an intimacy, a friendship, a kind of varied interaction that kind of blends the lines of 30 minutes session once a week or whatever, versus like a really kind of deliberate long-term project that cares about the well-being of the person across the months and years? What can you say about a successful interaction between therapist and patient? I think we're much better served by the body, right? And again, it doesn't have to be over years. Maybe a person might need that over weeks. They might need it over months. They might need it over years. But if I'm understanding correctly, you're describing something that is like a real human engagement, right? And I work in a field that for years and years and years, the patient didn't get to see. The therapist was sitting in place behind the person, right? So that's not, of course, the only tradition, and there are aspects of that tradition that can be very humanized. But the idea that we're supposed to not be human, I mean, this medicine is shot through this, right? That the doctor's supposed to be God and it protects the doctor, and that makes its way into therapy, and the idea of the superiority of the therapist was more. I mean, in some ways, yes, but the idea is like to know more about mechanical things, like, right? To know more about like facts and knowledge, not as a human being, right? If we approach therapy as a collaborative human endeavor, right? Or if we're going to do it together, of course I'm going to learn from you too, right? I mean, we're two human beings, and we're talking about things that are deep and personal and intimate, and I don't want to. We're going to participate in a way that makes it like about me as much as it's about you, but we're two humans, and what's going on in me may have relevance, and sharing it may have relevance, and at times you doing something back for me may have relevance. I'll give you an example of a person who would not let me help him. It was a young man. So when I was in training, he was very, very sick and needed to change certain choices and habits or he was not going to survive. And I had no ability to help him whatsoever. And I went and I saw a supervisor who was existentially trained, where here it's different from existentialism in the classic sense, but it's about human-to-human connection. Right? And the guy was always wanting to teach me
something, right? Because I can get by in Spanish, but he's fluent in Spanish, and he wanted to read. Oh, you traveled here, and he is now a word to see if I can do it. I was always directing back what I was supposed to do, right? And the supervisor, I'll never forget. He said, "Let him teach you Spanish." Like, once we had a couple sessions where if you look from the outside, you say, "What is going on there?" Like, right? Like this was like Spanish lesson to me, right? And then at some point, he brought in his mother, and he hadn't brought her in yet, and he was showing off that he taught me something, right? And I said a couple of things, and he felt more powerful. Like he was younger than me, and he felt sick and disempowered. But he didn't feel that way once he taught me something, and we showed it off to his mother, right? And his behavior started to change. He started taking better care of himself. He could see a little more what I was saying. You're a wonderful person. Like, you love your mother and your kids. They love you. And like, he started seeing that about himself. But that came from humanness. And that's the way we help people. I don't understand why we don't do everything that way. Like, we're two humans. But if you're doing something for me, then there's something you have an expertise and I don't. That's why you're doing it for me. The reverse could be true, but it doesn't mean we're not just two humans doing something together.
And the healthcare system and the legal system should not get in the way of that. There's liability and all these kinds of things that can get in the way of the humanness. I mean, some of that is justified. You have to be careful. You have to make sure you're responsible, but a little too much could destroy the humanness.
I'll use a word. You usually say something is insane. Like, it's not consistent. And the presence of the legal system. Look, I'm all for it. Of course, decisions have to be held, have to be responsible, and everybody makes mistakes, and people are accountable for their mistakes. I understand all of that. But what we see now, it's so absurd that like everyone is frightened. Right? Everyone is frightened and just looking like, how do I slot into the box, check the boxes of what I'm supposed to do, and not get in trouble. People get sued because someone was at that hospital and that doctor touched their care. It happens in the VA system. It happens in other systems too. So you might have touched their care. No one even said you did anything wrong, but they said the next person did. Oh, someone settled on your behalf, and now you have a new practice thing, and maybe you can't get a license somewhere else. The doctors are terrified, and they're terrified for good. They're terrified for good reason. Is the same society that has given doctors in many ways too much power over time and treated doctors with too much like gods. Now is, I think, enacting some of society's anger and envy out on the physicians. Even the idea that a person would know what medicine, like I saw TV commercials, give me this. It's interesting, right? Because even if, let's say I take myself out, it doesn't feel good, obviously, but think about it, it's like, wow, like I went to school for 8 years for this, and you don't want to hear my opinion, right? You're not taking good care of yourself, right? It doesn't mean you should think my opinion is gospel because I said it, but people then don't have an understanding of like, what is expertise? What do people learn? How can people help us understand and make better decisions? It kind of goes out with the wash, and then the position of the expert, as the word it gets diminished over time, very much to our parent. And then often with aggression in the medical world coming back towards the alleged expert.
Yeah, expertise is a tricky one. It's such a tricky thing because coupled with expertise, the attention is this arrogance that can come with expertise. The arrogance can make the expert feel like they're more of an expert, and it's a vicious cycle. And then the arrogance, current in the 21st century, especially with the internet, the arrogance can completely force the public to distrust the expert because all they see is the arrogance versus the expertise. So ultimately, you have to have, I think, the greatest experts and masters I know are the ones that have complete humility.
Right, humility and gratitude.
And gratitude is back, which is usually a really good sign that somebody is at the top of their field.
And they'll acknowledge that they don't know everything,
Which is hilarious, right? So like, the best experts I know are the ones that will say that they don't know,
right?
They will not call themselves an expert. Right. It's very confusing.
People know that they know a lot, but don't know the answer to this. You see that a lot in medicine. That person knows they're an expert surgeon, but they also acknowledge they know if this is the right time to operate. That's how you get to the best answer instead of someone who's an expert and always knows the answer. Yeah. And if we actually rewind to the beginning of our conversation, we talked about, you mentioned something I wanted to return to. So there's layers that are, there's an emergent novelty. And you mentioned that we as human beings, if we introspect in our own mind, we really can't know most of it. Which, of course, makes you think of this, the unconscious mind, subconscious mind, and Carl Jung. How much is hiding there in the shadows? You've investigated a lot of trauma. How much is there in our mind that's not directly accessible to us? What can you say, maybe philosophically, about how much is there lurking in the Jungian shadow? I think there's a tremendous amount there, but I don't immediately go to an ominous perspective, because if it's lurking there, right, it can come to get us, right, and to some extent that's true, right? So the seed of evil are there if we want to plant the nurture. You think good things can't lurk? I guess I was pretty poetic. Yeah. But you're right. You're absolutely right. And the young age shadow is supposed to not just be dark things. It's supposed to be everything. It's supposed to be a lot of positive things as well. Yeah. Right. Which I think brings us to self-knowledge, truth, where I think the opposite of envy, narcissism, sociopathy, I do think is all rooted in truth. It's both the truth of the good things about us, or the way that we're not blamable for blameworthy for the things we're blaming ourselves for, etc. But the self-knowledge and the truth, and getting away from the reflex of anger, frustration, envy, shame. What I think happens then is all of that underneath the surface. If we look at the consciousness is the top of the iceberg, outside the top. So, well, outside the water. So is what's underneath like shifting, and it can pull the top under, right? Or is it supporting the top? And really, I believe it. Honesty, truth, self-knowledge, humility, gratitude, all this simple, good mental health is always consistent with simplicity. Humility, gratitude are easy things to say. Like, we know what that is, right? We understand what that is. Soothing envy by having immense power and subjugating others is getting very, very complicated, right? What that is and how that plays out. So if we are in touch with ourselves, if we're honest with ourselves, if we own what's ours, we don't try to own what's not ours, right? What happens then is something isn't waiting inside of us to just jump us with some new fact of self or challenge of self, right? Then I think what happens are phenomena like intrinsic learning, like the way that so much happens inside of us automatically, right? How people who have high levels of expertise know the answer to complex questions more rapidly, right? It doesn't take them longer to think through it, but they have more knowledge to think through. It's that more happens rapidly and unconsciously, so they know the more complex answer more quickly and readily, right? And we can build that in ourselves, not just in terms of factual knowledge, but in terms of how we respond to things, right? If I make a mistake, do I respond with reflexive shame, right? If I see someone has something I like, how do I respond? We're more in accord with ourselves, and then that there's some repressed, there's some stuff to work through that is not the unconscious mind. Yes, I think there's always like 100% of the time. If you have a living human, you have things to work through in the unconscious mind, right? There's too much that goes on around us that you might find unacceptable in sense. Right? They can be smaller but important examples, right? Someone who feels that they're not a good enough parent, and they, I don't know, drop the child's plate, right? And there's a feeling about that of badness in them that the person like can't tolerate and pushes away, right? And maybe they become a little bit less confident, a little bit less assertive. Like those small examples are important because they may be low valence, but there can be many, 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 many. Right? And you can look at the opposite end of the spectrum, where someone, for example, feels they're repressing their sexuality, right? Unconsciously, something that is so important to say to how a person feels about themselves, to whether they can see fulfillment, how they feel about their ability to interact and engage with others in ways that are loving and generative over time. So from smaller things that accumulate often at a rapid pace to really
big things, we are pushing things into the unconscious because they're not acceptable, and we need to explore why is that not acceptable. Maybe there's an unacceptable urge because it's really not acceptable to me, right? Like a violent urge. Maybe there's an unacceptable urge because I'm actually listening to the lies society is telling me about it. Okay, it's not okay, right. So in exploring those things, yes, we become happier and healthier, and that could mean if we're already happier and healthy, it gets better. We get more insulated against the negative, or it could mean the person who's nurturing some of those seeds of evil and envy does that, steps away from it. So whether it's good or it's bad, it's in there inside of us. Stop and say, this is what I see what's going on. What have you learned about exploring the human mind, about the art of conversation? Because ultimately therapy is conversation. Yeah. Is there something you can put into words? Like what makes it a good conversation? I think language is among the most amazing things. And it's also one of the most clunky routes to misunderstand. Right? I think of like there's a concept of facticity, things that are like I guess a necessary evil from the religious perspective, I think is where it started. But of language being like a facticity, right? That we need to communicate with one another. We want to communicate, so we develop words and these amazing brains that can have language, and that's all well and good. Our fantasy would be like Mr. Spock, right? The Vulcan mind was like, I communicate with you, we put our hands on one another, and we know, by doing this, what we're thinking, what we're feeling, and we won't have misunderstanding. So because I think we can approximate that, we can come kind of close with language, right? Or we can be so far away from that we can say the same word and have opposite meanings and have it generate immediate animosity. That we need to be very, very careful with language, with communication, with conversations. And I've come to understand that much, much more as I've gotten older, both in terms of how harmful, reckless speeches, which is why I'm horrified with so much of what we see in our political discourse, right? The slurs, the negativity that's attached to something, with some word, how one can utter something and go into another person just into the ear, but then it goes through so many parts of the meaning of the brain that person feels a pervasive sense of shame or remorse, right? So yes, reckless language absolutely hurts people, and we see that all the time in ways that I think are just atrocious. And also how bad miscommunication harms. I mean, I really learned that in a lot of different ways, but in the work as a therapist, really wanting to make sure that I'm really understanding you, you're really understanding me. And a lot of work goes into that communication. I think we get to a rhythm of it, and then it happens very easily. But I think it's a life and death difference at times. Lots of times, right, in the world around us between clear and accurate communication. So I said a word because I can't. Yeah. So to that, there's the Camus quote that I like. Much unhappiness has come into the world because of things left unsaid. So that has to do with clear communication. But there's also a dance to conversation, a poetry to it. There is ambiguity to language. And if you have kind of awareness of that ambiguity and you play with it, that's what we bring to humor. That allows you to sneak up to difficult topics without trampling on them. I don't know. There's an art to it as well. There's an art to the silence. Just allowing human beings, one of the most intimate things you can share with human beings is silence. That's communication. It's a different communication. How is it powerful? Yeah, giving a person space to accumulate, to integrate, to make sense of their thoughts, enough to say a word, maybe a memory is sparked so they can think about that memory and process that memory. So it's not just words, right? It's not just words, right? Because now you're talking about communication. It's body language. It's expressions of empathy. It's movements. It's pauses, right? The communication process is very, very complicated and deep. Yeah, and some of that is building trust, but also challenging the person. I wonder about that whole process with strangers, for example, or how you do that successfully. You and I just met, but I think a lot of our interactions very free. We can get to know each other in any way we want. There's a few conversations that are coming out. In general, there's a lot of other pressures and constraints on conversations. There's a danger to it. There's risks. There's political forces involved, like what from my perspective, but probably from mine as well. As how do you say this thing? What are the words going on? Right? And you're learning that about a stranger at the same time. You know? It's an interesting dance because you have to walk carefully but deliberately. Right? Carefully because I've learned this about myself and others. There's certain words that can trigger a person that can make a person feel poorly, like shitty about themselves. So you can push, you can challenge a person with something, and they're totally okay with it. If you use a certain word to do it, it's maybe perhaps some childhood thing that their mother used to say or something like this. And I mean, part of the art of conversation is actually being a little bit free, using those words, or being extremely sensitive in detecting when a person reacts to a particular word and like storing that away. Say, okay, then we might want to return to that later because there might be an interesting, there could be a tip of an iceberg that's actually representing something beautiful. Or you might want to just, it's a nothing word they just avoid because it's a distraction. So all of that kind of has to be integrated into the dancing language. It's really interesting, especially when the stakes are really high. You get one conversation. We sit down in one conversation. It makes the difference between, like, say you had one conversation with a teacher. It's the only conversation you get. Oh, sometimes that is the case. Yeah, it's just pretty high stakes. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I guess you get over and over time, I guess you get used to the high stakes nature, but you develop it, really, and all that unscaled processing, right? All that part of the iceberg that's underneath the surface is doing all that, right? Is reading, behavioral cues, verbal cues, and recognizing the primacy of emotion over logic, right? If we were all logic, it'd be different. We would talk about this thing. I'll say things, you say things back, even if it's completely what you say. So there was talk logically. That's not the case, right? There could be a word that raises a certain emotion, and you don't want to tread there because the emotion will cause the person to engage, and so you're aware of all of this. And I think from the perspective of all of that, it's like standing on the shoulders of your own internal giant, right? That understands, language and emotions and body language and attunement and history and triggering and all of that. And then on top of that, as you're standing up on your shoulders, you're trying to protect you. Right? And then I think that's where, effectiveness can be unilateral or it can be together. And I think some of what emerged, Viktor Frankl's writing after the Second World War, was how much shared humanness means to us, how much of that can be an incentive for survival beyond all others. Right? So to the idea of, are we doing something for communicating unilaterally? Like, I want information from you, or I want you to do a certain thing when we're done talking, right? Done communicating. That's a very unilateral type of effectiveness, which can make sense. Sometimes I want information because I want to know what to do next, right? So it doesn't have to be negative, but it can also be a tool of manipulation, right? If someone's saying from envy or narcissism, I want to communicate with you in a way that makes you do what I want you to do, right? Different from that is where it's a shared communication, where there's like an umbrella speak over us, and we're doing something that can only happen together because we're us, we're each person, right? And we come together to do something that's shared effectiveness, like I think we're doing now, of like elucidating and pursuing thoughts and getting ideas out. And I think the best situations are shared effectiveness situations because we call upon the resources and the internal resources of both parties. But you, especially with strangers, especially when it's not labeled therapy session, you kind of actually stumble into that cooperative state. Like to organically develop a trust together and almost lose yourself. And ultimately, I think you put it really nice. I think
successful conversation, even when it's even with world leaders or logicians who operate in the space of reason, the most successful conversation will ultimately be in the layer limb of emotion. That's where the interest is. That's where you discover anything. That's where you get to actually meet to start getting an understanding of each other. But when you actually meet, even by the statements that are supposed to be kind of rationally based, it's you lose yourself. You lose yourself in the way you do when you're children and you're just shooting shit about whatever topic. You should forget yourself. Get yourself more society. Yeah, we kind of plug into the unconscious mind a little bit. You get to speak indirectly, but things that really drive you, to the thing that really, to the emotions, I suppose, that underlie your worldview. I feel like that's where productive conversations can happen, whether it's a patient or just a stranger you're talking to at a bar called geopolitics. You mentioned Victor Frankl. What do you think of his work at social media? What are like the lessons you draw from his work? He was a psychologist, but also from that very powerful work that reflects on his experience in a Nazi concentration camp. I think that it was almost a profound reinvention of humanness, right? After something so awful, so bleak, and so despairing, to speak anew about shared humanness, human connection, meaning, compassion, that I think it was an intellectual direction that was adorned with all the emotions that we need to adorn the logic with in order to make real change in the world. And I think that his work has fueled so many branches from his work, existential psychotherapy and its place in helping human activities today. Right? A trend away from the idea that we're all quite isolated and that what's going on between us is all very transactional. Right? I'm putting something out, you take it in, something out, I take it in. Right? And you know, this is a difference. There's a shared humanness that creates a meaning beyond the transactional. Kind of like you were just saying, the logical stuff isn't really that interesting. The logic is there's an answer to whatever logic is. We can do better, right? It's where does the surprises come in, right? Either in terms of wonderful behavior or destructive behavior. Right? They're coming from people's emotions, so that's what we want to understand, and that occurs in the context of a person and other humans. Even if it's the conception of someone and other humans as enemies, or it's the conception of two people sitting together. There's a shared humanness, and it's not all transactional, and that he could take that out of a pinnacle of human tragedy and utilize it in a way that wants us to be better as a species going forward. I think is fundamental. What do you think is the role of emotion in the human condition? Because you've talked several times, different ways that emotion matters. It's a big part of who we are. But why is it there? Why is it useful? What's good about it? We'll almost said it's like a negative thing that we just have to live with. Why is it also? Why do you say, what's the role of emotion? Emotion is the king, if you want to use that analogy. It's the CEO, if you want to use that analogy, right? Emotion rules all. We're taught that we're logical creatures, but we have innumerable pieces of data, even over just a day, let alone a human experience to tell us that it's not true. Is it ever logical to run into a burning gun? No, right? Logic's never going to tell us. Because someone you love is in there. The person's already sprinted in, right? Emotion rules us. And so the thought is, some of that is evolution, right? That strong negative emotion stays with us very, very profound, right? So example I'll give is hunter-gatherers, and I find a new berry, and it tastes good, and it seems nutritious, and then, right, everybody's
it's fine. Be good to remember that, right? But if I find a new berry and it's nutritious and we both eat it and almost die of sickness, we better remember that, right? So primacy of emotion is in us for reasons that are about survival. The emotion of it's my child and my loved one is why I don't give a damn about logic, right? The emotion of I thought that was good and I got really sick and I better never forget it is also about survival. And the same applies to humans. If we're from different tribes back then, and in my tribe, when you put your hand out, it's a greeting. In your tribe, if someone puts their hand out, it means an attack or take your stuff, right? Then I put my hand out and you split, right? And it's like, I better remember, right? But you see how that can lead into our the constructs. I was like, oh, people in your tribe are violent, right? We start then stories around that. But the primacy of emotion, whether it's berries or it's humans who might threaten us or it's love, I think it's hard to even look at that anthropological, psychological literature, to look at what's out there. And I think that's part of survival. Part of survival.
It's so cool that you can also things like love, which are not all rational, logic, and so on. If you look at from a transactional perspective, a lot of times fall whether it's with friends or friendship or romantic love, it doesn't really make sense. I don't know. I'm still not sure what the hell it is because I mean it's a thing that is one of the things or love for your kids that are born like that the parental love. What is that? That's so cool that we get to have that. If you're looking for the menu of items that give life meaning, that's yeah. So my response, you said that gives life meaning. My response initially was meaning of life.
has been taking some shots
Saying,
at
okay, emotion. That's one. Right?
His
That's very important. Don't survive. And we're not there to have emotion. Right? So yes, it's about survival. As important as that is, that's small, right? I think it is about life because it's about the beyond self. And I think it relates back to what we talking about at the very beginning, is the levels of emergence, right? And when we feel love, we feel happiness because that person feels happiness, right? There's something that's so generative, so creative about that. Like we want to bring order to things. And happiness is consistent with simplicity, right? Or healthy, there's nothing negative to say about our health, right? Health problems is a lot this thing, right? And it's emotion that pushes us towards the goodness that I think makes all the meaning for us. And it's interesting. I actually have your thoughts about this as a scientist, right? Is we accept it by and large that we have free will, right? We have free will, but then we get upset that there's not justice. So, but how is it that if we have free will, I could act in an unjust way, and then you're surprised, or vice versa? Why, right? We have these thoughts because we're rooted. We want logic to work. There's a way in which I can understand logic, I can manage it, I can manipulate it. We sort of want it to be that way. So then we glorify logic, and then we misapply it, like ideas, like, oh, I know we have free will, but I'm now, taking my fist at the heavens because there's no justice, right? And I think maybe we should go back and look at the given. Like, why is it there's only goodness if there's justice? I mean, that doesn't make. I think the goodness. Why does the goodness have to be tied to that, right? Maybe it goes back to the counter entropy and the fact that when there is something, there is not nothing, right? And where there is something, there can be awareness, there can be goodness, there can be compassion, right? Is it that what's really going on is not about justice? Yes, we have free will, but it's that goodness, creating, showing up, making better. That is the meaning. That is the good, right? And that the evil is destruction, as evidenced by the fact that it's overdetermined probably a million times that we're in this anti-current of counter entropy, and we can destroy that quite readily, right? And then we're nothingness, like everything else that we know of that's not us, that doesn't have the ability to do something that's creative or constructive. I mean, I think that that's the answer, and I think that our science really tells us that that's the answer. And I think it beckons us with ideas like we know that things happen outside of space and time, right? I mean, they're physics experiments. We know this from the science of it, yet we don't stop and look and say, is that magic? The idea Einstein says God doesn't play dice with the universe. I think, okay, maybe God doesn't play dice with the universe. That quantum indeterminacy and all of that is not just a coincidence, so to speak. But maybe it's in that indeterminacy that we're given the opportunity to assert ourselves, right? To make something from what, maybe it's not God playing dice with the universe, but it's God loading the dice in our favor. If we'll only listen to truth, the truth that being destructive doesn't help pursue anything, even the person who thinks it will for themselves, and that creativity and generativeness and kindness and compassion, doesn't that seem sort of analogous to any counter entropy that has us here in the first place? And I think that's where I became meaning, and that meaning then, going back to the initial question, it's generated in us through emotions, what we feel. We just feel something that is mysterious. I don't know why I feel it. Yeah, in some sense, the motion is kind of the fuel of that creative imperative we have. But if you step back tapestry a little bit, it does seem that the destruction, the creation, the destruction, and the yin and yang of life, that it all works only if the main engine is towards creativity. But destruction also makes way for new things. So that's this kind of struggle. It seems like life is a struggle between the different forces that make up the individual human, that make up society. All these tensions are necessary growth and development. This kind of inner conflict and outer conflict are necessary for growth. It's not just, in some sense, from the logic aspect, you don't want everything to be perfect and just. Nobody to suffer, everything to be perfect. Just like we talked about with trauma, it just seems like it's such a big, giant mess. What is it? Bukowski said, find what you love and let it kill you. There's some aspect, a negative aspect of passion and pursuit and obsession and the turmoil pursuit of happiness, of the creative pursuits and all of that. And that's part of life as well. And I don't know what to do with it, from an individual perspective in terms of figuring out how do you live a good life, how do you live a healthy life. Because it does seem a bit of hardship, or sometimes a lot of hardship, make a pretty interesting life. I think it brings us back to the discussion we were having before about what is the challenges of trauma, right, and overcoming. And I think here we got to be careful with the language, right, because I would then say, let's take destruction, right, and separate it into two things, right? Like one is destruction is like the breaking down, tearing down of something, right? Versus a process that has malice, right? So just like when we were talking about trauma and setbacks, things to overcome. It's like, okay, if you say, hey, you're a bit harder than the next person, you have more to overcome, or someone put a barrier in front of you to overcome, that there can be a lot of growth in that, including the times you don't know if gosh, can I do this right? Can I get over it? Right? We're saying like that's a challenge and something to overcome that's very positive. But we're saying, but there's no benefit like racial slur, right? We're saying because that's all bad. Like that's not even the practice. I'm angry about that. And I'm going to overcome that. It's like that didn't need to be. That didn't make anything better. If the person sees that and says, I'm going to overcome that, it makes things less worse. Right? But there's no good to something that's created as destructive. When we look at forest fires, controlled burns, there's a forest burning down. That's okay. There's some destruction. There's a tearing down there, but it's in the service of the next fire, not one community. The town that's on the other side of it. That's very different than a forest fire, say, started by arson. Right? So you might say they're both tearing down. They're tearing down the forest. But one is in the service of goodness, even though it's hurting the animals and the plants. It's not all good, right? But it's in the service of something, as opposed to something else that's wantonly destructive. I think there's no good to the racial slur. There's no good to the arson, right? That's destruction, and it's incorporating, I think, the malice and envy. Something that's really purely, if there's a yin and yang, that's destruction. That's the destruction. That's the badness.
So racial slurs is a surface wave, deeper thing. So, the reason I bring that up is like, all right, like, you had discussions of censorship, but what good does allowing racial slurs in public communication do, right? And it's like, our communication would surely be better if we don't say bad things to each other. It's like, it seems like the truth is our communication would be better if the amount of bad things is a small fraction of communication. That seems to be more true. Because another aspect of communication with power, the moment you start censoring and removing bad words that everyone agrees are bad words, then the people at the top that are doing the censoring start getting greedy. It starts expanding. It's a giant mess of human civilization. The nice files you created are kind of overlapping.
It's a gray area. I agree. No, I agree completely. The control of language, slippery slopes there. I think there's a very big problem there. So I agree. I think, again, split parsing out the language. I'm not saying you shouldn't have racial slurs as if, like, let's stop saying words. I mean, the idea is the premise behind it, right? Like the prejudice. We can eliminate the prejudice behind it. You know, I was struck. I knew nothing about medicine. I did medical school. I started with anatomy. Right? And it's remarkable that, to see as the bodies are being dissected, that we're all humans. Like, it doesn't matter. And these things on the outside, like, and that's true. Not just like in our bodies, but in our minds, with the part of the person that's not there, right? Because now we're trying to learn the body. And it shows how ridiculous it is. We're 99 all of us should have. By the way, he's only like taking another 10 off, and then we're all orangutans, right? But somehow we have to see these differences between us, right? And where does that come from? And I think that all comes from envy. It's possible. If I don't feel good, I'm going to want someone to feel better. And see the pretty visual things that person looks good for, right? Or you think about the, I kind of get I need a lot of conflict between Northern Ireland. Wow, there's not really good look different. So just umbrella. But now there's some it's not me trying to be anywhere about the Irish conversation. And there's no actual I don't feel good about myself. I'll be fine. Right? It's that I believe go away. It's by doing a lot of work. And we certainly promote trauma. People not good enough find the differences. There's a attached, and we're all to the racism. Wars, like when we're talking about the Second World War, people take us a day to knock out all the wars since then, let alone right now. So we're not good at learning from what seems to be some serious.
I should mention one thing is that I also know that you're interested in Russian culture a little bit. Cast to you the action of Russia. It is a riddle wrapped in mystery. So, what to you are some interesting differences between this eastern part of the world, Russia, Ukraine, the Slavic countries, the former Soviet Union, all of that versus the U.S. culture? What stands out to you from the literature, from the music, from the science?
I think there's so much intensity. And I guess I would say of expression that I see in Slavic culture. It's across cultures because there's a different way that expression occurs. Yeah, like it's different in the French than the Spanish, or it's different than in parts of Africa. And I think when you take that part of the world for whatever reason, and maybe it's just random, or maybe it's aspects of geography and experience and migration, but there's such intensity. And I remember Tchaikovsky, very early on, maybe not the very first time, but early on in my life, we're reading Dostoevsky and feeling like, oh, Dostoevsky's brilliant. He's ability and his willingness to express, create such powerful, aberrant states of human experience. Tchaikovsky, in his music, the depth of suffering that it expresses has always stood out to me um, as a way that, like, if that's like the greatest light to be communicating information, that's a place to look, and it's also a place that resonated with me so strongly because I think for some people who in formative years have very difficult feelings, right? Like it feelings like fear and how's the world going to be? Am I going to be annihilated? Like, what do I even want? What do I feel inside of me? To encounter that being expressed so intensely, I found to be very, very moving. So I don't know if that's a good answer or not, but I think there's an intensity of expression and a fearlessness. Dostoevsky wrote about terrible things. What happens to a person? Is there a person who is brilliant intellectually and very persuasive and very capable of being effective, who also just chooses to be a child rapist? Right? I mean, he wrote about that. He wrote about the truths of this is what we can be as humans. And I think there's so many lessons, including the truth. Like people tend to think, oh, evil's not very bright, they're not very intelligent. That's a way to let evil propagate, right? Evil can be effective and attractive and very compelling, but evil nonetheless. And I just think fearless willingness to look at that and to describe it. And I see primarily in Russian culture. Yeah, the fearless exploration, the whole human drama. Definitely Dostoevsky and others since the 20th century, the 19th century have done an incredible job with that. Some of that, just like you said, is the language of culture. I think that intense romanticism is there. That is almost like a dramatic exploration of human nature. It can err on the side or falter. It goes into a kind of cynical view of life. Life is suffering. I think that also has to do with the way you deal with the trauma of the wars and so on. This is something different nations throughout Europe had to deal with that in different ways. Some of them have channeled into envy and resentment. Some of them channeled into a kind of nihilism or cynicism. And ultimately, the intensity of feeling is there, which is super interesting to see, and interesting how that manifests itself in the kind of government. So, there's more authoritarianism in that part of the world versus the Western world. It's more focused on the individual versus the collective. When more focused on the individual, you have a propensity to value individual rights and so on. It's interesting to watch, to reconstruct how that all came to be. Is it in the blood? Is it in the mind? Is it in some kind of thing that ethereal, like a set of ideas that we pass from generation to generation between each other, so the collective of it. Yeah, it's fascinating to see. But now, invigorated this conflict in that part of the world, you've also thought about the Cold War, lessons about the human mind, about psychiatry, psychology, and about looking at the Cold War. Can we take forward in the 21st century that we can avoid World War III? Right? A major cold or hot war in the 21st century. I think unspoken animosity is very, very, very dangerous. Right? It was a Cold War. There was fighting through proxies. The superpowers were fighting surrogate wars through proxies, which of course in and of itself causes infancy. But it becomes the opposite of an exchange of ideas or an exchange of thought. Maybe the Christian chef, right? Not believing that the kitchen could look like it did at the World's Fair, right? And some of the misconceptions here of what things were like in Russia, right? It was an utter thought that those other people are not actually people, right? There's an enemy society of evil, which then paints on Rush in a way that makes it too easy for the cold to go from being cold, right, to having boiled over into utter destruction. And I wrote a really true story that when I was in was the Soviet Union. It was right around the time the Soviet Union came to an end, and I had gone on a trip for students from England, and we got to go places that people hadn't gone. Foreigners hadn't gone in many, many years. It was just kind of the right time to experience that. And like it really is true that someone said on short notice these poor kids that like this group of Americans were coming, and I have a picture somewhere of a kid in a gas mask. Like they went into their desks and put on a gas mask, and they felt right. That's what they're taught to think about us, and we're taught to think about them. And like now we're back in it was them, right? When we're all trying to survive, and we're all such human life is so delicate, right? Let alone and we make these divisions and we create this aggression and blatant aggression. The Cold War we developed, right, the ability to destroy the earth, right? And then just start looking at one another, or growing misunderstanding and the opportunity for the proxy fights, the Cuban Missile Crisis, which is a war, but it's an aspect of that, right? Where we just have ourselves wildly, at risk of destruction without any mutual understanding. And again, I would argue that is the opposite of the counter entropy. We are setting everything up for this lack of communication, lack of understanding. How do those feelings of love and shared humanness happen? They don't, right? We separate people, and then we push ourselves more and more and more towards reinstating the state of entropy that's present in the rest of the world. What advice would you give that are fighting entropy? So, young people and people that are wondering how to find their way in life, what advice would you give? How to have a career, how to have a life that you're proud of? I think starting off to the first principles. Okay, what are my values? Right? How do I want to live life? Because, I'm in my early 50s. When I was a kid, we waited for the newspaper came in the afternoon, and then we'd see what's going on in and get the West Coast baseball scores, right? And learn about, here's what happened. And by and large, I and everyone else there, adult or child, were like living in a reality that was largely our conception of much was around us. Right? And now, in many ways, it's entirely negative. Of course, we have more information, we can think globally, so to speak, right? But the other side of that is so much of the world's problems are on us all the time, right? Like, here's this awful thing that happened. How many awful things happen each day? And they're right in front of us. There's such an immediacy to it all that I think it can paralyze us with terror, right? And for someone who's young and trying to make their ways, how do you figure your way out of the world that your word isn't even going to exist, right? And then you see how profitable the generations are, right? In so many ways, and there can become, I think, a push towards extremes, either nihilism or I'm going to change everything, right? And it's like, how about let's start from how do we want to behave in my own community, right? Which starts with like, how do I want to behave in my house, right? What kind of neighbor do I want to be? It might seem like things like that are silly or small in comparison to the big things, but I don't think they are. I think that's how we start building foundations that lets us tackle the big things. And I do find myself saying when I'm working with therapy with younger people of helping them bring back their thoughts, their strivings, their decisions more to themselves and living with and around themselves more instead of it's something that becomes very theoretical and therefore very threatening. And so focusing on the people around, taking a small step at a time, on deeper connections to build something. How do I want to be today? If I go into the grocery store and the person in front of me drops something, I can get scout because I'm in a rush, right? And I can be like that, right? I can be like that. I've been that way many, many times in my life, right? And it's never done anyone a damn good, right? Or I can, 10 seconds aren't going to matter. I help pick that thing up and just smile. These are the seemingly small things that I think make the difference in our lives. Yeah, I moved, I think I mentioned to you offline, one of the main reasons I moved
Austin, Texas. I just remember deciding, I went to Walmart. The lady said, "You look handsome in that top, or in that suit and tie." Like I don't think anyone's ever. Older lady, she was very sweet, kind in her eyes. She said, "I don't think anyone's
Oh
ever
shit!
said that to me."
I just shit
Like,
myself.
it's just
Maybe.
I don't know. It's
Oh,
like,
man.
wow, there's
That's
kindness
a-
in this world. I know it sounds ridiculous.
Um,
Like it's not so ridiculous. It's like those you
Oh.
could be that. Go walk around and walk.
Yeah.
I think that you remember that, and it's you're citing it as it that was a big part of the moving. So with the branch point blood that comes from simple kindness, right, of a person who had goodness to give, right, and wasn't scared that you're going to be upset by it, right, with the rest, right. She probably didn't have the thought that you could be a sailing, right? Probably she looks at you, she's got goodness to give. It's that simple, and it's beautiful, and it's worth more to you than like how many studies would be on where's right to live or this. None of that matters. It matters with just freedom to be kind, and that's emotion. That's not logic at all. that's purely just human emotion and a little bit of humanness. That's real connection, and then that's what makes life great. Which is why it's not a bad idea. You moved here that way, and instead of one could say, well, I can't believe you did that. Instead of looking at all the data and hiring consultants, what's the best place to live? That would be wrong, right? Like you made a good decision, right? Like that was good data. It was impactful data. And your thoughts about how you're living here, right? It's not that you shortchange yourself by not relying on logic, right? You felt something about the place, and you felt it as symbolized in a person, and that made the choice for you. It's a balance, of course, but you also have to know yourself a little bit. Sometimes you can find stability and comfort in kind of reasoning things out a little bit. Maybe as people close to me have sometimes criticized that I'm a little bit too romantic. I'll just follow the feeling. And, life, there's physics, there's a reality to this world. Sometimes reality doesn't allow you to flourish. Just follow your feelings. But there's a dance there. And happiness is ultimately found in that landscape of feeling and emotion versus facts, reason, logic. As you said, have their place. Right? They have their place, but they're not the be all and end all. You're an incredible person. Andrew Huberman is a friend of yours. Absolutely must talk. Guys are out the number of people you know, they're just incredible people. There's just this group of folks that somehow put together, flourish and put together. I'm so happy you exist. I'm so happy you do the work you're doing. I can't wait for your second book. And thank you for talking today. Thank you so much. I'm proud to be one of the people that you decided to be their friend. I'm proud that you had me on today. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Paul Kahn. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Viktor Frankl. Everything can be taken from man. The last thing is freedoms. To choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. And the nozzle, also, as you're saying, is a different design options, but it's a critical part of this. Yeah, how you do that conversion. It's basically like how much can you convert is really like the ultimate. How much pressure and heat can we convert to physics? Like that's really, at the end of the day, that's the project. The following is a conversation with Tim Dodd, host of the Everyday Astronaut YouTube channel, where he educates, inspires all of us, detailed but accessible explanation of rocket engines, all things space travel. This is a Lex Freeman podcast. supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim. God, can you give a brief history of SpaceX rockets? So we got Falcon 1, Falcon 9, versions of those, Falcon Heavy, Starship, and also the Dragon capsules.
Well, Falcon 1, where it all started. The original intent and the original idea of SpaceX was trying to get something to Mars. He saw that NASA didn't have a current Mars plan, and he wanted to go to Mars. So he decided, how do I best do this? He literally wanted to, at first, purchase a rocket from Russia. Then after a foiled attempt at doing that, he decided to try to develop his own rocket. And the Falcon 1 is what came out of that process. And he developed a pretty, I don't know how exactly he stumbled upon that quickly, but the people he assembled were amazing. And they built the Falcon 1, which was a single Merlin engine, followed by an upper stage engine called the Kestrel engine. Pretty small compared to the things they're working on today, but that Merlin engine continued to evolve into being the power plant for the Falcon. They went from a small lift launch vehicle up into the class launch vehicles. They could provide services for NASA. That's one of the big things they first kind of hung their hat up was they got the opportunity to fly cargo to the International Space Station under originally it was called the COTS program, Commercial Orbital Transportation Services for NASA, which evolved into the commercial resupply contracts. And that's when SpaceX developed both their Dragon capsule, which is a uncrewed at first spacecraft that can dock to the ISS, and the Falcon 9 rocket that can take it to the International Space Station.
And the Dragon rides this thing up top that rides on the big booster thing that launches it into orbit.
Exactly. Yes. The Falcon 9 is the semi-truck, the Dragon capsule is the payload, the thing being dropped off basically to the destination. In this case, the destination is the International Space Station. So they developed those relatively quickly and became a commercial success. Before you know it, they're now the number one launch provider in the world, launching more mass to orbit than anybody else, launching more frequently than countries. The entire country of China who's going crazy right now with launches. Granted, China beat up by 2 launches this last 2022, but prior year, SpaceX, the entire country of China. I mean, it's nuts.
And just like you said, SpaceX still beats China even this year in terms of the amount of payload up. So all of the mass that move it, right? That China like 60 something, a couple more launches, but there's just like small cube types of launches.
Exactly. Some of them are literally like 100 kilograms, not large payloads.
So SpaceX customers are different. So whoever wants to set payloads up.
Yes, but right now their biggest customer is actually themselves with Starlink. So one of the biggest reasons they want so much mass is because Starlink is designed around the payload bearing capabilities of Falcon 9 rocket. So, because they're vertically integrated, because they built their own satellites, because they're building a rocket, they can literally design a system that's, another manufacturer might have more square satellites that was heavier or something. SpaceX looked at it from a blank slate and said, here's our constraints. Our payload mass constraints are flying constraints. And they made a funky looking satellite, things like the size of a table folded up, which isn't anything I've really ever seen before. So it's purposely built to fit as efficiently as possible inside their fairing and inside the capabilities of that rocket. So therefore, because they're launching those like an insane amount, dozens, 40, 50 times a year or whatever, they're just putting up insane amounts of mass we've never seen before.
What about the different versions of Falcon 9? What are some interesting memories to you of the different developments?
The very first Falcon 9 had a square array of engines, like a 3x3x3 grid of the Merlin 1 engines, the 1Ds. And I think it only lasted, I don't remember if it was 2 or 4 flights before they went into this optimal configuration where there's 8, like a ring of 8 engines, center engine, still in the same diameter that the rocket is. The fuselage is more or less the same, 3.7 meter wide diameter. But the actual thrust structure changed. One of the big efficiency gains was you no longer have a corner engine and then you got an edge engine and then another corner engine. You can just make 8 of the same kind of partly octaweb is called, the same shape, and then your interchangeability and manufacture code is a lot simpler. So that was kind of one of the bigger upgrades at first. They kept stretching it every time they touched it, it got longer, taller and taller. And then the next big feature we saw in 2014 would have been they added landing legs to a Falcon 9 rocket. That was the first launch I went to. It was actually to see it was CRS-3, so Supply Mission 3. And it was probably I don't remember what their 14th or 15th launch or something, like pretty early on. And people were literally laughing at me. They just thought it was stupid. Why are they wasting? Why is this billionaire Elon Musk guy wasting his time trying to land a rocket?
So you said the Mars plan was there in the beginning. What about the reusability of rockets? Was that there in the beginning?
I think reusability definitely, it's a necessary part of making any kind of interplanetary mission. In order to actually do that, just financially, you have to,
in terms of development, how early on the goal of reusing the rocket, having the rocket actually land, how early did that goal come?
I can't speak for Elon and SpaceX, but it was pretty immediately wanted to start recovering it. As a matter of fact, I think the very first two Falcon 9 rockets and Falcon 1, I think they wanted to try to recover using parachutes to recover the first stage. Now, fast forward, almost 20 years later, Rocket Lab is actually doing a concept like that, where they're pulling a parachute after the first stage and it's re-entering, and they actually are trying to recover the helicopters and try to snatch it out of the air. They've actually done it. They've actually done it successfully once.
How does the helicopter grab the rocket?
With this giant drag line and a hook.
Oh,
and then literally just snags onto the parachute. And it's pretty amazing. And this is a small rocket. The rocket's only about a metric ton. The booster is empty.
So the rocket releases parachutes like really high up. I'd love to see this.
Yeah.
It's an interesting idea. There's ideas and possibilities. Like SpaceX, we just innovated a lot of different weird ideas just in the pursuit of making things more efficient, reusable. All this. So basically, the thing is obviously strong. And so what you find is that you'll get all these kind of crazy kind of solutions.
And with SpaceX, they weren't even getting to the point of boosters surviving re-entry long enough to hold parachutes. They're mass fractions. And that varies. Every single rocket's different. All the, for instance, Rocket Lab uses carbon composite fuselage and tanks, or same thing, and that's very, very lightweight. Has really good mass fractions, and therefore their drag coefficients and things like that. They were able to survive re-entry of the first stage, which is something that SpaceX wasn't able to do at the time. What the kind of the big, I think, breakthrough for SpaceX with reusing the booster is they realized we have to basically slow down before we hit the atmosphere. So they actually do what they used to call a re-entry burn. I still think is the correct term because it is re-entering the atmosphere, but now they call it the entry burn. And they light up 3 of the nitrogen engines, not only to slow it down, but actually even while those engines are firing, it creates a literal force field as it's falling through the atmosphere. And but it also decreases the velocity by almost half, or around half, and then that therefore decreases the amount of the biggest thing with the atmosphere is that as it gets compressed against the front of anything flying through the atmosphere, the compressed atoms just get hot, and they can get so hot they turn into a plasma. They get so hot they can just absolutely destroy anything. So they slow down enough that the air molecules go, destroying the vehicle on reentry. And then they realize, I think it's something that's probably a similar crossover. Like, well, if we're lighting the engines already to slow down the atmosphere, we can just use the same engine to land. And so, what if we just stuck landing lights on it and just landed the thing vertically? Next thing you know is December 21st, 2015, they did exactly that for the first time ever.
So you were there before, right?
Yeah,
2014.
Yep, early 2014. So that, and for me, that was so fun watching. That was the peak of me just becoming obsessed with this idea, watching and back in the day, it was months between launches. So a launch was a big idea, 3 a.m. to watch this landing attempt or whatever, and every, there's CRS-4, almost landed, CRS-5, almost landed, CRS-6, CRS-7 blew up. I was watching that on, I think it was a Saturday morning. maybe a Sunday morning. I remember watching that and watched it blow up. I was like, oh my God, now what? You know, and it blew up on a cent. It was their first failure. So it was their 18th flight, I believe. Sierra 7, the upper stage, had one of the bottles inside the tank filled with helium. One of those bottles broke off on a cent and actually just completely overpressured the upper stage. The upper stage blew up and the rocket went kaboom in an uncontrolled manner. And so then they came back to mention. So when they came back, the first mission back is the first time that the rocket was lost. So they returned to flight after was landing a rocket. Yep.
Well, actually, the first time. So the first time you were there, what do you remember from that?
Just I was surprised at how much bigger the rocket was than I imagined. I originally, when I was going down to Texas Racing, I was disappointed that I wasn't seeing I didn't know a ton about rockets. I knew know space shuttle was, what the Saturn V was, but that was probably about the end of my knowledge. I just remember being disappointed that I wasn't seeing a big NASA rocket flying. I was thinking in my head oh, I see this launch is probably be 3 stories tall or something. Some little little stick and some little firecracker, and yay, I think I'd almost been pitched that. I think the people that I was working for at the time, I think they kind of were downplaying it. Well, it's not a big rocket here. It's not really that exciting, But we get out there to the pad, and I'm like, this thing's huge. This is not a small rocket. It's 70 meters tall, 220 feet tall. It's huge. And I think people forget the scale of that. It might look skinny tall and all this stuff, but it's still a very, very large piece of machinery. It's physically about as large as you can ship. The booster's about as big as you can ship across the country, period, without completely shutting down highways. It is made within those exact specifications of having lane privileges and bridges and everything. It's 12 feet wide, 3.7 meters wide, and it's 45 meters long. So it's exactly what you can fit with a pretty standard. Before we start getting a problem shipping rocket. It's huge. It's huge. People just don't understand that. And so when I saw it with my own eyes, I remember just being this is so much cooler than I thought.
It's hard to believe that thing is going to have to lift off the ground and launch up into the air. Maybe that's the most humbling aspect of it. That something that size, humans can come up with a way to take something that size and launch it up into the air.
Yeah, there's certainly a very humbling aspect when you watch it actually.
Was there sound to it? Was it what were the different experiences that you first remember?
Well, ironically, I didn't end up getting to see that. Oh, I went home. My camera saw it. I left my camera out there, a remote trigger camera. And my first images as a launch photographer at the time was CRS-3, but I went home. They would scrub too many times. Because back in the day, they were scrubbing often, and it'd be a 3-day, 5-day thing. Just never knew. My first launch, tried to go to the launch, probably emphasize scrubs are very common. So, but since then, obviously, I've been able to attend very many launches.
How much do you understand the control involved? How difficult was that problem?
I couldn't tell you a single thing about the code, the avionics behind it. I can tell you all the hardware that makes it happen.
I mean, to me, it seems like whenever I talk to people, they say it's not that big of a deal in terms of the level of intelligence and control. But to me, it's just when you observe it, it seems incredible. So the combustion, just everything that's going on, to be able to perform
Frankly,
control
it
at such
was
high stakes effectively,
if I poop myself, isn't that a pooper sound? Or is it a pooper sound?
Actually, no, I don't.
But it wasn't
if I remember, again, this is well outside of my brain.
It was terrible.
They're coded in a common language.
It's probably.
It was
I'm pretty sure it is. That was one of the things that was weird. Is that
oh man, I'm gonna have to go back, and I've already had to go back once.
We don't have to
I was all cleaned up and everything, and I was like, oh, something's still. Man, it's that fucking whatever I make in that huevos rancheros. It goes through me like shit through a tin horn. Do you all know about Vietnam?
Reliable systems, which is a common language, which is something. I imagine NASA engineers would probably have to use some kind of proprietary language in the olden days for security, for privacy, all that kind of stuff.
In the old days,
Some rabbits is gonna say, oh, he's gonna do it.
Code and language from scratch. It's still incredible that it's able to do that.
It was kind of,
the feat of engineering.
you know, when the helicopter's like,
One of the most observed about these rockets coming back there. That they're able to land.
it just like, this motherfucker's coming in real tight. Well, it was kind of like what was happening in my asshole. And I've never seen it from this angle, but this is like the fucking huevos rancheros. These two, plus the helicopter and the gun, and you know everybody doing that shit. This was a sneak attack. It was like a Viet Cong sneak attack. I didn't expect it. This motherfucking. I mean, they snuck up on me like a fucking Charlie in the fucking jungle. I honestly didn't expect it. Dog, it didn't have any of the music. It was awful. No Four Tops. No John Fogerty. See all these fucking helicopters going in the back? It was like a fucking sneak attack. I just had 9/11 in my pants. Dude, I might have to do it again. It was like, oh man. And now it's just wet. I'm very wet. I don't want to know. I'm like a baby with a wet diaper. There was no Aretha. I needed more toilet paper, that's for sure. Allegedly. All of this is alleged. These fucking helicopters. You're gonna get that caught in a tripwire. Man, I'm gonna have to do it again. Oh man, it's a sneak attack. I mean, I was just like, oh, this is a push, perhaps. No push. No push. That was like 8 o'clock in the morning on September 11th in fucking Midtown, or no, Lower Manhattan. Dog. Take care of your feet, girls. My friend and I love this scene so much.
I think I'm a fairly fair weather fan. And just seeing what it was like back then to what it's like. I don't watch every match at all.
Oh, I got a wet diaper, girls.
I'll stream some of the really big ones. But like back in the day, I just wake up in the middle of the night and catch these streams or catch these markers and watch them. Because it's such a big deal, and there's maybe only 5 of them a year. You know, so the big deal nowadays, like literally like 2 weeks on it. From SpaceX alone.
Oh man, I could have gone in there. No Beach Boys, girls. Oh man, I'm wet. There's no surviving what just happened here without a shower. Really?
You know, there's a lot of people that are like big futurists.
Yeah, it was like I was just sitting here. Then all of a sudden it was like December 7th, 1941. Out of nowhere.
Month or two scale time frame, and yet I'm still like.
It was awful.
I can't tell you anything about like when we're gonna land.
It's that fucking huevos rancheros.
The economy and what that the scale of launch operations is gonna look like in order to do that. It's just so hard. I wouldn't have predicted
creepy
where we're at today 5 years ago. You know, it's insane. It's so hard to predict.
Dog, I'm gonna have to shower.
Yeah, but it's funny because there's so many like new companies starting out trying to predict that.
It's just mucky in my
startup
pants.
I think
like if I were a lady, you know that white part of the fucking panties that no one knows. I don't know what it is. So I guess if a woman has her period, it doesn't bleed through into her clothes. But anyway, we'll call that bitch the Michael James.
The question.
I could
this
eat
might
those
seem
fucking things out with my mouth. Really?
what's
How is
the
she gonna eat them?
obvious way
I
to
don't
do
know.
this
With my
if you
hands.
look out
Anyway,
and then next step to make decisions. Just like make decisions
I
about robotics,
fucking
about bringing
don't have that little
space
panty lighter thing or
space
whatever.
travel there.
It's just
They make
fucking
a lot of sense when you look at the scale of 10, 20, 50
ass
years.
on
And don't make
cloth.
any
It's like the
sense
Everglades.
if you look at the scale of just months. So, but of course, the actual work day to
There's
day
fucking
is focused on the next
Burmese
months.
python in there though,
Deadlines
girls.
and missions yet to come. Anyway, we turning back to the Greek history.
Dog. It's gonna now like just fucking make my insides of my legs red and everything. Dog. Oh man, I gotta go again. I can feel my stomach turning. Oh man.
Yeah, realistically, the Falcon 9 evolved.
Kids, don't ever trust a fart unless you're on the
Just
toilet.
got more powerful a little bit longer.
You'll see what happens.
But nowadays,
You'll
they
say
fly what's called a Block
perhaps
5, even it's like the 8th or 9th iteration of the
no one,
Falcon 9.
perhaps
It's called
dozens
Block
of
5.
people at some time
This
in
one
the
has
future.
black landing
I
lights,
just
black
shit
land
myself
state.
and
They
just
a
have
fleet
that
of roughly
absolute
10 or so
realization
that are
like,
doing the majority of
holy
our work
shit,
these days. And they're
that
flying,
is
you know,
fucking
up to
liquid.
15
That's liquid
times at
death
different
right
hours.
there,
These are
girls.
booster leader.
My stomach
Also
is
come out
turning. I can feel it. We're going in for round 3.
Are frequently, if not
I
every
could
time,
do it again
covered.
right now. I could fucking.
Same with the booster for the most part. And the only thing being
It's very interesting when it's liquid, when it's all liquid. It's like liquid going down, and then it fucking hits the Poseidon. Hits. We can't even say that, but just for learning purpose. Oh shit! My stomach. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. But just to explain to you what I'm about to experience, I felt it in the upper part of my stomach, and then I felt it wherever the fuck this is. I don't know, but it's fucking gurgling. I can fucking hear it. In the future with super sound and stuff, you're gonna hear that shit. Anyway, literally, it was like forcing down pure mineral oil, just baby oil, whatever, and then it hits the water, and then the water splashes up like Poseidon's kiss, and then they're just fighting each other like 2 fire hoses shooting at each other. I gotta go again. Holy fuck. Now it's on the inside of my legs.
Yeah. And then I think it was about end of 2018 they started calling it Starship. But that is where we're at today, and that's what they're working full steam ahead on.
And what about Dragon? You mentioned Dragon, Dragon, Cargo Dragon.
Yeah. So they went from the cargo version of Dragon that flew about 20 times successfully to the International Space Station, except for that one CRS-7 where the rocket blew up. The capsule obviously didn't make it to the ISS. Then they went into Dragon 2, which has 2 variants. It has a crew variant, so we just call it crew Dragon, and then the cargo version of Dragon 2. And that's just an updated, sleeker, sexier version of Dragon. It's, ironically, it's heavier altogether, so you'll never see those cool return alongside landing boosters coming back to land for CRS missions anymore like we used to, but they landed on the drone ship anyway. And yeah, that's been flying successfully. That's kind of so there's Starlink, Dragon, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, and Starship system. It's kind of the whole SpaceX world, really.
In terms of the spaceships. What do you are some of the major milestones? We kind of mentioned a few. Sticking the landing. Is there something kind of stands out?
Yeah, I would say definitely the big ones, obviously, like any of the first flight of Falcon 1, first flight of Falcon 9, first time they went to the International Space Station, the first time they landed a booster, the first time they reused a booster, which is, I think, about 6 months after. No, it was a year after. It was SES-10. 2017 was the first time they reused one of those boosters. You know, that was a big milestone. Like, can we even? Yeah, we recovered one. We caught one. You know, it's like we got one. Now what? That was the first time they reflew one. Yeah, then Flying Humans was a huge one. DM2, Bob and Doug for NASA.
Bob and Doug, yeah.
Bob and Doug. That was incredible. That was a huge step, I think, for SpaceX.
So it's first major commercial launching of humans out into space.
Yeah, and not just into space, because there's been people that have done space flights with like suborbital hops, but going into orbit and especially docking and rendezvousing with the International Space Station it's a big deal. It's a whole until you really understand the physics involved and the scale involved of like just crossing the Kármán line, going straight up versus going into orbit. Like they're just completely different things almost.
What about Starship? Are we in a place where we can talk about milestones with Starship? Has there been, or has it just been an epic journey of great success and testing and so on? Was there what would you classify at this point as a milestone, a starship, or BFR, whatever the name is? That was able to.
Well, so far the milestones we've seen, I'd say the first one would be the hop of, they call it Star Hopper. And it was basically a very rudimentary rocket, but it was the first time they utilized their new Raptor engine to produce thrust to fly something. It first flew literally 3 meters off the ground or something, like tethered to the ground. Then it flew 15, and then finally it flew 150 meters. And that was in 2019. And that was the first big milestone of Starship. Then after that, we saw SN5, SN6 kind of do the similar, 150 meter hops with a little bit more elegant systems, proving out more of their tank building, proving out more of their, a lot of just subsystems. And then the big ones physically were in end of 2020 and early 2021 when they flew the SN8, 9, 10, 11, 15.
What does the N stand for? So,
Just serial number or
just,
number.
yeah. So SN, these are just names, numbers, numerical representations of different testing efforts. They skip some numbers, right?
Yeah.
If they scratch a test.
Yeah, and lots of times it'd be literally they're building, at Starbase and SpaceX is working on the 1 foot is always in front of someone else's foot, and the arm is not knowing what the leg is doing sometimes.
Yeah.
They have someone working on, they'll just be like, hurry up, you build 40 of these tank sections, and you build the bulkhead, and you build the down and you build the header tank, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, we actually evolved that. We don't use that header tank now. So it's going to go on to this one. So they'll have parts of certain rockets built. Just literally scrap it. Not scrap it like the joke term, but literally just scrap it. And they just evolve and iterate so quickly.
There were some epic explosions. I think Starship, something about it, probably just the amount of fuel, just leads to some epic failures. Would you say Starship is the source of the most epic failures in terms of the size of explosion?
So you can literally measure it in a yield of explosive power, like you could TNT. You can take a look at how much propellant is left over at the time of the explosion. And Starship, what's flown so far, even though it's physically one of the largest flying objects ever, just with the upper stage alone, they've not filled in more than 10 or 20% of the working propellant. Yeah. And so it actually hasn't been, the failures have been really epic looking, big visual fireballs, but in terms of spaceflight, they're still pretty small explosions, believe it or not.
They can still go big.
Oh, yeah. A lot.
And of course, the test payload of a Tesla Roadster was launched. I forget what year that was. That was quite epic. Did you put that on the milestone?
Oh, yeah. Falcon Heavy demo is definitely a big milestone. Yeah.
Is that funny to you that there's a Roadster floating out there?
Yeah.
Do you know the location of that Roadster?
Oh, yeah. Where is Roadster.com?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is it orbiting something?
Yeah, it's orbiting the sun. So it's orbiting the sun, and its orbit is basically between the Earth's orbit and beyond Mars. So I think of 2.5 AU, if I remember right. So it's beyond Mars's orbit at its highest point, and it's back at Earth at its lowest point.
I wonder if there's a mission where you're going to somehow connect with it once again, place extra things into it. I wonder how challenging that is technically.
Oh yeah, it could absolutely be done. The hard thing at this point, because it's on an eccentric orbit, would be rendezvousing with it, because you kind of have to be in alignment with its orbit to really line up well with it. But yeah, someday I don't see any reason why we couldn't, at least for sure, uncrew, be online to just fly a robot out there that kind of want to photograph it or something. That could be well within the realm of things.
Get an Optimus robot up there. So that was the story really told by you of the rockets, the SpaceX. What about through the lens of engines? Can you give a brief history of the SpaceX rocket engines that were used that we haven't covered? So you mentioned all started with Merlin engine and Kestrel engine. Through that lens.
Yeah,
what's there?
Engines are relatively small number, which is easy for us. There's the Merlin, and Merlin's evolved throughout time to be from Merlin to the Merlin C to the Merlin 1D to the Merlin 1D full thrust, all these other kind of tweaks of the same architecture. Kestrel ended with Falcon 1. They also have the Merlin vacuum engine, which is the upper stage engine for Falcon 9. Same relative system, but just optimized for vacuum, so that's a much nozzle. There's the Draco thrusters, which kind of consider engines. Well, they are rocket engines, but they're just small. They're not like the orbital engines. There's these Super Draco engines, which are the work thrusters on Crew Dragon capsule. And then nowadays they have the Raptor engine and the Raptor vacuum variant. They've already had two versions of Raptor. We've already seen kind of the Raptor development engine. We've kind of seen like a Raptor 1.5, where it's kind of taking hints of the future Raptor, but now we're well within what you'd consider a Raptor 2 variant. And that's really it.
Yeah, for the Raptor, maybe I'll ask you that separately, but I like in general people who doesn't know whoever the astronaut is. But if you don't somehow know, go check your YouTube channel out. You're an incredible educator about the super technical and the more sort of the philosophical, the actual space travel. So you go down to the raw details of it, and there's just great videos on the Raptor engine. I think you have one on Merlin, and also actual tours with Elon. He discusses some of those things. On one of the tours, he says he's full of good lines. That guy. He says something about the number of fiddly bits, and he's the number of fiddly bits was decreased between Raptor 2 and Raptor 1.
Yeah,
and I think that's actually a really beautiful representation of the engineering efforts there, which is constantly trying to simplify, increase the efficiency of the engine, but also simplify the design so you can manufacture it. In general, simplification leads to better performance and testing, and everything. So the number of fiddly bits, I'm sure there's a Wikipedia page on that now. An index is actually a really good one.
Well, I don't know of any other company prior that had kind of tried to measure the performance of their engine, not in like thrust to weight ratio or like how efficient it is, like a specific impulse, but literally in like dollar to thrust ratio. How much does this engine cost? And how much thrust can it produce? And like using that as a trade study instead of just like pure metrics of, because at the end of the day, like, okay, if it's cheaper and does X amount of work, even if it's less efficient, it can actually be better long term.
And so I guess another way is not even just thrust. I don't know if that metric is used. Basically, the cost of getting 1 kilogram of thing up into space.
Yeah,
that's basically what they're trying to minimize.
Especially, yeah. At the end of the day, that is definitely an ultimate metric. Is how much does 1 kilogram cost to orbit? Eventually, but it's so funny. Spaceflight is just the ultimate. It's the ultimate compromise. Every little thing. Any variable can just change everything else. So you can tweak so many different things to get to different numbers and conclusions, But even things like on your first stage, when the rocket's pointing straight up and the engines are pointing straight down, you're dealing more with the thrust to weight ratio. How much thrust is it producing versus how much is gravity pulling down on it is actually a more important metric than how raw efficient the engine is. So it's funny. Then in space, it's kind of the opposite. Thrust to weight ratio doesn't really matter. What really matters is the specific impulse. It's called the nozzle escape velocity or the ejection velocity of how fast is the gas moving. It's like the more important number on orbit. But it's just so crazy because there's all these I would just love to see the trait studies. When you're like trying to figure out is this more important than this or this or this? And it's like change this one little thing, and all of a sudden, everything changes. It's just. Even the profile, the launch profile, the trajectory of it, everything. Everything.
I wonder what the trade-off discussions are like, because you can't really perfectly plan everything. So, and you always have to have some spare leeway, especially as you're testing new vehicles like Starship.
Yeah,
so
margins are important.
Yeah, having a margin given all the uncertainty that's there. That's really interesting, like how they do those kinds of trade-offs, because they're also rapidly designing and redesigning and re-engineering. And ultimately, you want to give yourself the freedom to constantly innovate, but then through the process of testing, you solidify the thing that can be relied upon, especially for the crewed mission. How to do that in rapid cycle.
I remember at some point that NASA, as they're leading up to flying for the first time for NASA, there's some talk that we're going to do a design series because SpaceX does evolve and iterate so quickly. They were saying that it was especially at the time, it was a mission called Amos 6, and they lost a rocket. They only lost 2 rockets, ever really, as far as trying to get something to space. For the Falcon 9, sorry. And the second one, Amo 6, I mean, that was back in 2016, so it's been a long time. And but at the time, they were looking at flying humans in the near future. And it's like, if you guys keep tweaking this thing every time you take it out of the pad, there's going to be a problem, And so there's some pressure from NASA to kind of slow down on that iterative process. And but that is also why they were able to evolve the Falcon 9 to be what it is today. Because it just evolved it so quickly. Literally, like one after another was never really the same. And we're definitely seeing that with Starship now. Like it's evolved so quickly that you just can't even keep up with it.
So there's a fascinating culture clash there. If you just observing and interacting with NASA folks, seeing them sort of grow and change and evolve themselves, sort of inspired by this new developments in commercial spaceflight.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of, especially like around DM2, there's a lot of talks and press conferences and stuff where you'd hear people say, this was well outside of our comfort zone to work with SpaceX in this manner. We take this approach to things, we're X, Y, and Z in this way, but we're going to certify things, and we're not used to SpaceX like, well, let's just try it, and do something, to a point. And so they said it ended up being fantastic. They loved working that way because it was just less paperwork almost, or just do. And but at the same time, SpaceX, I think, even if it was constant, someone in a press conference said, well, we really liked having someone just double check us so that we're not doing something super stupid right before we test something, So there was a cool collaboration because it is two very different philosophies of development and managing, space programs.
I wanted to talk to you a lot about engines, and maybe about Starship, and maybe about your own becoming an actual astronaut. But let's just go there before all that and talk about the actual culture of SpaceX and your conversations with Elon. You've toured SpaceX facilities with him, you've interviewed him, you've interacted with him. What have you learned about rockets, about propulsion, about engineering, about design, about life from those interactions? He's pretty transparent, open human being as an engineer, as a leader, as a person.
I would definitely say the biggest takeaway I've had from my times with Elon at SpaceX is really like the idea of questioning your constraints. He says that a lot, but he also doesn't. Like there'll be times where like you'll see him change on a dime because he's like rethinking of something in a newer, different way. And for me, I think we all put constraints on ourselves. We think about our own limits, on things that we can or cannot do. And I think it's made me kind of question, like, well, why did I say no, I can't do that? Or, off the top of my head, a good example. So in Iowa, I live in Iowa, or half the time I live in. There's a bike ride across the state of Iowa called the rabbi. And every year you just, thousands of people get together and they ride across Iowa. And it was last summer, met up with some friends and like, hey, do you want to go on ride this year? I'm like, it's like a week away. They're like, yeah, want to go? I'm like, yeah. And so I did, but and it was one of those moments where I was proud of myself because it's easy to just be like, no, I'm not ready, or this is my constraint is like I'm not in shape. But just question that, and so I think when it comes down to questioning your own constraints, it's yes, even to that level, why do you question yourself on what you can and cannot do?
So that's for your personal life is really powerful, but a little bit more intuitive. I think what's really hard is to question constraints in a place like aeronautics or robotics or autonomous vehicles because there's experts everywhere that have done it for decades, and everyone admires those experts and respects those experts. And for you to step into a room knowing not much more than just what's in the Wikipedia article, and to just use your intuition and first principles thinking to disagree with experts, that takes some guts, I think.
Well, you can't have everyone doing that either. There has to be some humility of knowing that something is a hardened concept and especially I'm not an engineer. I don't do this stuff, but I can imagine you sitting there having spent 6 years on a type of valve that perfectly manages hydrogen propellants or whatever, and someone walks in and says,
why don't you just put a heater element in there, or something that's, something like, because, we've done that 40 times or whatever. I'm sure there are things like that are very frustrating, but see, so I don't know what that's like.
The thing is, with the experts, they're always going to be frustrated when the newbie comes in with their first principles thinking. But sometimes that frustration is justified, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just stubbornness for failing to acknowledge a better way. And I've seen it both directions, which is really interesting. So you need both, but that tension is always going to be there, and there has to be almost like a dictatorial imperative that breaks through the expertise of the way things have been done in the past to push forward like a new way of doing it. Elon's done that. I've seen a lot of great engineers do that in the machine learning world. There's so much development. I've seen that happen. Usually, when there's like rapid development, that starts to come into play. And I've seen that on the vehicle space, great computer interfaces that Elon was involved with. All of it. It's kind of fascinating to watch. What about the actual design and engineering of the engines? Since you've learned about so many different kinds of engines over the past few years, just like what stands out to you about the way that engineering is done at SpaceX, or that Elon does engineering?
The hardest thing to kind of remember is like how much stuff was developed in the 50s and 60s. The concepts finally being utilized today will be literally done in the 60s. So a lot of things that SpaceX is doing isn't a novel concept per se. They're like, for instance, the Raptor engine utilizes the full flow stage combustion cycle. And that was already developed by the Soviets in the 60s for an engine called the RD-270. And it makes sense. Like on paper, 100% it makes sense because you're basically extracting absolute maximum potential of the chemical energy in propellants. And at the end of the day, like, you have to be dumb enough to say we're going to try using this thing. It's actually really complicated to do what they're doing. But at the same time, like, so are rockets. Like, rocket engines are already stupid. So adding 10-20% more pain in the butt during the R&D, if it's in the long 20-30 year existence or whatever, the future of that engine, it's not going to be worth it. Obviously, SpaceX said, yeah, I think we can actually develop this Raptor engine. So it's just interesting to see the things that have been reusability. Like the space shuttle was reusable. The upper stage of the shuttle itself, the orbiter, that thing was, for all purposes, a reusable rocket. Now, did it live up to its expectations? Not necessarily. So it left a lot of bad taste in people's mouths on the idea of reusability. So for SpaceX to kind of come back and agreement on the table and say, we're going to use a reusable rocket. We're going to do a full reusable rocket. Of course, even still today, a lot of people are
all that shit was true, dog. Holy fuck. I even know what I Googled when I was doing it. It was very scientific. My question was, why does diarrhea feel hot? I mean, it wasn't even Google, it was ChatGPT. And it tells me increased blood flow, changes in gut activity, increased bodily temperature, spicy foods or irritants, perception and heat. Then I looked up the ingredients of huevos rancheros just to recognize that it's not what I had.
At the time, they only landed,
but I call it that.
When they did that,
it means
very small number. When they announced
ranchers'
they
eggs.
just lost. A couple months prior, they just lost.
And then what?
6. So there was still this young block coming in and we're going to fully reuse it, and it's going to go to Mars. It was just
anyway,
pretty out there. Like, it really
it's
was.
just drippy. You could call me what's drippy. Calm down, woman. I'm just drippy right now. I think it's like
45 meters tall, wide. Like, this thing's huge.
What's it like?
That thing's already huge. So see the success of that, I think.
Well, it would be like if you had a big bag of chili. A bag of chili. Yeah, if you just like filled a bag of chili, like a Ziploc bag, and then you cut the corner and let it just squeeze out, and then it was just like at the very end where it's just like
so much. Something like colonizing Mars.
Oh, but it wasn't the consistency of chili. It was very much like the consistency of baby.
So far out.
Why? Dog, I don't fucking know. Just what happened.
Question: can you really do that many launches?
I know, like every fucking time I eat that shit, I'm like,
you look at like,
oh, I'm gonna
10
be
years
fine.
ago, that was
Psych.
following this curve. If SpaceX goes from 2 years ago launch,
That happens every time.
40 times,
Every
60
fucking
times,
time.
100 times this year.
That's worse.
And if we just keep extrapolating that out, if they maybe not that
We open a
exponential,
close
but
tab?
more linear or whatever.
No, dog.
What's
It's
20,
just the
30
worst.
years? Like the amount of stuff we can
But-
put through it and the potential we
Hot
have to do
butthole.
things, like absolutely. Now I don't want to put a time frame, I think, but you got to think it's we're increasing the number
Very,
of launches,
very hot
increasing the amount of things in space, we're increasing the amount of payload on orbit. That's probably not going to decrease anytime soon, and therefore, eventually, like the idea of going to Mars is absolutely reasonable.
Let me ask a difficult question. That needs to be asked. Can SpaceX continue its successes without you?
Man,
This
my
long-term
butthole is
mission
just
to
hot.
Mars. I think the discussion about Tesla and autopilot or robotics or Neuralink with brain-computer interfaces is a question wholly separate from the SpaceX question, because there's a lot of other competitors doing some different but amazing engineering that Tesla's doing in both autonomous vehicles, semi-autonomy or full autonomy. Obviously, in vehicle design and
What's up,
electric
Drippy?
vehicles,
Calm
there's a
down.
lot
What's
of
up,
people that do
Poopy?
incredible
Calm
engineering
down.
pieces. But while there is a lot of competitors to SpaceX, and we'll talk about many of them are doing amazing work, it seems like he's really driving progress here over the past 10 years. What do you think about that?
Okay, the first thing I think to remind people is just how many brilliant people do work at each of these companies. Obviously, Elon's had some of the best teams assembled ever. Just incredible people. He knows this. He will gladly tell people, and he says it often, like the amazing people, the amazing teams here. So it is important to remember that. That being said, like there is something to Elon's just super far forward, not taking no for an answer on things approach that and almost to his dismay, I think he is afraid of the sunk cost fallacy so much that it almost gets to the border of like being, like throw out everything before it's even we've done enough. At the same time, it moves the needle so fast, so far. So as far as the question of would SpaceX continue to like succeeding and be able to ultimately go to Mars without Elon, the Mars thing I think would probably be hard to uphold without Elon. I think a lot of that drive for Mars is for Elon. It is maybe too fantastical for the average person and the average employee and maybe the average CEO that can step in and have a company's mission be to go to Mars. Like it's just,
Or even governments. Yeah, clearly, because like you said, the Mars plan is non-existent for NASA.
yeah, still really there isn't, So I think if
How many people are sorry to interrupt? How many people are talking about? It's obvious that we need to become multiplanetary.
right, there's the Mars Society and
Like serious leaders, engineering efforts,
Yeah.
or nations and so on.
yeah,
Which it does seem, if you think about it, it's obvious.
yeah, in the grand eventuality, it is obvious.
Of human civilization, this whole human experiment we have here, we should be expanding out.
100%. So I think the big mission, if we're measuring SpaceX's success on getting to Mars or not, I think they'd have a really hard time continuing to fulfill that drive without Elon at the helm. Now, I think there's a certain balance and beauty of Elon, specifically when it was Tesla and SpaceX, where Elon will go in, have mild tornadoes around the factory and the engineering, like mix everything up and things get sometimes just totally thrown together, and totally just like get it done just to get it done and start moving in that direction. And then he'll leave and go do that same thing at SpaceX or Tesla, vice versa. And then there's a little bit of a calm where people come back and they fill in those gaps. I think that's kind of always been a pretty healthy thing, honestly. Is like, I think if he is too focused on one thing, it almost is like he'll spin too much. Like it's like
Too many tornadoes.
too many tornadoes. And I think it can almost be Like you need someone to come back in and like backfill. I've heard definitely stories of like well, probably a good example would be last what was that, last year or 2 years ago, 2022, yeah, no, 2021. They did the first full stack of Starship Super Heavy, and they call it the big surge. All of a sudden, like thousands of SpaceX employees, came down to Starbase, and they just started building like wooden freaking. I mean, just things going crazy. People, it was like in the middle of that first interview, it was in the middle of that surge. There was like commotion, like you wouldn't believe. You couldn't hardly talk because there's just so much going on. People just welding, blah blah blah. Everything they did during that period was basically scrapped because it was just not done very well. But they got a fully stacked Starship rocket out on the launch pad. And it set. I think at some point you kind of have to stabilize some things enough and just say, this is what we're doing. Catalyze some things and say, now do this. It's almost like do it for fake, now do it for real. Almost
funny because through that time, I had a lot of competition. I think that process was hugely stressful. There was a sense, I don't know where that sense is today. There's a sense that Starship is going to be very hard to pull off.
Yeah,
that's still borderline impossible to pull off, and that was really having at hand with the team that I was getting. So like to have this chaos with development, that's fascinating.
Yeah, big time. And I think they really had to push. If they hadn't done that big push, we might only be now seeing a rocket stacked for the first time. It might be a lot more finished rocket, a lot more high fidelity, a lot more flight-worthy rocket finished and stacked, but and they might not have to walk stuff backwards. But at the same time, you do have to, in this world, you do have to push pretty hard to make rapid innovation, rapid change and progress. So it's interesting. I don't know.
Lingering on that, another question I really should ask you, because you've been in awe of the amazing development of space travel technology the past few years. What do you think about Elon? So in this perfect balance, optimized reallocation of tornadoes throughout the various efforts in human civilization, do you think you worry about this?
I mean, personally, I see that as a lot less important than, and personally for me, inspirational than Starship and the work done with SpaceX and Tesla. To me, those were two very impactful and really, really just generally they're uniting, rally around, get excited about it, rally, and just like a future to look forward to.
Yeah.
The idea of we're going to be building the world's most powerful, biggest rocket ever, and it's eventually going to get humans on Mars for the first time. And we're going to transition the world into really sustainable, awesome, just totally badass cars that do all these cool things. To me, those were that brought a sense of unity and a sense of we can do this. Personally, I just don't think that a social media, no matter what it is, I don't see that in the social media, and I don't see any sort of politicking is ever anything that's really ever united.
I understand that. I totally agree with you, especially space on inspiring. I have to push back. I do think the impact of social media, the basic level of meaningful connections of this collective intelligence that we call human civilization through the medium of digital communication, social media, I think that can have a huge impact. It could be the very vehicle that increases the inspiration that SpaceX does. The thing I've criticized them going for is why bring politics into this? So the political divisions that we see on Twitter, feeding them is tricky. It's tricky to sort of understand what is the value of that, what is the contribution of that to this whole effort we got going on. So there's been a big challenge. But that said, again, this tornado, the number of tornadoes in social media, I think is really important because social media has such a huge impact on us as a society, and to have a transparent have a bit of turmoil. It's like Tom Waits says, like my town with a drop of poison, a little drop of poison. So like a little bit of that, shake things up, I think might be really healthy. I just worry about the long-term impact on the whole Mars project through that. It's but you know what? This life, one of the reasons it's fun is through the chaos. Like none of us know how it's going to turn out. And hopefully, we try to help each other to make sure it turns out well.
And this really isn't like anything about my personal like politics or anything like that, but really just generally, any of my friends that are like the first thing you hear about them in their day is something that happened in politics or something that some world leader is doing or not doing or saying or not saying. I just don't find that to be the most important thing, really. I know that obviously that can affect a lot of people. That has big real world consequences. Politics do. Like this is just me. I'm such a like regular, curio kind of guy. I just really think like you need something bigger than bickering about what what people said and did and what they voted on and all this stuff to really push humanity forward. Like I know that politics and by extraction that social media can affect things like space flight and even our like planetary defense if we defend ourselves against asteroids. Like, politics has their way and everything goes to crap if we don't even get to we're not going to be able to continue space flight and things like that. But like I don't know, I just think there's better ways to do it and more uniting ways to do it than what feels like immature name calling sometimes.
Yeah, I think the political bickering that most people talk about, that's on top of most people's minds, is the thing that'll be completely forgotten by history. It has actually very little impact. Yes, politics matters, but like 1% of it. I think most of it is just political bickering, the push and pull of the red team and the blue team, and then the news media, the division for the attention. And it's just like a fun athletic event almost with the blue team and the red team. So that you kind of have to have a historical perspective on it. Like most things will not really have a significant impact. We should focus on development of science, technology, engineering, which is the thing that grows the pie. This is what the economists know well. Yeah, just the innovation. And that's what actually makes everybody richer. It's kind of political bickering is just eating the pie.
And not just richer, but it improves their lives. We can look at every modern technology that is bestowed upon us today: air conditioning, electricity, internet access, fresh, clean water, running water, blah blah blah. 100 years ago, so many of the things that either didn't exist or were only accessible to the wealthy. And it's through the innovation of technology and engineering and education that we're able to have it be that even someone below the poverty line, and most of the developed world will have a good number of those things in their life, and that's just continuing to increase, continuing to get better. So I think, that's to me, that's in the grand scheme more important, but each their own.
Speaking of amazing technological development, you have a few videos on this, but how does a rocket engine work? You're wearing some of these manuals, but for one type, like what's the fuel? What are the kind of types of different rockets that you can kind of give an overview?
Ultimately, a rocket engine converts high pressure and heat into kinetic energy. That's the only real job to take high pressure gas, high pressure gas, very energized, a lot of energy involved, and then literally turning that into molecules shooting in that direction, into kinetic energy. So, what you do basically, the simplest version of it is, of course, like famously, open. So with air, you've got pressure, you let go of it, some of the air shoots out in a general direction-ish. You converted that pressure into kinetic energy. Now, if you start scaling that up, you can continue to do something like that, like cold gas thruster would be kind of the most simple and easiest rocket engine, a cold gas thruster. And all that is you literally just take air, or specifically nitrogen, because it's a little bit more dense than the others, the majority of our atmosphere. It's more sparse. You can condense that down, short a really high pressure bottle, and then just literally shoot it through what's called a Pila ball is something that chokes the flow a little bit. Gets it to be, takes it and gets it to supersonic speeds. Once it's at supersonic speed, you actually can't choke it down and just constrict the flow of mass flow, constrict the airflow. So you actually go opposite. You start making it wider. And once it's already at supersonic speeds, if you expand it and make it wider, it actually gets faster and faster. So at first, when it's subsonic gas, you start shrinking, constrict the flow, it's actually speeding up, just like, a highway. If you go from any of these examples, like a water hose, if you pinch it down and you want to flow the same amount of water from point A to point B through a smaller pipe, you can flow more water, the same amount of water from point A to point B with a smaller pipe. It just has to go faster. So obviously you can constrict it, but at some point you actually get to a physical limitation. That happens to be the speed of sound. Once it gets to the local speed of sound, you can then actually do the opposite. You actually expand it back out, and you're continuing to convert the pressure into velocity at that point, but it's now supersonic. And what's interesting is, while you're doing that, you're actually cooling to each bit of that pipe that you're making wider and wider and wider, you're cooling down. So the more heat energy you have to work with, the more work you can actually do. So at some point, a hot, high-pressure rocket engine is the best source of, that's the ultimate amount of work you can do.
And the nozzle, so as you're saying, there's a bunch of different design options, but it's a critical part of this.
Yeah.
How you do that conversion.
It's basically how much can you convert is really the ultimate game. How much pressure and heat can we convert into thrust? That's really, at the end of the day, that's what a rocket is. So you have to have a powerful enough rocket engine to actually lift rockets, and rocket is mostly just fuel. It's like 90 plus % just the weight of fuel. So you just lift the fuel that's going to take it, into orbit.
That's the thing, specifically for rockets. You just think generally rocket engines, but for the task of going to orbit, you fight it gravity, Earth gravity, which is fundamentally different than moon gravity, Mars gravity. Or like you said, traveling out to space. Earth has a pretty intense gravity.
It's
to overcome.
We're lucky because I think if it was 10% either way, 10% harder, it'd be we could still do it. We'd still, with our current technology, we'd still be able to get stuff over. Man, things like reusability and this, commercialization, the success we've seen in the last 10 years, we'd just be on too thin a margin, I think. 10% easier, and we would have been it's just totally different. It's so much easier. It's this big, sliding scale, and 10% in either direction would be either screwed or really happy. As far as getting into space, so it's just hard enough that things like fully reusable becomes very, very, very difficult. I think it's completely achievable. We have all the pieces to make it achievable. It does not disobey any laws of physics. It does not disobey any. There's no hard stops to it. It's just very, very, very hard. And so ultimately, on Earth, for the first bit of launch, again, with the rocket pointing straight up and the engines are pointing straight down, when you end up flaming down, you're fighting gravity. And so that's kind of your biggest enemy outside of the Earth's atmosphere, too.
So what kind of sources of fuel is there? So there's chemical rockets, there's all gas, hybrid, there's electric. So what are the kinds of fuels we're talking about? What are oxidizers? What can you just explain your shirt, I guess?
So really, fuels, there's kind of two terms. You'll hear the word propellant being used as anything that is used to propel spacecraft or used in rocket engines. So you have to have, you can have a fuel, you have to have an oxidizer, and you have to have a spark to actually get those things burning. And that's just a general law of the universe. You have to have fuel and oxidizer. Some fuels will, by themselves, spark, like hypergolic fuels. But ultimately, you're always left with some kind of fuel oxidizer. So the general ones used most often in rockets, liquid oxygen is kind of the king. There's better oxidizers, but they're extremely, extremely hard to work with, like fluorine. But generally liquid oxygen, so you just chill oxygen down to its liquid state, 83 degrees Celsius. So it can be dense enough to store in tanks, 1,000 times more dense when it's in a liquid than it is as a gas. RP1, which is basically kerosene, is a very common fuel. Another common fuel nowadays is methane, liquid methane. Liquid hydrogen is another, the most efficient potential, the most efficient since it's one of the lightest molecules.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Falcon 9 uses kerosene, and then Starship uses methane.
Yep, methane. Yep, for fuel. Both use liquid oxygen
For the oxidizer. Okay.
Yeah. But then, if you get into hypergolics, you'll only have nitrogen tetroxide, which is your oxidizer, and some form of hydrazine for your fuel. There's solid rocket propellants, like solid rocket boosters, and those are actually pre-mixed. Your oxidizer is inherently baked, literally kind of baked into the sludge of fuel.
So like SpaceX, so chemicals, liquid fuels.
Yep.
So how many solid-based fuels are there? Is that they still being used today, or most rockets?
Yeah, and it's the only ones that, I guess early on, just the Soviet Union versus the United States. The United States started to sell this pretty early on. They're simple and easy, but these days, you still see them kind of traditionally boosters, they're used to just help get somebody off the ground or help give you a little extra boost. So the space shuttle famously had those two huge white solid rocket boosters attached to the orange fuel tank. Those are solid rocket propellants. Things like the Atlas V can have 5 smaller solid rocket boosters. There's very few rockets that use a pure, at least these days, they use a pure solid rocket motor for its first stage. There still are, especially in China. There's a lot of startup rocket companies that have just missile technology, that might use a variant of an IC that just use solid rocket fuel because it is very relatively easy to develop. Auto rockets use solid rocket motors and stuff like that. So they're still around, but they're just not as elegant and not as not as used these days.
So what are rocket engines? I think getting more to your shirt. You have a really good video. I mean, a lot of your videos are just exceptionally well done. So I think you deserve all the props you got. Thank you for doing this. Really, really, really well done. So it's called Rocket Engine Cycles. How do you power a rocket engine? And you go through all the different options. There's something you can say about open cycle, closed cycle, flow, all the different variants that you can use words to explain.
Yeah, without all the pretty pictures. So ultimately, like we said, your ultimate goal is you want to get heat and pressure into an engine. So obviously, at some point, you can either make really thick tanks of your rocket. You can get it so thick that you store the propellants in really, really high pressures. And obviously, it doesn't steal very much. At some point, your rocket's so heavy you can't even leave the ground, or so much of your mass is just rolling the walls of the rocket. So at some point, people realize, hey, we can actually just pump the fuels and the oxidizer into the engine at a high pressure and increase the pressure through a pump. And obviously, a pump's going to require energy. You have to get that energy from somewhere. And again, at some point, people were like, well, there's already rocket fuel here. We'll just use some of the energy from the rocket fuel to spin the pumps. So that would be considered open cycle, closed cycle, full closed combustion cycles are ways to tap into the propellant. Actually, there's tap off expanders, all the same thing. You end up at some point spinning a turbine. The turbine can take the heat energy and the pressure of an engine, and then that can be connected to a shaft to pumps, and those pumps can increase the pressure of the propellant and force it into the combustion chamber. Now, the difference between open cycle, closed cycle for all those is what happens after the gas has flown through the turbine. So after you've used the turbine and spun up the energy, spun up the engine, what happens to that gas? So in an open cycle engine, you basically have a separate small rocket engine, in a sense. It's a gas generator, we call it. And that will be used to create take a little, we'll take 10% of the propellant flowing to the engine. Instead, you reroute it like a rocket engine, the gas generator. You point that at your turbine, and that will spin your turbine up to ridiculous speeds, 30,000 plus RPM. And then after it spins, it's most of its energy, and it's just dumped for more. That would be open cycle. Not worrying about it after that point. You're left with a lot of unused fuel. A good amount of that fuel is especially because the turbine, you have to keep it from melting, so you can't run it at optimal ratios. Not necessarily stoichiometric. A rocket engine you actually don't want. to be near stoichiometric, releasing all the energy. You actually want to release. You actually want to be throwing out the lighter molecules, so it can be shot out faster, generally in the engine. So, but in order to have a turbine survive, you have to actually cool. You have to have the gas going through it. It can be stupid hot. So they normally, especially the open cycle, you just run it really fuel rich. So there's a lot of extra fuel being pumped into it that will keep the temperatures at a reasonable, at a reasonable temperature. So you end up with like dark, sooty smoke pouring out of that gas generator. That's just unburned fuel. It's just wasted fuel. It never got a chance to be used, like in the combustion chamber. It's not being used to propel the rocket. It's just being used to cool down the propellant. It's being used to spin the turbine. It's being used to spin the pumps. Push a lot of propellant to the end. So, it doesn't take too long before you're a greedy rocket scientist. All this wasted propellant, all this potential energy that's just literally being spewed out the side of the rocket. So that's where the closed cycle comes in. So now we have to get that propellant, take it from basically what was being wasted through the turbine, just pump that gas, that hot gas into the engine. It's actually way too low of pressure compared to the main combustion. And by that point, by the time it's gone through the turbine, it's lost most of its pressure and heat to the turbine. So if you try pumping it into the engine, sticking it right into the combustion chamber, it's a much higher pressure, hotter combustion chamber will just go backwards. And we're going to stall out the engine and blow up the engine, what have you. So what they actually do is they normally would send, there might be some variations. The general concept is you actually flow all of your fuel or all of your oxidizer to the turbine. So that would be closed cycle. So there's fuel-rich cycle, which would be flowing all of the fuel through the turbine. Or there's oxidizer closed cycle, which is where you're flowing all of the oxidizer through the turbine. Now the trick here is you have to have the turbine after it's done its work, after it's taken some potential energy, some of the heat energy from, you're now calling it a pre-burner, by the way, instead of it being a gas generator, you now call that device that's creating pressure to spin the turbine, you're now calling that a pre-burn. It's just going to pre-burn some of your fuel or some of your oxidizer. The trick is that has to, by the time it's going through the turbine, it has to be higher pressure than the combustion chamber, because otherwise it's going to go backwards still. So you really have to get that pre-burn up to ridiculously high pressures, like at least 20% higher than your main combustion chamber. These combustion chambers, we're talking about engines that are 200, 100 to 200, even SpaceX's Raptor engine up to 300 bar. That's, what is that, 4,500 psi, basically. Insane amounts of pressure inside these combustion chambers. So your turbine has to be even above that, or your gas generator, or your pre-burner, has to be higher pressure than that even, in order to have this go in the right direction. So now you'll have those closed cycles. You have fuel rich, you have oxygen. The tricks now starting to get, it's crazy. There's just so many compromises. Every little decision you have of like, I did this, crap, I'm gonna do this. For instance, fuel rich, if you read kerosene, fuel rich, I mentioned soot coming out of the gas generator. Well, if you run soot through your engine like that, you have to go through your injectors, like back into the engine, it'll clog the pores of the injectors, and it'll end up clogging the engine. Soot itself is so damaging that you can't really run fuel rich kerosene engines.
What exactly is so it's like fuel mixed up with smoke? Like what? What is it? It's some weird.
It's mostly just carbon. It's mostly just carbon that are solid chunks of carbon, and it can cake up. It's just literally like
some of that is like theoretical, but you're gonna have to play at scale and actually test it. Try and error.
Trial and error. Many pieces of engines that you're trying to piece back together. Yeah.
Okay. So that's full cycle. So how do we get to full flow?
So in either of those situations, you're still actually just having the opposite. So if you're fuel rich, all the fuel is going through the turbine, but only a tiny bit of oxygen is actually being burned to spin the pumps, and the rest of the oxygen is actually going through the pump, the primary pump, and straight out of the combustion. Now, full flow, the idea is you're going to actually pre-burn both propellants. Both of your propellants are going to go through a pre-burner, and they're both going to end up spinning one of the pumps. So you'll have a gas fuel-rich preburner. You're going to have an oxygen-rich preburner. Each one of those is going to get just, you're going to heat it up just enough and get it up to just enough pressure to spin up that turbine as fast as they need to do to get the pumps up to the right pressure, and still have enough pressure through the turbine to overcome the pressure inside the main combustion chamber. And they're both going to arrive, both your fuel and your oxidizer are going to arrive in the combustion chamber as hot gases. So what was liquid oxygen is now gaseous oxygen. What was liquid methane is now gaseous methane. The meeting in this combustion chamber at still ridiculously high pressure. And this, for SpaceX's Raptor engine, we're meeting at 300 bar. Insane amounts of pressure. And then they this from there on, and because they're already a gas interaction, they're happy. They're ready to burn. They're ready to make those. They're having a gas liquid interaction, which is what's a lot more normal. You have to matter, and they just might not. They might take a little more coal. Seem to. All right.
Coaxing. Yeah.
Right. I don't know. We'll cut that out.
We'll let Morgan Freeman overdub us. The fascinating thing is they're coats as gases in the combustion chamber.
But yeah, they just take a little bit more. It takes more time in the combustion chamber to have a liquid and gas interaction mixed together and unleash as much of their energy as you can before it exits the system.
Are some of the trade-offs here in terms of efficiency, which is most efficient, and then also complexity of the design and the engineering, cost of the design and the engineering? What are the different trade-offs between cycle to cycle?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's the bears, the Goldilocks. It's like you kind of generally the easiest is open because you're just expelling the exhaust gas, the gas generator exhaust. You don't have to worry about it. Just spin up that thing as much as you need, and no big deal. Closed cycles offers 10 to 15% greater performance generally because you're not wasting that propellant. But it's complicated. It's a lot more complicated, especially if you're doing oxygen. You're having hot gaseous oxygen in your engine, which generally wants to react. It's just a recipe. Like hot oxygen is just a recipe for things to catch on fire that shouldn't be on fire. So metals, under those conditions, lots of times will just spontaneously start burning. You'll actually turn your metal in. It will now become fuel. It will be engine rich because oxygen is eating and using that engine as fuel. So oxygen rich is generally very hard. That is what the Soviet Union with almost their entire line of engines performance benefits over is by far it's the ultimate of all of them. It's the most difficult, but it also has the most potential to be the most efficient.
Starship, the Raptor, why is that achieved?
Because it's the best. It's just physics-wise, if you're trying to extract as much energy out of your propellants, there just isn't another cycle time that is better than it. But of course, it's very, very hard to develop so far. To date, the R270 in the 60s built. There's a powerhead demonstrator built in the United States in the 90s, early 2000s, I think, maybe just early 2000s. That was just the power, just the pumps and the turbines and the preburners, no chamber, nothing. That was a big deal. Only the United States took millions of dollars to just develop that, and then there's SpaceX.
So you talked about the combustion chamber, how damn hot things get, high pressure, a lot of heat. How do you keep the thing cool? You have a great video on this. How do you get it from metal rich, engine rich from like the metal melt?
One of the ways is to let it be engine rich. Because actually, you can use a plate of literally make the walls thicker. You can make it out of material that inflate away that would kind of chip away and make you away with it. Very, again, primitive. It's actually what SpaceX first used on the first Merlin engines. They used a plate of coal. So it's basically a carbon nozzle. And you just let it, the carbon, the inner layer that is carbon, and just let it get chewed away and eaten away. And that's just something you factor in. It's not elegant, and it's definitely not reusable in that sense.
So there's probably really good models about like how it makes away. They're made which ones great to know thickness.
Yeah,
but boy, it's dangerous.
Right.
So it's part of the design.
Seems so silly. So obviously, probably, again, it's not the most elegant. And the problem too, your geometry physically is changing too, because as you're eroding the walls, now things like your expansion ratio, or the ratio between your throat and nozzle exit, is changing. Because like the throat's diameter is actually like everything is changing. So it's not great.
It might not be nothing way uniform. There could be some like weird pockets for dynamics. It's just a bunch of chaos just in
I can't imagine having to like figure all that stuff out.
yeah.
So the more elegant thing to do, there's a couple other things you can do. But the kind of the most common one, especially with rockets, is something called regenerative. The idea is to basically flow fuel oxidizer through the walls of the nozzle and the chamber before they go into the injector, into the actual combustion chamber. By doing that, you're taking heat out of you're taking heat out of the middle of the walls and you're putting it into the propellant. You're typically heating the propellant up, which is when I say there's gas interaction versus liquid, like liquid gas. So lots of times, even if you propose that, as they, both being pumped as liquids, by the time it goes through the walls of the chamber, lots of times a lot of it is phase change in gas, so they do have that gas interaction. That's because they're using that for fuel or the oxidizer to cool the walls. So when you look at a rocket engine, although it's nice, beautifully uniform cylinder, smooth thing, there's either sometimes like channels actually like milled into the walls that they're going fuel through it. Even if they can be like 2-3 millimeters thick, they'll actually still have a channel that goes down in U-turns and comes back, all the way down to the tip of the mouse. So it's just insane.
That's redesigned. That's like so they designed those channels.
Yeah,
there's probably some optimization there. Like how that will happen.
Especially because you're thinking about a conical thing. It's like a conical thing where the area is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. You're just flowing the same amount of propellant as you are down. You know what I mean? Like the propellant has to. They have all these unique things, like sometimes different manifolds where they'll inject more or less fuel in certain areas.
There must be like propellant simulation software. They surely can't like test this on the actual physical.
Back in the day, they had to just build it.
What do you mean back in the day? Uphill in both ways. It was like, like anything back in the day. You like had,
You just had to do it.
and like your modeling was a sheet of paper where you like calculating.
But you can flux, like you can literally see how much energy and how much heat is inside this machine, how much, and that is a you without a computer. Now I'm not near smart. It's like I've never tried measuring the heat flux or anything. I barely even do that food. Just having agitated. So but that is something that people calculate to find out. Okay, copper does a better job of transferring heat between the walls of it into the propellant, blah blah blah, compared to X, Y, Z. So
Materials people. I like that. I met just all walks of life, especially just throughout my teeth, through everywhere. There's some people are just like 100x smarter than anyone you've ever met at a particular thing. Like copper, they'll know heat dissipation to different materials. They'll understand that thing. Or it's like, holy shit, it's possible for you to deeply understand the thing.
Dude, aerospace is full of that. You'll have people that are so niche in something that no one, the average person has never really thought of. Yet this person has done it 40,000 different ways in an environment, being like, well, we found out that we turn it to 4 degrees that way and add 4% niobium. Like just things you're like, what is your life? And how do you know this?
The funny thing about them, they usually they're
Yeah.
usually like they're so nonchalant about that. If you don't actually, you have to know enough. You have to know quite a lot to appreciate how much more they know.
Yeah,
because otherwise you won't even notice. Because our popular culture doesn't celebrate the intricacies of scientific or engineering mastery. It's interesting. There's all these people that are in the shadows. They're just geniuses.
Yeah.
Like you see, you have like problems, like good at basketball, so you understand that they're good at basketball.
they do this late ball, but they do like really well, but other people under pressure. But celebrate, get a big public spectacle like these aerospace companies and NASA, SpaceX, the kind of stuff they're doing. Maybe this genius is not ability people in the software world. And maybe because I don't really understand a lot of hardware stuff, materials engineering, mechanical engineering, those people seem like so much smarter. I mean, it's always like the grass is greener, whatever the expression is, but there's a depth of understanding engineers have that do, like mechanical engineering. It's just all inspiring to me.
Do like well, I don't know what the word is, or whatever, but that's actually kind of the point of everyday astronaut. That's almost the point of what I do each year. From the beginning, I started a thing called the Astro Award. It's trying to be an award show, hoping to lift up and celebrate and shine a spotlight on the people that are actually doing the hard work and try to treat them like the rock stars that they are that we don't know about. I think that's for sure. I think Elon definitely helped make spaceflight cool. Helped make that like a celebration thing. People are physically out cheering for rocket science and space exploration. But I think that's just the beginning. I think like this should be a thing where the general public looks to these people as the coolest ones, the coolest places to work, as the most important things. Sports are great and everything. I'm a big Formula 1 fan and things like that. But at the same time, like we should be celebrating the people doing this crazy work, clocking in countless hours, just trying to figure out this one little thing that's going to help us further understanding.
I mean, what's cooler than a giant thing, really hot fire? It goes boom, and it goes up into the air. I mean, like it's like to me, like bridges are inspiring. Incredible architecture design, and like humans are able to work against nature, build these gigantic metal things like rockets, with a tiny little human flying out into space. It's the coolest possible thing. Everything comes together. All the come together for the high stakes drama. Riding that super powerful thing up away from the thing called home Earth. It's so amazing. That's so freaking amazing.
I think that's kind of part of my story arc. I used to be a huge car or something. I just loved, things that go fast, are loud and go fast, make lots of power. And at the end of the day, like at some point, nothing goes faster, as louder, makes more power. I think that's kind of where I eventually just ended up, wound up there. There is nothing cooler.
Yeah, that's the ultimate level of just a car guy, is a rocket guy.
Yeah, 100%. And at some point, some car guys literally become rocket guys because they have rockets, cars, trying to break land speed records. It's the same universe here. Yeah.
So there's an excessive amount of cooling to be on the safe side. So you imagine what kind of cooling.
So that would be. So remember how liquid we were talking about keeping the turbine from melting? We can just run it off nominal, basically off. Typically fuel rich. Just want more fuel to that. So we can actually do that locally, kind of. So keep it so imagine a combustion chamber, and the top of it's flat. Like imagine a shower head, and then you have like combustion chamber attached. The outer perimeter, the part where the flame front will be turned to the walls, you actually have just more fuel. So you're injecting locally a more fuel-rich zone along the entire nozzle, and that would be called fuel. So it's less efficient though. Again, you're kind of wasting fuel. There's fuel that's running, and your mixture ratio is off, but only for a little portion of the big picture. So that's when it's compromised. You can do additional fuel cooling to make sure you're not melting your engine, but at the cost of performance usually. But you can also be smart and use pump cooling. There's fun little clever tricks. For instance, you'll notice on the F1 engine was on Saturn V, the biggest rocket that had been built to date, fired now at Starship. The F1 has huge engines. There's 5 of them on the Saturn V. And you'll notice that the gas generator has a pipe that comes down, and then it actually splits off in a manifold, wraps around the nozzle. And that manifold takes the hot gas from the turbine, which is actually, it's not hot. It's actually cold gas compared to combustion chamber. But it's, in human terms, it's still, you wouldn't want to put live. And it actually pushes that gas into the nozzle, so it creates a film cooling of an actual boundary layer of cooler gas against the hotter combustion gas. So basically repurposing that gas that was normally wasted and pump it back into the engine, and then into the nozzle, kind of further down. So the trick there is it has to be far enough down the pressure in the nozzle. Because remember, as the nozzle is bigger, the pressure is lower. So you have to find enough point where the pressure is lower than that gas from the turbine, and then you pump it in. It's cooler than the gas still is in the nozzle, and it can help. Nozzle. So you'll notice that the
spicy butthole.
Walls.
I like when I cough and hiccup at the same time. My fucking emphysema.
You can see the coolant channels all
Makes you
until you get to that. And from there on, what's called a nozzle extension. Keeps going and going and going. But in that section of the nozzle, by the film,
that's a lot of
I mean, the aerodynamics cooler gas, because you have to cut this kind of layer, right? Protect the layer of cooler gas. Understanding that obviously probably has to do in modern times. These probably really good simulation of aerodynamics, and to do that in terms of pressure too, like to make sure it's in the right place. Doesn't like go back up, go backwards. Exactly. If they have that beautiful, even 6 inches too high on that nozzle, it's gonna go upwards. And pressure always wants to flow from high to low.
icy.
It's very large. Yeah, especially because you can't do like a model of it. No, you can't. You have to do the full testing. That's why you have all. That's why you have Starship over testing. You think, why would you do so many static fires? You test the wise failing so many times. Can't you get it right? Well, like it's very tough to get it right.
Well, and pushing the boundaries, you want to know where and how it's going to fit. So you can engineer around it. So that's a luxury that SpaceX does have the scale of Raptor. I'm building Raptor cheap, probably almost any other engine. Maybe besides the at least that scale. Then for the testing, I think since last March or last April, tested 1,000 Raptors. 1,000 engineers, I guess, not just Raptors, but that's just an insane amount of data, an insane amount of education. Oh my God, we found out that we were actually slightly overspinning our turbines to this degree, this frequency, this harmonic at this blah blah blah. And we realized it's rapidly it did this, and you can engineer around that. It's like ultimately, I think Elon said something like high production rate solves many issues. And it's just true. If you have an insane amount of data and insane amount of failures to learn from, you just know your system inside out. You know those versions. You know where the failure points are. You know how to engineer about it.
That's how I approach dating. We're talking about engines. So those rockets, I think all the rockets stages today. They'll take us to discussion about ideas that could be for single stage to rockets. But can you describe this whole thing that you mentioned here and there, multiple stages?
Yeah.
Hot butt syndrome is what they should call this, girls. Hot butt syndrome really should be called spicy asshole.
You know what I mean? And so that skin weighs a lot of, skin in the engine weigh.
Affliction.
Like I said, the Falcon.
Spicy asshole.
It's just the booster, 8 metric tons. So it's not
really
significant amount of weight.
It's called upside down volcano.
Staging, ditch anything you don't. So
upside down volcano. I think
perfect
it says it all.
That
name.
And you have a booster, our first stage.
Encapsulates
first stage
on upstairs.
Out of fuel, you
really?
go in the second stage and
oh man,
started at
this shit
brand new rocket. This brand new fresh rocket now doesn't have all that 20 tons attached to it.
What is that thing called? Trench foot? What is trench foot? Kind of what I got going on in my pants.
It's
trench foot?
Space as opposed to operate at sea level, but actually pretty good atmosphere. So staging is basically the idea that you get rid of On Earth, again, kind of pull like 10% harder, 10% easier. If it was 10% easier, single stage, and it probably would have been like the way to get to orbit by choice, because like it's not that hard. But with our Earth as it is, it's doable, and we've had, we almost kind of actually the first orbit to take humans, or the first rocket to take humans from the United States, which was the Atlas rocket. Was kind of a stage and a half. It actually only had like one big fuel tank. What it is, they actually dropped off two of the engines, so it just ditched some of the engines. If it hadn't done that, so kind of like, well, that was single stage. It's like it still had a staging event. It still had a ditch mass. Had it not done that, it would have not been able to
jungle ride. I got
so,
jungle ride.
And say, okay, well, if I want to stick to single stage orbit, my payload mass becomes tiny. Like you might be able to put like Falcon 9 booster on its own. Like you just flew from the side core booster.
I got jungle ride and trench foot in my pants.
I'm just gonna fly this on its own. You might be able to put like 10 kilograms in space. A very small amount. We'll throw a second stage on that thing. I could, 17,000 kilograms in space. So it's just an orders of magnitude more payload capacity because you didn't stage it. So
I've got trench ride.
The other thing that's hard about that is that the engines, again, that operate at sea level are often not great in space and vice versa. Like you physically can't, on most optimized for space engines, you can't even operate at sea level. They'll destroy themselves due to something called flow separation. So not only are you getting the benefit of additional weight, but you're also much more efficient and typically much less powerful.
So you mentioned on the multi-stage rocket that maybe the dream would be if we weren't living on Earth, maybe we can on Earth to have a single stage orbit rocket. It's all one package, reusable. Reusable. So what is just the link? What is the single stage rocket? Yeah. Why is it so cheap? Do you already kind of explain it a little bit? Just if we were to say that's your son, you're supposed to get together with the other brilliant people, and like you have to do this. Yeah. Why is it so hard?
Why is it so hard? The payload fraction is like 3 to 5, 6 or 7%.
What the fuck?
That's the total mass of the rocket. Like you're lucky to get into beyond 5%. So if you're not having to deal with the weight of the rocket by the time you're in orbit, like your payload fraction, you're talking about margins so small amount of left if you have to take.
Oh shit.
So the sooner you can ditch weight, the better. The sooner you can ditch weight, the sooner you can. That's what you're doing. The whole time is actually ditching. All that big giant fling seed is literally mass being thrown at the back of the rocket. But what typically isn't expected, at least during nominal operations, you're not seeing the engines being expelled out the thing until you get to stage. And that's where you're ditching all that. So single stage orbit, your margins just become so small that it's not impossible, but it's just at the end of the day, like almost no matter who you are, it's just like
all that fucking time.
It has another engine. It'll have 100,000 times more payload capacity than the one sitting right next to it. And now, so there's tricks you can do to like try to offset that. Things like aerospike engines, which operate at as efficiently as sea level, optimized efficiency at sea level, and just by the way they're designed, physics of them, they're also efficient in vacuum too. You can do things like that. At the end of the day, you just end up with a worse rocket if you just stage, like no matter what. And people say that technology is like, okay, you apply that technology to rocket, and it's gonna do better. No matter where you end up, it's just always better to ditch that.
Is there a cost how they build the stage? Because you can still reach the different stages.
That's the dream is becomes easier to reach multiple stages because now the booster doesn't have to survive re-entry temperatures and extreme environments, and you only have to make survival the upper stages. You only have to put a big heat shield. Like Starship's perfect. The upper stage has a big giant engine. The booster doesn't need it because it's not going. The booster's not going to fifth or fourth velocity. So the heat that it experiences is survivable just by the stainless steel. You don't need additional heat. So all of a sudden, if you're trying to pretend that you just mold the two stages of Starship together and that whole vehicle, if you're trying to reduce it, the whole vehicle has to have a heat shield on that side space. Good job.
So the dream, stage orbit rocket, is that just wrong?
That's what most conventions tell you. By the time if your goal is to compete, then you're going to spend. You're going to have a physically larger rocket that has more engines, has more propellant. You want to put the same amount of thing, same amount of mass in the orbit compared to something else. So we're talking like Rocket Lab's like really small rocket. I think 1.3 meters wide and 18 meters tall. It's a small rocket. If you were to, and it can put something like 300 or so kilograms in it. You can either launch that size or get like big old Falcon 9 booster, huge thing, and that would be lucky with 300 kilograms. So it's like which one's going to be cheaper to build, ship around, all the stuff, and then you also have fixed costs. Like the idea of flying this again, everything because now you have things like people on consoles, all the people that are on comms and working on rockets, going down to the pad, filing paperwork, doing range control maneuvers on planes and moves in the way, flight termination. All these fixed costs for any launch. I don't care how big the rocket is. There's a relatively fixed cost. So now you say like, okay, I'm going to be paying. Just think about it, you're going to pay $5 million to fly a rocket between all the people going on site, all the places, all. If your fixed cost is $5 million, you put 300 kilograms in space versus you have a $5 million cost of operation, and you can put 5,000 kilograms in space. Like the business case is going to send you.
So you mentioned, I think the internet informed me of your find somebody that looks at you the way to explain what these are, how they work, what's beautiful to them, how practical are they, we don't reuse them. Does it just build up? Is that awesome? So maybe can you explain the efficient vacuum or steam up?
You know what I love about this? Every question you ask me, down to 45 seconds. So the aerospike engine basically is an inside-out engine. Traditional engine, we're talking about combustion chambers. It's almost like the difference of if you were, I think about this. If you were standing in like a tent or a TV, right, and you put your arms at the top, you push your arms out. You can physically lift them by pushing outwards on the tent walls.
Oh
right?
man, my butthole.
That would be like aerospace would be almost an ice cube. If you squeeze an ice cube, you push it on it and kind of that wedge force will shoot that ice cube. So that's kind of what has happened. We have the high pressure gas outside of the spike.
How about Korean Barb? How y'all doing?
That's like kind of a ramp against the rocket. So that's where that force comes in. It's against the nozzle.
Well, I guess I'm not in the fucking mining industry, so I mine for data, baby. I'm a data miner, which is better than oil and better than gold.
In space, you can have what's known as leak expansion.
Who else has their own shitting on themselves and describing it and then rewatching it all in the same video?
Bigger is continually just converting more cooler, lower pressure, and faster gas. So each little millimeter along the nozzle is just getting lower pressure and cooler, faster. If you take a big nozzle on Earth, at sea level, and you fire it, you can actually get, even though we're going from 300 bar of evaporation, our atmosphere is 1 bar, exactly 1 bar conditions, but you can actually get a nozzle to get way below 1 pressure. So every little, 300 bar, just 2 meters down to 1 bar below. There's actually a limit. You can actually only expand it below, let's say something like percent. So you get that like 0.7 bar at nozzle exit before the pressure of the atmosphere is actually squeezing on that exhaust and tearing it away from the walls of the nozzle exit. And what happens is it's kind of unpredictable. These pockets, these oscillations, they'll be so extreme, you'll end up just destroying the nozzle. So you can't like 0.7. You can't go below. You can't get that pressure exit too much below ambient air pressure. Low separation can destroy it.
So how come this engine can do so well in different pressure conditions?
So because it's inside out, ambient pressure exhaust gas into, as opposed to a conventional exhaust gas, ambient air is actually squeezing.
Yeah, like my
exhaust gas
boyfriend,
away
he's
from
a
and that squeezing away from it.
Yeah. Oh, my
Since the
fucking.
inside kind of inside out, the ambient air is pushing the exhaust
I
gas
can
into the
smell it.
original walls. You can't have flow separation.
Really?
You won't have flow separation.
I don't even
Now,
know what that is. Is that
happens you have
beer?
this huge,
No one knows.
amazingly,
The only thing I've ever that one girl who fucking works in
200-to-1 expansion ratio with a lot
on
of
TikTok.
35, 40, 50 expansion ratios. And
It
then
makes a little
space
TikTok.
company use like 150
Then her boss
expansion ratios. So
celebrates
its
it.
airspec can have some. It's just that the
Oh, I want to see this TikTok. Oh, like it just do like. Oh,
it doesn't matter. It's not like it was just not satisfying.
really?
As it climbs
No, TikTok are
too, as
thing.
the ambient
I can
air
watch them all day. That and when they undo the hair.
it just inherently is
Fuck
pushing on less and
No.
less against the walls of that
This is the worst
aerospace.
though.
So it
Really?
actually gets more efficient at
Terrible. There's
different times.
liquid coming out of my
As
butt.
does the normal engine, but the difference is that you can use that huge expansion ratio as you know aerospace engine.
Why not? And we to see if particular use.
Purely because I think they're cool.
Yeah.
You know, in the same
Your aerospace engines.
in the streets that I just love. And that uses a rotary engine. On paper, the rotary engine is like more efficient, does all more efficient, all these things, but in practice, it's like the thing is actually just like unreliable, hot, and it burns. It's kind of the same thing with the aerospace. Like, yes, on paper, it's efficient, but now you have a lot more surface area of your throat area. No matter what it is, you have the throat of the rocket engine is hot at the nozzle exit, like, but now it's your hardest thing to cool. You have a ton of it, and you also have two edges of it, no matter what. So you have
Coffee talk. Coffee talk.
just more surface area to cool fuel using it as your. So if you also now take your area and you have X amount of space that you need, you have a limited supply.
Coffee talk.
Cooling
Really?
Same physics apply for the throat, but at the
Really?
same time, like it's at the end of the day,
Maybe.
it's physically possible. It's a lot more complex. You have a lot, and it just you end up kind of right back where you started. So it's like, is it worth it to just keep going down this rabbit hole? You're trying to engineer this thing to work. Like you could have probably spent the time just slightly increasing the performance of your normal engine in the first place. You know.
Again, I'm going to ask since you are also okay. What's the like the coolest, the sexiest, the more powerful, the classiest, most elegant, what design? I don't know what
All of those things are different. But I'd
they
say
are.
it's funny because now maybe it's just because it's fresh on mind. But I love that mid '90s RX-7, which especially in Japan they have the 20B, a tri-rotor. That is like the coolest engine ever.
Introduction.
The FD RX-7. It's just too darn cool, honestly. Maybe.
Well, what about the mid '90s that makes it special?
Just that's the only time it's more that I love the engine and I like the cars attached to it. And I'm not actually a big fan of like 90s styling, personally. But and it's twin turbo sequential turbos. They used a bigger turbo takes longer RPM and a lot of pressure out of that turbo. You have big turbos that take forever. Like you're gonna have floor and then like it's gonna take a long time for that turbo to get spooled up. They actually did a small turbo and a big turbos. First, get some boost going through the engine, get that engine operating, get it up to speed, get some power to the wheels, and then once that kind of reaches its limit, you flow it into divert the exhaust gas into the bigger turbo, sequential turbo,
Showroom 2.
and then that now can supplement and actually increase the overall performance of the vehicle. And I think that's just so. It's just like the ultimate like force out of the box thinking, and it actually made it into production.
Can you sound like can you tell an engine by itself?
It sounds like a really, really angry car. It sounds horrible. It's actually a terrible sounding car. I feel like it sounds just the opposite of like a big muscle car. I feel like a big muscle car is guttural. It hits you. This is like it's gonna kick the hell out of you. It's like
You love the engine.
I love the engineering.
So to you, the car is it's
Why
not
am I getting
all the surface stuff, all the design stuff, all the the elegance, the curves, whatever it is.
It's come and go. To me, styles change forever. Yeah.
Apply that way. Metaphors, just keep on coming.
If you think about it, like, my taste has changed throughout the years. When I first saw a Model 3 Tesla, I thought it was the hideous car ever. Out the grill, I was like, this is so stupid. It took me all but 2 months to think that it was one of those. Same with Cybertruck. I mourned Cybertruck. When I first saw that thing, I was at that thing with, and I went with, we used to do a podcast called Our Little Speaker. So we talked a lot about cars and EVs and stuff. We went to that unveiling, and literally we had like almost a non-alcoholic hangover the next morning of like mourning the hideousness of Cybertruck. Come 6 months later, a year later, and I'm like, damn it, that thing's actually kind of cool.
That also teaches you something about again, it's the thing you said earlier, sort of going against the current of the experts' beliefs and whatever is and making a decision for the first principles. Some of that also applies to design and style and fashion, culture, and all
Big
that. Some of that, fashion especially, it's so interesting.
So
Being rebellious against the current fads actually is the way you take the new fads.
Well, it didn't take long for others to follow. You look at like currently like what Hyundai is doing their, I forget which one, like the Ioniq or something like that. It's square. It's like it's boxy. It's a throwback. It's 80s. It's got these beautiful retro taillights. It's got a square headlight. It's very inspired by Cybertruck, in my opinion. I mean, it might not be. It might be coincidental that we're all trying to get this retro future vibe.
I personally like the boxy. So I still haven't understood Porsche. I still can't quite understand the small size. Look at the curves. I don't quite get it.
Like I said, I don't love.
Why?
I don't love it, but I love it because of the engineering, I guess, that it represents.
It's not the surface. It's the deep down stuff.
It's that 50-50 distribution.
All right, let's talk about Starship. We've been sneaking up to it in a bunch of different directions. Can you just say what is Starship? What is the most impressive thing to you about it? Like dancing around it, but because this is such a crucial thing in terms of the next few years, in terms of your life personally, and also just human civilization reaching out to the stars. It seems like Starship is really important to that happen. So, what is this thing, Billy?
Yeah, so Starship is currently in development, the world's largest powerful rocket ever built, fully reusable rocket. So the booster is all this currently aspirational. So it's I'll say what its aspiration is going to be, and obviously we'll have
You were in Bliss.
So the booster will be reused, reused. The upper stage will be landed, refueled, and ideally rapidly. In a sense, not talking about months or weeks of refurbishment, but literally talking about like mild inspection. And ideally, like under 24 hours, where you literally land it and fly it like an aircraft. So it utilizes liquid methane and liquid oxygen as its propellants. It utilizes current iterations of it are 33 Raptor engines on the booster, and 6 Raptors on the second stage. So there'll be 3 that are vacuum optimized and 3 that are sea level optimized on the upper stage that are primarily, they'll be used, I think, as six resolution anyway in space, but the main reason that they use them is they can use them for land, for free sea level engines, to be able to propulsively land the rocket by it. Almost double.
Compared to the Saturn V, really?
The N1 had 45 units. The Saturn V had 35 or 40, and this has 75. So we're talking almost double. It's a lot of.
That could be the sexiest thing ever. Okay. So what are the different testing that's happening? So what happened yesterday?
Everything in this is kind of iterations, and so the milestones that we're seeing. We actually have on everydayastronaut.com. We have a milestone type list of like all the things we're hoping to see that we kind of need to see for the first rocket. So a big milestone we got checked off yesterday was wet dress rehearsal. So it's literally like rocket up, getting ready to do everything but lighting the engines. So we're talking about loading it with propellant all the way. It's the first time.
Where's the milestone?
Right there at the top. That big picture. Yep.
So there's the wet dress. What's the wet dress?
Yep. So that's where they, for the first time, they filled it completely to the brim with liquid oxygen. They've done component level testing where they fill it with liquid nitrogen, which is, it's an inert gas, so it's not like say it leaks out, it's not going to explode. You can just have a big giant pool of liquid nitrogen like flooding the area, but it's not going to be an explosion. So they've done that for cryo testing to make sure all the components and stuff can handle being at cryogenic temperatures. It's kind of a good analog before you start putting your fuel and your oxidizer in there. But now, as of basically, I mean, it's the first thing we really got to like this is what it's going to look like. Kind of breathing, coming to life.
What does the pad look like? There's a few interesting aspects of this. What's up with the chopsticks and all of that?
Yeah, so the launch pad is unique. We're seeing anything like it in the prior history of spaceflight. It's a really simple launch stand. They basically have almost looks like a stool, like a milking cow stool thing. A whole big giant.
Oh, I know you. Yeah. Yes, we all know what that's.
Oh yeah, like. We all know that stool milking cow.
Yeah.
With a giant hole in the middle of that stool is where the rocket sits on these launch plans. And then next to it, so that's the orbital launch mount, and next to it is the orbital launch tower. And that is not only integral to the upper stage. The upper stage has to have power lines run to it so that they can flip the propellant, all that. But also, they ended up making it so instead of having a big crane on site to stack the two on top of each other, they literally just use that tower as the crane. The crane has these giant arms, what they call chopsticks. The whole system can be called Mechazilla. And that will grab onto the booster, pick it up off of its transporter that transports it from the production site, upper stage starship, and plug the booster. And they did that for the first time last year. It was Valentine's last year. The first time they used the chopsticks to stack it, and now they're doing it very frequently. But ultimately, the chopsticks have to serve a second purpose. They're actually going to utilize. If you say, it's not so much they're going to catch the booster with these chopsticks. It's not like it's dad trying to catch a falling child. It's more that the booster and the starship will someday land on those arms. So they're more or less stationary. I'm sure there's some bit of adjustment that the arms will do, but more or less the rockets can land and get picked up by it's essentially relatively small bulletins that hold the entire thing. It has to land very precise on these mounts and onto the launch mount, and that's what's going to just place it back onto the stand and allow arms versus.
What's the benefit?
You are basically removing the mass of heavy landing legs, and you're putting kind of that landing infrastructure onto the ground system. So you're not having to carry those landing legs into orbit.
But it's also
ground? Is there some aspect to that where you don't have to balance the thrust and all?
You can negate some of those, like there's like interactions, there's like exhaust hitting concrete, and especially with a rocket that's big, it's gonna use like 3 Raptor engines firing. If you have them firing really close to the ground, you're just gonna absolutely destroy the ground. The refurbish the ground and the landing pad every time, and or have huge landing legs that are super long and tall, to make it so it's elevated enough to not do that. So yeah, you're kind of avoiding that whole mess by catching it high enough off the ground that you don't factor that in.
And that's how many engines are involved.
Exact landing sequence. So it might be something like I think 7 or something, 9 or something, some number to accelerate quickly or decelerate quickly, not the same thing. And then shut it down to 3 or something for a little more range of control. Because unlike Falcon 9, Starship has enough engines and variability that actually if it needed to hover, to maybe more precisely line us up for the pad, it would have that capability. And its roll, your roll axis, you can pitch it off. The engine is kind of like a rudder. It can move into to actually induce roll along its vertical axis. You would either need like auxiliary engines to roll it, or you need a pair of engines that be opposed and induce roll. So by having 2 or 3 running, the axis of control that they would need, kind of like a broomstick, bouncing broomstick.
Yo, dog.
Move it over, and if they did align it to those landing nubs, on the landing arms and stuff like that, then they can do that.
Speaking of pitch, the thing, so Starship flips and its belly flops. There's a interesting kind of maneuver on the way down. Can you describe that maneuver?
Yeah, so this is definitely a first. I don't think anything's tried like this before. The idea is when you're falling through the atmosphere could actually do a lot of work for you. You're moving quickly, like it's falling from space. There's a lot of energy.
You have a really good video of this.
And as it's falling, you want to have a unspectral, it's not falling. This is some kind of object with shape. Some, and one face of it is going to have more surface area than the other face. So, in the shape of like a cylinder, if you're falling, like a soda can, if you're falling top to bottom first, so with the same exact vehicle, you actually have a lot more drag. You can actually slow it down a lot more using the exact same atmosphere, same vehicle. Just by turning it 90 degrees, you can slow it down substantially, 3 or 4 times. Because that's energy that you don't have to use anywhere else, and you don't have to use an engine to slow you down. So SpaceX realized, okay, put this thing on its side and let it fall like a skydiver almost. Instead of like pencil diving with your belly flop. You're maximizing the amount of surface area that's in the windstream to slow down. But obviously, like, in order to land, especially if you're SpaceX, and Elon's obsessed with like having different parts, he wants the best part is no part. So if you're going to land with engines, you might as well use engines that you already have, engines that are used for the other portion of the flight. So you kick those on, use those engines to actually turn it 90 degrees from belly flopping to feet first. And that way you can use those same engines to land. You don't have to have like auxiliary landing engines. You don't have to have forces, even if you were to land on its belly with a separate set of engines. Not only will those engines weigh a lot, extra complexity, et cetera, we also don't have to make the ship be able to handle landing on its belly as opposed to having vertical.
But it's giant, and you have to rotate in air. And so you also highlight liquid fuel slushing around in the tank. So like you can't, I guess, use that fuel directly after another kind of fuel. Like there's just complexities there. Yeah. Plus the actual maneuver is difficult from like what are the thrusters that actually make all that happen? You're adding a lot of complexity, not a lot, but your complexity to the maneuver and possibility where failure could happen in order to sort of save, in order for some of the work. So what is some of that complexity? Just you can linger on it.
If you think about what it's going to take to go from horizontal to vertical, this rocket in particular, Starship, has these big flaps. So it has kind of 2 nose flaps and rearward flaps. The rearward flaps are a lot bigger because the majority of the mass, the engine stuff are in the back of the vehicle. So in order to kind of be stable, and they just fold themselves inwards, like on their dihedral angle, in order to increase or decrease the drag. So you can control it, all three axes of control. While it's falling, on its belly, you can control it that way using these four different things. So you have these giant.
James Bond, that's what I thought it was.
Thousands.
Shalom, how you doing, big dog? I hope you have a blessed, beautiful day yourself.
So that's a huge
Hope all is good in your neck.
and developing that landing algorithm, control for a huge vehicle, flaps going in and out, stay stable. Then
amazing.
Like the engine, now all of a sudden you want the top.
Amazing.
You want to flip the rocket and increase the flaps, fold in. They tuck all the way in to minimize drag. That's going to make it want to swing down, extend the upper flaps. That makes the nose wants to pitch up. You kick on the engines. They're now lighting all three engines, at least as the last successful attempts. They light all three of the sea level Raptor engines, pitched all the way 10 or 15 degrees or whatever the maximum pitch is on them. That induces, does that kick maneuver to kick it over from horizontal to vertical. Now the problem is you lit your engines while you're horizontal, so they foot is facing the horizon and the engines are facing the opposite horizon. You now shot it a decent amount off, the direction that you're not following. So you have to factor.
Just grabbing some cappuccino. Oh, fancy.
And you have to very precisely control. So now that it's done that kick, you also have to cancel out that horizontal velocity. So it's actually going to rotate beyond 90 degrees to cancel out that horizontal velocity, and then modulate the engines to make it thrust, is perfect to control itself into control maneuver. And all this is done in 500 meters, 15.
My butt is
doing all of those things stupidly close to the ground. It looks absurd. And so far, they've done 5 of these tests. All the first 4 all blew up. They're all coming in. So it's 150. It's 45, about 50 meters tall, about 165 feet tall, 9 meters wide. So it weighs, something I don't remember. It's something like 120 metric tons, so 120,000 kilograms.
It's gonna double.
250,000 pounds empty.
Too early, dog.
It has to do all this perfectly. So the first four attempts of this were pretty spectacular failures.
So just to clarify, which stage?
It's the upper stage. It's doing belly flopping.
Yeah. So this is the stage that would presumably have humans on board if we were to use.
If things continue to play. Now, here's something I would love to see. Just saying this. If you already have these big aero surfaces, the flaps, they also have to move. They're on heavy motors, hinges and flaps and all that stuff. I'm actually surprised that for Earth, they aren't just looking at landing it horizontally on the runway, the space shuttle. I mean, that worked. Braun did it. The Soviet Union's Braun. I rolled my arm harder. Sorry. Wow. Really good job.
Very impressed.
Very impressed. The Braun did it. We have other space planes like the X-37B. We have the upcoming Sierra Nevada's Dream Chaser. You have some extra mass in the wings, but Starship has the extra mass with those flaps, and it's actually lighter weight to do that versus it's we can get another 5,000 kilograms into space if we just land it horizontal. If we kind of give up on our ego and land horizontally, at least on Earth, then I think they could be doing that pretty quickly for Mars. You're going to land on a prepared surface, so it has to be able to do this at some point. It sounds ridiculous, and it is, but the ultimate goal of it is to land on Mars.
There's not much good atmosphere to help.
I want to utilize as much of that atmosphere as possible. So in the upper atmosphere, it's still going to be coming in more or less kind of perpendicular to the air. And it's going to especially do that on Mars. It's going to need to, use let the little bit of atmosphere there is coming in at insane velocities. On Mars, there's only 38% of Earth's gravity on Mars. So the belly flop would be a lot. It could be a lot more conservative. You could do that at 5,000 feet up, and it just wouldn't matter as much. There's not as much, flip maneuver. But it would still something at some point you would transition from